Okay, you know already it's Tai Chi. Tell 'em, captain capability. You pray for head and I pray on you. Can't tell my control is blue. Ain't safe in my Jimmy Choo. New boo, you ain't used to. New shoes, where you going, babe? Be here and I won't behave. Get here and I won't be. Make you say, oh, is that okay? 69 took my 808s. Time to shine, get down and rewind. Kick back, relax and recline. All black on my fish bones. All tied up when I stay home. I like yayo with my afros. Pack that pussy like cane rolls. Okay. You know you made this fit in. Somehow it feels so real. Been trying to change what I've been trying to say. Words don't come straight from my head to my mouth. It's such a shame that it fell out of place. Was never me that was bringing you down. Why we always looking for more? Why we always looking for more? Why we always looking for more? Always looking for more. Why we always looking for more? Why we always looking for I wish that I could change what you wanted. I wish that I could change what you wanted. I wish that I could change what you wanted. I wish that I could change what you wanted. I wish that I could change what you wanted. I wish that I could change what you wanted. I wish that I could change what you wanted. I wish that I could change what you Why we always looking for more? Why we always looking for more?
This stream contains fast flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy and other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised. It's finally time to see 10 of the world's best teams on land, where one of the most illustrious trophies is up for grabs. You're going to see some rookies, you're going to see some veterans, you're going to see upsets, and anything can happen in this tournament. I'm your host, Yingsu. Welcome to the Riot Games Arena here in Berlin, Germany. I'm joined by Kakuka and Mitch, and dare I say it, for my favorite tournament of the year.
I mean, it has to be. It's the perfect close-in for every year. We get to see the teams. This is the one international global event that we have for Game Changers, and every year it has delivered.
Yeah, always going to be a little bit special as well, being in the home of EMEA here in Berlin.
Yes.
I'm excited to see those players step out on that stage after a little bit of a hiatus.
Oh yeah, a little bit, and also some new faces too. Obviously, as I was saying, we're going to see some veterans, some rookies, and also this year things are a little bit different. And who better to break it all down for you than the world champion coach herself? Here's Potter.
It's time for a million, or Game Changers champions!
The 2024 Valorant Game Changers Championship begins November 8th. Here's what you need to know before the tournament begins. Valorant Game Changers Championship is the final event of the 2024 Game Changers Series. The world's top 10 teams will face off in Berlin, Germany to compete for global supremacy and the title of the VCT Game Changers World Champion. Teams attending the event earn their spots by winning major events or collecting the highest number of circuit points within their regions. The tournament will host representatives from North America, EMEA, APAC, China, Brazil, and Latin America.
It's time of Game Changers Championship.
From November 8th through the 17th, the Valorant Game Changers Championship will place 10 teams into a double elimination best-of-3 bracket. The top seeds from EMEA and the Americas will get a bye into the second round based on the strength of their region and historical performance. Teams will compete through a bracket until the final 2 matches, which will be a best-of-5. Make sure to tune into the grand final on November 17th, where the next Game Changers World Champion will be crowned. To learn more about the 2024 VCT Game Changers Championship, check out ValorantEsports.com and follow us at Valorant Esports for tournament updates. Good luck to all the competitors, and we'll see you make history in Berlin.
Honestly, if Potter is telling me to make history, I am making history at all costs. But this is the thing. We have some changes, and we have 10 teams this time. We have more. And that's very, very exciting for us.
Yeah, it absolutely is. As well, seeing those teams with double elimination as well, a chance to bounce back, which some teams that will come in as favorites, talking about someone like Crew, have already benefited from being able to climb back. So it's a very exciting time to see all these teams come to the international stage and a lot of debuts as well.
And we know how it is, right? Every single year, there's 1 or 2 teams that really dominate their regions, but it's about this. It's about when you come into the international stage, you can prove actually everything that you've been working on. So I'm saying for 2025, we do Masters Game Changers. If we have championship, I say we need another international event.
More teams.
Yes.
Specifically for Brazil as well. I'm on a tirade of getting them more spots. But we also have another new addition, which is an MVP award. We're going to be awarding MVPs every single day, and also at the grand final as well at the very end of the tournament. After seeing the way that Kang Kang got his MVP, champs, I just want to know if any of our girls can sing, because I need one of them to, one-up him when they win MVP. How are you guys doing?
Who do you think would be the best singer if they win MVP?
I reckon someone like Fluorescent could put out a good beat. I don't know how you guys feel.
I think that Mary would sing.
Yes.
Mary would sing.
Maybe
she would give it her all.
Smurfette, because she's like a really...
A Swiftie?
Yeah,
Oh.
she's a big Swiftie, so I feel like she's going to be out here. But who knows? One of the MVPs could potentially go to some of our veterans, because there are a very, very important list of players that have never, ever missed champs before. And Kakuka, they're back again.
Absolutely love it. Petra and Mimi, probably the 2 most important names in Game Changers in EMEA. Their history, from the moment that they joined the game, from the moment that they were the originals, everybody remembers them. Bromi and Conir as well, coming from Latin America. And Alexis and Mel, even when they were in Cloud9 the first time that we were here in Berlin. Right now, 4 of these players have won one of the championships. So let's see if the other two can get it.
Yeah, and the other thing is, you know, you're looking at a lot of these Mel, Petra, and Mimi, a chance to go with 2 of those titles under their belt to make history. And sure, Petra, Mimi, and some of these players who came from that legendary roster already had a legacy in another esport, and they carried that on here. Now, it's a chance for Shopify Rebellion, a chance for someone like Mel to craft her own.
Yeah, and defending Berlin champs as well. There's so
Very
many
true.
storylines going on. But let's not get ahead of ourselves, because if we take a look at the bracket, the road to get there is going to be tough. And Mitch, I feel like this might be the most competitive Game Changers champs we're ever going to see.
Oh, it most certainly is. I mean, even looking deep into that, the GX, MIBR, GX, with the map changes that we'll talk about later, might be affected. MIBR have been on an uptick and starting it out. I mean, Crew Zeta, that's a tough matchup for Zeta coming to this scene. We haven't seen a Japanese team here for quite a while, and now, well, they've got a tough opening matchup.
Yeah, exactly. But some of these teams had the chance to already play on LAN. You have that experience. You're not going to go that nervous onto the stage. For some of the rookies, it's literally the first time. We're also going to see some, you know, last-minute changes and things happening here and then. But we know that, especially for a team like Zeta, it would mean a lot even winning this first match.
I really would, especially for Japanese fans as well. I think they've been kind of waiting for another moment for Zeta specifically to be able to do well on the world stage. As you guys can see, some of these trophies, by the way, amazing, gorgeous.
Every single trophy that comes out of China is great.
Absolutely gorgeous. And our trophy is also, it's out there, it's in the fan zone, and it looks great as well. We will be starting the day with 3 best of 3s. That will be the same for tomorrow as well. And 5 out of the 6 teams competing today will be their first ever debut here on the global stage, which is very exciting. And a lot of them come in with obscene win streaks. And I mean, like, we don't see this very, very often, let alone from 6 different teams.
Yeah, exactly. I think that there's so many nuances to this. Like the way the Shipto has been playing, and the but every single stat that I get from them is outrageous. It's not only that they've been dominant and they have a crazy streak, it's actually they're putting up the numbers. They're winning very, very comfortably. But if you look at the other side of ALG, 6-0, those are all the series that they played. So coming in to compete with the likes of teams like MIBR or G2 is definitely going to be a tough.
Yeah, I think that in the middle as well, Visa Crew Blaze, this is a squad that you see 2 maps lost there during their streak. That was to the same team that managed to take them down in kickoff. They've been almost untouchable, bar 9Z, who seem to have an idea of how they play. You better hope, if you're one of those international teams, if you're Zeta coming in here, that you have a good idea how they play, because even when they went to the finals, they demolished their opposition. This is a team I expect to... I'm not going to say they're not going to drop a map here, but they might. They might go flawless.
I mean, I do have to, the G2 Glaze, we have to do it a little bit for Gozen, because the context of the fact that they managed to have that kind of win streak in EMEA,
getting the first seed. Hello, G2?
It's literally insane.
That never happened.
They've broken so many records. But that brings us to today's MasterCard fan poll. As you guys just saw, Crew, ALG, and Zipto all went undefeated to qualify for Game Changers champs. Who do you guys think will keep their win streak going into today? Will it be Crew? Will it be ALG? Will it be Zipto? Make sure you vote in the poll. Scan the QR code on your screen to cast your vote, and we'll have the results before the first pistol round of the day. And also, all throughout this event, make sure you guys use the hashtags VCT Game Changers or VCT, so we can feature you on the broadcast. We want to hear your opinions, especially you, Tom Biz. I know you're watching this at home right now. And very quickly asking you guys, who do you think is going to keep their win streak today?
Crew.
Yeah,
Completely non-biased opinion.
It has to be Crew. Only 9Z were able to do damage to them. It's, like I said, I'm on the Crew hype train.
Good job, Mitch.
Zipto for me, just because of what happened last time. I feel like, you know, this is going to be a fun matchup for them. But next, you guys have heard it from us already. Let's hear what the experts had to say and send it over to Mimi and Potter for some bracketology.
Hi, I'm Mimi. I'm here with world champion Person Potter. We're gonna make the perfect bracket for GCC, right?
The perfect one.
We got 10 teams this time. We've got to go quickly. Let's jump right in. We have the opening matches already decided. Crew Zeta, what you thinking?
Gotta go with the Crew. Going with Crew here, staying strong.
Okay, so we get Crew G2 there. How about down below? ALG Falcons, we got some new names coming in.
New names. I'm a fan of Mary. We're going with Falcons.
Falcons winning that one out, so they'll play against SR, and ALG will go down to the lower bracket here. And then that puts us now with some pre-decided games. GX MIBR, Brazil versus EMEA. Team Liquid was so good last year.
They were, but MIBR stole their shoes. I gotta go with
did.
MIBR.
All right,
Nancy here.
we're sending them through. Their opponent is going to be the winner of now G2 versus Crew. What do you make of that one?
We're going with G2. They've had too much of an easy time in EMEA.
Too much of an easy
Too
time.
much of an easy time. We're going with G2 here.
Okay, so G2 is pushing through. That sends Crew down to the lower bracket in this round. Give me another game here while I figure out the iPad.
Shopify Rebellion. I think this one's an easy one, Mimi. We could just send this one all the way through. NA bias intact.
NA bias
all the way through.
for Shopify.
Yeah, let's just send them all the way
Okay,
through.
so you want me to just click them all the way to
Yeah,
winning
just click
already.
it through.
All right, so
you know,
Shopify
no messing
winning
around here.
against this team. I don't know what team they're winning against. They're off the
It doesn't
board.
matter.
There's Shopify. Give me another Shopify. In they come. In they come to the finals here. And then they're winning out there. They've disappeared from one game. Doesn't matter because they're already locked in
Yep,
in that
lock 'em
position.
in, lock
Let's go
'em
down
in.
below. ALG versus Giant X.
Let's go with Giant X here.
Giant X, okay, so you're thinking China's going out 0-2 again.
Unfortunately, I am. I've made this mistake before,
You
but
have,
we are.
and
we're
you're
gonna go
running
with
the
GX.
mistake back,
Yeah,
not
yeah.
learning from
Not
it. Okay,
learning.
who does Zeta play? Help me out here.
I think
They
would be
play
playing
the loser of SR Falcons, which
SR
is
Falcons.
Falcons.
Yep.
So they're playing against Falcons.
Gotta have Falcons.
Gotta have Falcons. Okay.
Falcons
It
moving
had a
through.
pretty darn good year in EMEA. You have them moving through. So Zeta ALG going out right away. Fly versus Zip. Debut of this new FlyQuest team here. Zip, a new player in that core too.
Yeah, and this is the. Ooh, this one's a tricky one. I'm gonna throw a curveball on this. The NA bias is off the table. We're going with Zip.
You're
Zip
going
is
with
advancing.
Zip. Okay.
Yes.
So FlyQuest going down below. Zip is moving through. I think that a lot of people would be surprised by that one. Let's put them in there. SR was already going through here. G2 was. So G2 versus MIBR for that second spot up top.
Yeah, it's almost like. Okay, we'll stick with G2. G2 staying
So you
strong.
think we get that matchup finally of
Yes.
G2 versus SR?
Yes.
All right. That sends MIBR down below here to play the winner of Giant X versus. This is a test. Can you pass?
No, is it Falcons?
I think it's Zipto down
Zipto,
there. Okay.
okay.
So Zipto versus GX there. Does the Zipto hope come back to any extent?
It does. It does.
It does?
It does.
GX out. Zipto moving on against MIBR. That one would be a banger
That's
if we
gonna
get
be
to
a
see
good
it
one.
come through.
We'll say we're gonna go with MIBR on that one as well.
MIBR?
match 13.
I respect it. I'm off the
Advancing.
Brazil Copium too. And you know what I'm going to do? I'm just putting them there. I don't
Okay.
care. They're already moving
the
through.
Copium all the
So
way.
MIBR, they then play this other side of the bracket. What team do you have moving through from there?
G2.
G2's moving through.
G2. We
Honestly,
already have them
couldn't
up.
care less how this happens. G2,
just
what's
bring
our
it through.
final?
Our final should be Shopify versus G2. Come
They're
on.
running it back.
They're running
in
it back.
Brazil, and Shopify's
Number
winning.
2.
It looks beautiful, so it must be a perfect bracket.
It should be. We did say it was going to be a perfect one.
Yeah, I
from the
mean,
start.
I have no complaints about that one.
I don't
feel
think
like we
anyone
should just
can.
I can wrap it up here, right? It looks pretty good.
Yeah. I think that's it. This is
Right.
perfect, as we discussed.
Someone talking over there?
What is going on?
Is someone in here? Hello?
What's going on with our bracket?
Hey,
Wait,
what's
there's
up,
like 19
guys?
FlyQuests.
What is going on
Sonder?
with the bracket?
Where'd you get the
Who gave you the
iPad?
Are you guys trolling here? Well, hello, FlyQuest. More
Wait,
FlyQuest.
how did FlyQuest get there?
How?
And now there's banners
Didn't
cheering.
Didn't you go out there?
No.
already?
You think I went a first round? No. You guys have this bracket all wrong.
So FlyQuest is winning the event.
No,
though.
China until FlyQuest, and FlyQuest wins.
Okay.
What are you guys doing?
You heard it here first.
China
versus
number one.
FlyQuest.
Well, number 2 actually, because FlyQuest wins.
Very specific on that one. Well, nothing can stop them now. Thank you, Sonder, for your help and
Thank you. No problem. actually.
congratulations, I guess.
Sonda has never been run in her life, so I trust her. But this tournament will be played on patch 9.09, which means if your name is Jimmy Lin, you're loving what's going on here.
Oh God, I miss Jimmy Lin. The fact that we don't have him to actually explain to us and the rest of the players and everybody at home how to attack on Pearl, how to take stairs. There's so many things that I need to learn from him on this map. But as you were saying, Splits and Pearl are in, and Icebox and Lotus, especially Lotus, has been such a pillar of 2024. We're not going to have it in the tournament, so of course things change for the teams and their preferences.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, we got to ask who hates the Odin, and it's whoever made this decision. It's a sad day.
They hate you. That's
yeah, I mean, that's actually outlaw Odin as well. I mean, that's just a terrible combination to leave the pool in this meta, but
hey, you can play Odin on Split.
My heart's hurt.
You can. I do it.
You can do it. You can. It's possible, but it's not as easy.
But I want to ask you about
the way
I want to ask about Sunset. Are we spamming with the Odin on Sunset?
There's not really that many positions. I don't think so. I think I can play the outlaw on it though. I mess with that.
Yeah, exactly. And the changes to the map are going to be coming. Another one of the pillars that we've had when we speak about maps and the importance that they've had throughout the year is Sunset. And now the way that the A side is going to be played, it has to be different, right? You cannot rely on that post-plant that match. You need to find new frontiers. And even if you were comfortable in the map, maybe this has changed too much, because obviously it's not only map changes that we have.
Yeah, and also the last time we saw you guys at Champs, we didn't get to see Vice. It was not available. It will be now. Do we anticipate some teams maybe actually choosing it and playing her?
I mean, you got to think about it. There's always going to be an advantage if you're the underdog, if there's less tape on how you like to play, and if you're playing Vice, there won't be tape. People aren't going for Vice right now. That's the advantage. The downside is we've seen lots of teams have the opportunity to play Vice, and they haven't. And it's a minimal turnaround with massive map changes coming as well. That's the one place I could see it. One of the new maps, or one of the returning maps, you're probably going to be reworking your comp there. So why not include a bit of a curveball?
Also, whoever that was, is just a consistent demon.
Yeah, absolutely. El Diablo, baby.
El Diablo, baby. El Diablo, baby. But let's talk about the other changes as well. We've got Astra, we've got Chamber, we've got Gecko. Sum it up for me.
Exactly. So if you take a look back and think about Champs, right? We were playing on 902, right? We're on 909 right now. So of course, Astra has now 5 stars. There's also the increment in the radius for Chamber to go again and be that aggressive Sentinels that we had. And of course, another one of the pillars of 2024, this Gecko and the changes, the Wingman having a little bit more of radius, the Thrash having an extra, going from 7 to 8 orbs to get that ultimate, and also the DZ, getting the globules is going to be a little bit more difficult, 5 less seconds to get it, and the Diz is going to be a little bit shorter.
Most importantly, Ares.
Exactly. Mitch.
Yes, of course. I mean, look, at the end of the day, I said that they might hate the Odin, bringing in these patches, bringing in these changes, but clearly they love the Ares, and for that, you win back my love. It's okay, I'll forgive you.
You see, my love for Jimmy Lin is like, it's just
overpowers
consistent. It's consistent. He
I
can
have
do
a theory.
anything. Yeah.
Mary was coming back. They had to bring back Pearl.
Oh, I like the theory. I like the theory.
That's my
And
pitch.
speaking of theories and other things, we've done all of the housekeeping and official business. So let's get a little bit hot and messy with some hot takes. And since you were just kind of giving a little bit of a theory there, Kukuka, I'm going to start with you. What is your hot take for this tournament?
I'm going to say that even though I feel like everybody wants either EMEA or NA to go on top and to get those 2 wins and set one on first, I'm going to say that it's going to be actually a new region taking the trophy. 2024 has been a good year. We've had Gen G getting trophy, China as well with EDG. So I say for Game Changers, the same.
Okay, I like that. Well, for mine, I have a bit of a trend today, I suppose. I talked earlier about maybe Crew could go undefeated in maps. Certainly today, I believe that. But overall in the tournament, I'd go with G2. I think they're going to take this tournament without dropping a map. Straight streak.
Oh, that is spicy. That is very, very
That's
spicy.
actually very spicy.
I felt like
feel
if
very
yours was like 1 chili pepper, yours would be like 3. I'm giving you 3.
So are you?
That's a ghost
What's
pepper.
yours?
I'm going to do my utmost best to try and out pepper you guys and
gonna be
say that
completely
we're in Berlin. Mary is back. Last time Mary was in Berlin, Mary won. So I'm thinking it's time, even though they have a sub on their team, I was chatting to them a little bit. They have been cracking with Lexa for a little bit. They were kind of preparing for this scenario. And how poetic would it be for Mary to take a year out for her studies, come back, and then win it all? I think they will drop some maps though, Mitch. Not as spicy as yours, but I think we're about to see the return of the Queen. It's going to happen.
Okay, I mean, I like it. I'm a supporter of that theory. Fury, and throughout the year we've seen it. We were very happy to have her back. So
Is it hot?
it is hot.
hot?
It is hot. Yeah, especially.
up there.
Yeah. Especially because if you think about the last moments of that Series 3 in the EMEA, you think about Giant X and G2 Ghost, and maybe Falcons has gone a little bit under the radar.
Yeah, well, they will be playing a little bit later. But first, let's get into today's first matchup and talk about Visa Crew Blaze, who are making their third straight champs appearance. They've been here every single time, and they seem to have improved every time we've seen them. But the question is, how far can they go this time? Is this going to be the time where they actually make it deep in this tournament?
Yeah, so to me, it's not only about the changes that they've made, it's thinking about Conir and Romy, the way that these players, as we were saying, they've come back every single year, but how much they've grown, right? Like, I still remember when Conir was playing Chamber, right? Before she dedicated herself to playing the smokes and fully IGLing the team and just making it better, let's say. Same for Romy. I think that the growth is definitely there. They're way more settled, and even though these wins keep on coming, they have learned also from the Game Changers Championship and how it is to go up against someone that you've never done against.
I mean, when you've got a core 3 here who've been to 2, obviously Conir and Romy to 3 GCC events, that is something that we have always talked about since the first time you and I were here in this studio, Yinsu, and we begged teams, stop making changes every couple weeks, keep together.
Yeah.
Were you were you on the desk first strike back in the day?
Oh, no, I was working in Spanish.
God, yeah,
I mean, I
that
was,
was
but
so
not
It was
in
a
this
long,
language.
long time ago. Yeah, exactly. We didn't have you yet. So, so back then, you know,
Our producer was with me.
Yeah, but we talked a lot about consistency and sticking together, not having to rebuild your system again and again, and now we're starting to see that over time. The teams that do that, they succeed. The only downside for Crew is they're going to come up against G2, who we all know aren't going to lose a map.
Yeah, this is the thing, though, you know, with there are just certain players that are synonymous with their orgs. You got Messi on Barcelona. I know you might not know who that is, Mitch, but
I
he
don't.
play for Barcelona. And Romy and Conir, they are just Crew. They are this team. It feels weird if they weren't on this team. But the other thing, I was asking you guys this question, but they want to make it far, right? You don't want to come here for the third time and not be able to make a top 4, top 3, or maybe even a top 2.
And especially being together for that long, that is what you can capitalize on a tournament where, as we just mentioned very briefly, a lot of things have changed. If you have your identity very settled up as a team, you should thrive in this kind of situations.
Yeah, and speaking of, let's hear from Conir herself, who had a chat with Victoria a little bit earlier today.
Hello. Yes, I'm with Conir. Now, this is not your first rodeo at a GCC. How different is the crew today than the one last year at Sao Paulo?
I think we're much better than last year.
And now you are the very first match of today. How confident are you about today's win?
I'm very confident.
Awesome. Well, you heard it here.
I like the confidence. I like, you know, that's what you need going into a tournament like this. But they're going to be going up against a Zeta. And of course, this is a very, very big deal for Japan as a region. We remember the first time we had Zeta on the global scene. And it's all been a bit rough as well, Mitch, for Japanese Valorant in general. Could this be the fire, the spark that ignites them again?
Well, again, I think they've gotten a bit of an unlucky opening matchup, but talking about double elimination, at least perhaps there is still a chance for Fennel 2 years ago. There wasn't. They went down and they went out. But I do think Zeta at the moment, they're hitting their stride regionally, and well, in a micro region, I suppose when we go to Pacific, Zipto definitely managed to do a lot of damage. And the scary thing is, for me, when I think about the level of competition here, there's not many teams that I would put below Zipto or directly above them. I'm saying they're close to the same level. That wasn't a diss to Zipto. And so for Zeta, if you're struggling against them, then who here will you be able to dominate, right? So we're hoping for them making it through matchups, taking a couple of wins. It's possible. I think the main thing is this is a good learning experience for them up against some of the best in the world.
I'm going the different route. Let's not sugarcoat it. Yes, they are the underdogs. They're coming in as the second seed, and Zipto has always had the upper hand against them. But they're coming in as the underdog, and we know what kind of power that brings onto the stage. That is the kind of thing that they need to capitalize in. Plus, also the experience that Zuzu brings.
The aura as well.
Yes,
the
that's
aura. I want to be a part of this team so bad. I'm like, take me. But yeah, Suzu, she has been here before. This is not her first rodeo, but she also has, I feel like, a bit of a tough task to go up against Dodds on the other side today, who, by the way, I'm actually really mad how kind of like under the radar Dodds has gone under because she is insane. Kukuka, we talk about MVPs. I think she could really be up there as one of the contenders for MVP.
Absolutely, and since Mitch is going to be wrong and Crew is going to win everything without dropping a single match, probably Dots is going to be the MVP of this tournament. I think it's very exciting for people watching at home to see this kind of clash. And if they have never seen her play, it's such an electric kind of play. She's going to capitalize on all the changes on the Neon and the support that she gets from the team, especially from Conir and the rest. It's immaculate.
I mean, I'm excited to see Mimi lift that MVP bracelet trophy, whatever we end up in, just to prove Bea wrong. But I will agree that Dodds certainly deserves it. Because Dodds, what's incredible about her is often when I see a Neon, especially up against a lot of comps playing her Cypher, you're going to expect it to be a little bit of a taper off on the attack side in terms of getting your openings. You're going to go down a little bit lower in the stats than when you're playing a Raze or something like this. At least that's what you'll normally see. Dodds has been delivering, and it's not just opening duels, it's like you get one kill, and then she clears the whole site and spawn. There's 3 kills, you're in a 5v2, the round is won. She wins rounds for your team as the barriers go up.
Hey, but don't underestimate the underdogs, like Kukuka just said. And speaking of, let's send it back to Victoria and hear from Zeta's Akko and Moko.
I'm here with Zeta Division's Akko and Mocha, and we have Koya here to help us translate. Welcome, ladies. Now, there are a lot of duos here in GCC, but you guys are one of the rare few non-duelist duos that we love to talk about. What is it that makes your pairing work so well?
ここゲームチェンジャーズチャンピオンシップでは多くのデュオが存在すると思うんですが、デュエリストのデュオが多い中でお二人はデュエリストではないデュオとして成功しています。二人のデュオの秘訣があれば教えてください。
ゼータに入る前からの仲なので、お互いでなんかフィードバックし合ったりとか、そういうのが秘訣なんじゃないかなと思います。
So we've been together ever since before Zeta Division, so we're able to give feedback to each other with no pressure. I think that's the key.
And Moko, how do you feel about your duo?
デュオの秘訣についてどう思いますか？
The same question. Okay.
まあ私はアコミンが大好きだからです。
Simply because I love Akko.
Nothing like love to bring you over the finish line. Well, all the best today, ladies.
頑張ってください今日。
Honestly, find yourself someone that looks like you the way that Moko looks like Akko. I feel like that's a perfect dynamic for a duo. And of course, they've got an IGL to back them up as well. Here, I feel like in Valorant we love like unique in-game names, and I think this one you are. That's incredible.
Absolutely good. It's meant to be casted, so I'm so happy that she made it here. And of course, it's going to be one of the bigger topics when we talk about Zeta, because as we're saying, now she's going to be IGL, and then the task ahead is no longer just beating your biggest opponent in Chipto, is the rest of the world is looking. You're going up against the best of the best. Can you measure up with them?
Well, again, UR has measured up as a fragging IGL. You know, there's so many examples of fragging IGLs and of IGLs who struggle to frag. Coldamenta is a great example of one of those. I'll let you figure out which one. But I think for UR, I think that UR.
Hold up, 1 second. Pause.
This is personal.
Why is Colda like catching strays when like
I said he's an example of one of them. I didn't say which one he's an example of.
Colda, we got your back.
It is the latter. But UR is able to do what some people can't, and is able to put out numbers, able to lead the team. There is going to be a challenge, though, again, leading at an international level, the pressure as well. But I loved hearing that in the interview, that this is a team that's been together a while. They've got that good feedback system, because that, again, comes back to one of the strengths that we'll talk about for Crew, which is that they've been here before. Doesn't matter that Zeta haven't. If they've got that camaraderie, maybe they can make it work.
Well, we asked you guys for a poll earlier, and it's time for the results of our MasterCard fan poll. We asked you which undefeated team will keep their win streaks alive, and you guys have gone with Crew. And don't forget to use #VCTGameChangers to voice your opinions and tell Mitch why that was out of order.
I might have to apologize to Coldamenta later, but I'll check my DMs
tears.
after.
With tears. We need that. But yeah, we're not really super surprised, right, with the result of the poll. We kind of knew it was probably going to lean over there.
Yeah, exactly. I cannot blame people for not thinking that ALG is going to continue what they were doing, because they're the team that has played the least, right, out of everybody that is here. So, you know, that is understandable. And yes, you're right. It will be Crew.
Yeah? You're happy about this?
Oh, look,
Mitch,
listen,
do
I don't want to get
name
shouted at
someone?
again. Sure, yes, I'm very happy. I agree.
With what point specifically? I need
Crew
more
are going to be fantastic, and they're amazing, and they'll keep the win streak going.
Oh, okay. Would we see that as an upset if they don't? How big of an upset would it be if Zeta were to take this?
I think definitely it's an upset. It's a region that hasn't delivered on the international stage so far, and a group that's majority debuting at this level.
Bear in mind, changes from the patch, from the match, from the maps, anything can happen today. If you want to take that win, today, the first day, is the best day because everybody's bringing in new things.
And very quickly, how much have the map changes affected these two teams in particular?
Oh, for Crew, they for example, love picking Icebox. You know, it's a very comfort zone for them. It makes me a bit sad because Icebox is also the kind of map where we see the Clove, the Harbor, all of this, you know, more interesting picks that we're not going to see that often. So I would say Crew.
And I think for Zeta, it's a big positive because they've got two maps coming in that there's no tape on them, that they can reinvent the wheel and maybe catch their opponents off guard. I think before that, Crew's experience would carry them across it in any head-to-head matchup on any map.
Well, an entire year of competition has led to this moment, starting with 3 best of 3s today. And without further ado, let's kick off day 1 of Game Changers Championship 2024.
In 2023, I had a chip on my shoulder. I had a lot to prove. Winning in 2023 champs felt amazing. I was so proud of my teammates. This year, having a target on our back only makes us work harder. Together, we can win again.
First win in 2022?
I think it was just pure happiness.
But also in 2023, just put you in reality check. But be very aware of like what's needed to become the best.
2回目でやっと来れて嬉しいって感じです。諦めへんで。
Sandra 2 years ago was very immature and didn't know any better. Back here in Berlin, 2 years later, have unfinished business to take care of.
As a 16-year-old, it was very hard. Madvi, she was really trying to get me back into the game and play on her team. This time, I want to build a legacy for the MENA region. How crazy would it be if we win champs?
never had a Game Changers champ before without Crew. But just how are they going to fare against a team that's never even set foot on this stage? It is the opening game of the day, which means this best of 3 is going to be absolutely crucial.
Yeah, exactly. And as we think about that map, Vito, Split and Pearl are going to go out right after
Jimmy Lin!
No! It's because we couldn't bring Jimmy Lin, Mitch.
You know, I'm really surprised. As I said, I thought Zeta would lean towards the new maps, maybe to catch Crew off guard, but whether they suspect there's being work done there, whether they're just confident in their like bind, for example, their Ascent leaving them in, I'm not too sure. I think this is a Vito that goes the way of Crew.
Yeah, and just in case you guys didn't catch that, Vito, map 3 will be Haven. The other 2 maps were banned out in the second round. And honestly, if you were Zeta, you were saying as well, Mitch, in terms of the map changes coming in, you're not going to be that upset that you get to play these 3 maps.
Yeah, I mean, bind hasn't been great for them regionally, but outside of that, Ascent is probably their backbone right now. Certainly the one that they stand the best chance of the maps remaining in the pool. So, hey, it's not terrible, but again, matching up pound for pound, looking at some of these players, and I think someone like Dodds, we have a lot of dangers, a lot of red flags up for their opposition.
Do we expect any changes, maybe in the agents, maybe to just go back to the comfort of what they have been playing in the region? Because I think that this Vito went a little bit, I think that they conditioned themselves in the right way.
Well, let's take a look and see if we will get some changes. And oh my God! That is not the change I expected. If you told me anything else, I would have been like, okay, yeah, fair enough. Wow, they came here to
for
play.
Yoru is quite a swap to make. I mean, I was expecting to come in here talking about double initiator on the side of Crew. Instead, I'm talking about double duelist, and those are some scary duelists. This, to me, is a comp that says, we are better than you, and we're about to prove it.
Oh, yeah, exactly. And I cannot remember the last time that BSIC played Yoru, but I can tell you, it's been a while. It's definitely been a while, and she's not a Yoru main, so I expect some surprises. I expect some preparation, and probably wanting to make a statement to the rest of the teams here, because if they are able to make this look flawless, it's going to be more than interesting, because the pace of this is going to be on another level.
The best part as well is the fact that you take out the Fade and put a Sky in too, so you've got even more oppressive flashes coming at you. This is going to be terrifying to defend against this composition.
Yeah, here's the thing though, not a Yoru main, you are right about that, but she did play a ton of duelists in the past, or Jet as well for a while, so this is not a new thing, but I want to look on the other side, because coming into this, for Suzu, the head-to-head was Suzu and Dodds. That's the kind of the matchup they were looking forward to, but now she's just going to go up against 2 duelists as well. But today is going to be a day of many firsts, and this is the first time that I get the honors of tossing to these 2 fine gentlemen. So Uber and Wyatt, take it away and have a great cast.
Thank you very much, Insu. Great to be here. Finally, they got us out to Berlin, Wyatt. Wyatt River here with Mitch Leslie, of course, bringing your first match in. One that is fascinating because, like so many teams here at Game Changers Championships, we have 2 teams that have dominated their regions domestically, but big question marks over their international aspirations.
Absolutely. Crew, they have been here 3 years in a row. Always dominance in the LATAM region. Kanir coming back for the 3rd time in a row. Rami as well. But it's always been a case of just domination in LATAM, and it's hard to place them globally because of that. You know, they've said, though, themselves that this new roster, the iteration, bringing in the 2 Brazilians, Dodds certainly putting up obscene stats on really all the duelists.
Best-in-class stats.
Yeah, they're feeling like this is really the roster. They're really leveling up this time.
As I just pointed out, a very new look composition here for Visa Crew Blaze Wyatt. We see the Yoru come in, that double duelist setup for the 2 Brazilian players on this roster.
And they prefer running Neon on this map, which personally I'm a bit pessimistic about sometimes, but they have made it work. Since running that, they have only actually lost 4 rounds on defense within 3 games, which is pretty mad. And they're starting on defense here, so we'll see if they can recreate that magic at this international tournament.
Early explore straight down short here, but Crew have actually opted off the A side to have a strong presence in showers here. So this explore from Zeta will go largely unnoticed, but you'll notice Visa Crew Blaze are ready to receive it. Okay, Arco now knows there's some presence here inside showers. She still wants to dig it out, but she may not be aware of the second player here. Korea spotted through the TP, they come. Arco's able to find one. Vyatzik, though, with a trade out. Now 3 players in showers. Spike is down.
Crucial for the 1v1. UR has that Molotov ready. A lot of delay being offered from that. Can go on the spike late.
Time ticking though, Dodds. Yep, she knows she needs to get into halls here. Good pressure, Moko taken down. What a stun! The relay bolt, perfect for the situation. Still though, attempted a defuse, stymied. Crew with 3 players up and they need to get moving, but the post-plant setup has been good for Zeta. Dodds able to bring Serena down. It's just the newly minted IGL to interrupt this. Kinnear gets it to halfway. Now the 1v1. Kinnear just a tap and swings out, can't finish it. But the defuse doesn't come out in time. Okay. Already an explosive pistol.
Just by the .28. And I mean, immediately we see the power of Dodds on this roster. So smooth with the utility, getting back into lamp solo, clearing out both players, stunning both of them as well. And then it's UR who has really been a high impact player for Zeta throughout their run qualifying here to clutch that out.
Taken down.
What an electric opening.
One enemy remaining.
You feel like UR had it. Steady pair of hands here, but actually swung into a shot that brought her down. Zeta still able to come away with the round though, well timed. Into the second now, Zeta Division concerned about a pop here out from Hookah, but Crew opting to divert most of their resources to A short here defensively.
Yeah, it was a bit of a trap play setup they had there. You could see that Makilla was ready to send that Skybird up for the flash if there was any presence, but it just wasn't found. Stack on A, not paying off just yet.
Back off the site, gate crash in position for Bjartzik if she would need to return to A, but this is pretty typical of Zeta Division. They are very methodical. Like to play together. It's a stylistic trait brought from the Japanese region. I've read this. 3 defenders on the site,
They've
though.
adjusted that stack beautifully, right at the perfect time. Now executing into the side, kills going the way of Crew due to that stack as well. Serena trying to trade back down into the 2v2. Makilla weak, weaponry not particularly great either. Zeta needing to root them out, however. And Makilla does go down. Zeta biding the time, playing together, trading out nicely, swinging together as Spike is trying to go down. Kinnear, so talented, able to get that first. Still though, only a classic, not able to recover any weapon of significance. You are with the Vandal.
Spot on first, Kinnear has to reload! Disaster there for Visa Crew plays. Zeta a little bit rocky though, as far as that anti-eco round is concerned. They've been able to maintain a rifle coming out of it.
Yeah, and it was just Dodds pushing down short that gave the information to Crew. Let's go for the sack on B. Let's rotate. And they got there just in time to deal immense damage. Look at, we're going to see what Zeta are forced onto now, and it's not good. They're going to have to save. They have the one hero Vandal that's going to be brought over in the hands of the duelist Suzu. But that is really all they've got to work with here.
We go again, pressure here, Lord Showers, early action, Suzu with that singular rifle trying to make something happen, but Dodds is just indomitable. And Zeta's early offensive, they try to go for a fast hit, it fizzles out. Now distributed across the map, they've got a spike to recover.
Surely we don't get the Dodds ace this early, do we? He is wandering forward, and there is the 4th, and they've just got to give it to them at this point.
Serena spotted.
Hunting them down with the movement.
Cybercade showing up here, Serena trying to cover her retreat. Dodds has the taste for blood though. No spot out there off that guiding light. Serena here virtually trapped, nothing really to save for the next round. Still over about a minute to work with here, and there it is, Bjartzik with the steal.
Oh, that's tough. That is tough. No patience, just 0.5 seconds. Dodds would have got that. Come over 3 rounds in. Okay. First match. That's tough. That's tough.
Must be a Brazilian thing, Wyatt. This is incredible stuff, though. Again, Zeta are opting to push through that brim smoke into a territory they have very limited information about, and Dodds is able to just hold it down.
Now we are getting into this Zeta Division full buy, and very, very early on, ultimate UR for the Brimstone, pivotal to win a crucial round here potentially, with their economy on the line.
Same setup here. 2 players for Crew set up inside shower. It's the same brim smoke as well, but Zeta are a little tentative this time about pushing through. This time, send the cam, it's going to be an orbital strike coming down, but Kinnear this time is the one that won't be shifted. An orbital strike can just be stepped out of by Crew here. Attempt to play through TP, Kinnear shuts it down as well. UR is in deep trouble. She holds it down for 2. A 3rd will be massive here to bail her out, but the ammunition isn't there. And it's up to Moko. having to wrap through, but she's already been spotted out, Wyatt.
And that is tough. Michaela ready for that to shut the round down. Zeta really want to hard force showers at the moment, but Crew have really been steadfast with this double sack. They're content playing there. If the pressure comes down short, that's a nice position to retain if, later in the round when they're trying to get the spike plant down, Zeta. But fighting forward, it's just not working out. Trying to work their way through the Neon stun, really impossible. It's just got them bogged down in that really tight choke at the door.
Dodds there. 8-3 so far. We are into our 5th round.
It is madness, but it is what's expected from a player that's putting up like over 1 kills per round on every duelist in LATAM, which is just nasty activity. You can't be allowed to do that. Yet somehow coming into this tournament, I swear there's a duelist from every region that is just that good.
Except maybe for Zeta's region. The firepower is something that we would maybe have raised a query about for this team.
Yeah, and that is, potentially the issue. I think this is a cool stylistic matchup to open this tournament for both teams, really, where Crew, such heavy firepower, versus a Zeta that look their best when they're going for these early round set plays, big set executes, where they look more regimented. But up against a duelist that can really take over the game, that is where they've had some struggles throughout their qualifying run in Pacific. We saw that in the finals against Zipto, where Ineri was really able to control the game on the Neon, in fact. So we'll have to see if they can overcome that hurdle this time.
Serena's trying to sell the fake here over at A, and so far it's working for Visa Crew Blaze players. Set up onto that site. Here comes the hit now from Zeta. Gonna be quick about it. Trailblazers to lead the way. Suzu up front. Remember, this is really just pistols here for Zeta Division. But they've got the setup. We're gonna have the molly thrown over towards CT side. Here comes the TP play. 3 players for Visa Crew Blaze coming in, and it's gonna be UR up first to receive this. Does this get checked? No! She's able to fight too! Biatsic recovers. Only 3 now left for your LATAM delegates. And the Seekers spotting Biatsic out here over towards Hookah.
This late flank is so nice coming through from Serena. They're not going to expect this to not go as well. Mid-jump headshot.
Moko here, though, out of the picture. Defused, got to half. Michaela looking to try and get it done. The stick isn't there. Moko gets into the game. And there it is, your MasterCard Thrifty for Zeta Division.
I think they just pull that out of absolute thin air. Crew were really focused on that A site, expecting the aggression to come there again, where, to be fair, Zeta have put a lot of emphasis there. Able to just contact up. And then it's all, again, 2 rounds already where UR is the linchpin of Zeta's success. Those 2 kills, and then a lovely late rewrap through Hookah from Serena. Just another thorn in their side.
The one is enough. Serena on that long push. Okay. Ultimate here for Dodds.
Oh my god, with the stimmy as well. The speed is outrageous.
Committing! I don't think Biatsic sees UR. Now coming out of that ultimate, at least able to find the one. Shorty does connect. Serena playing a little slower. They don't know that she is interposed between Crew's lineup, but Keneal was a late wrap from that A side.
Look at this, they've completely flipped the map now. Zeta working into that B side. It was offered up for free. Akko on the cross, won't get spotted. And now they could plant for Heaven. Really difficult to retake when these positions are retained, when the spike is planted here back site.
This post-plant util a little bit limited though for Zeta. They do have, of course, a snake bite. That's it. Could be a full retake here, and those Seekers feel a little bit superfluous at this point. We know exactly what is afoot, but they have to be relatively slow about this because Zeta have had so much time to assume these post-plant positions.
A lot of distance to be covered. Moko lone in shower. This would be
flashed in.
Stool to win. Flash dodge.
Huge.
Lovely headshot.
Now Showers control here for Zeta in the post-plant. All of Visa Crew Blaze have to come as a unit over towards the side. Michaela reveals herself. Moko's still healthy enough here. And the rest of Zeta can play off this info. Akko flashes in. Beautiful. Keneal taken down, and now it's all up to Romy in the time. It's not on her side. She knows it too. Moko not going to give her anything to work with here. And Zeta Division, so circuitous all around the map.
Look at the crossfires that they were able to set up there. Massive credit to Moko. That kill in shower. And then all of a sudden, the players coming in, pinched from Heaven, pinched from a defender spawn and shower. I mean, you can't cover all of those angles. Again, retaking when it's planted backside is just so difficult to do. And now due to that prior eco, due to this lovely take of A, economy's cracked for the Crew side.
Moko winning out against Piatek there in Showers. That is massive. You notice Romy come and try to clear that position out, try to at least give a semblance of a crossfire to Visa Crew Blaze in that post plant. They got nothing.
I have to say as well, I mean, that early round play from Visa Crew Blaze was pretty mad. That like the double ultimate coming through, the overdrive and the Yoru, the dimensional drift clearing out all of market. But it's UR who has the hot hand right now for Zeta that shut down that overdrive instantly. Dodds didn't even get to fire off a second of that LG.
We were just talking about it. While Cold of Enter is catching strays from the analyst desk, we talked about how important it is to have these IGLs that can step up and frag, and UR, who, by the way, selected this name so it would be easier for casters to say.
Much appreciated.
So, really, really polite of him. She's really stepped up in a big way. Saw Coach Bebasita there with the first opportunity to discuss with Visa Crew Blaze why it's gone wrong thus far.
Headed into this round. Actually, economy a bit better than I expected it to be. Enough so that they've got the operator. First one of the game in the hands of the Yoru, locking down Shower. A good angle to pick up an area of the map where Zeta have put really heavy focus. Cage is nice to cross. Flash gets that ping as well, and it forces out the gate crash. So a nice take of Shower control here very early for Zeta.
It's still slow, but in the past, Visa Crew Blaze have set 2 players up here in Shower. They've had Dodds and Conia.
Yeah, this is good though. Flash comes through, doesn't actually spot Serena, who's been inserted. That cam is really nice as well. Totally aware if a repush, a re-clear will come in. It doesn't look like that's was going to happen, but now it's Dodds slowly walking forward.
They're going to walk right into this. They're trying to get value out of the stinger that Conia has. Serena ready for this, but shoulder pick there from Dodds. Slide out, a little bit dangerous. Serena tucks here. Got to be hit by the relay bolt though. And oh, Dodds on the slide. It's beautiful. Double duelist. You've got to make some action happen early in these rounds.
And with that re-clear, they'll now look at the map control. It's really nothing for Zeta. The wall has cycled back up, recharged, so a contact push, fight in lamps. If they could,
she's about to get busy.
The kill on Dodds, but no one watching it, but a rare whiff.
No relay bolt to work with there, Dodds. She has to get out.
30 seconds left.
Zeta, they're all grouped up here on short. They haven't crossed. There was a brim one way that prevented them just to push, and now they're going to go through TP, but they have limited information about this B side. Suzu, though, she gets there first, finds Michaela there with the paint shells, and Romy's forced back by the smoke.
That was a really good nade, and look at this right now. You are ultimate, ready to go. Crucial for the post plant. Suzu wants to take the fight to them, playing around that smoke. Doesn't really have anything to, be too proactive, though. There's no flashes right now.
Zoo, shoulder peek. Okay, Orbital being thrown down. Piatek playing from outside of it, a bit frustrating being on the outside looking in with this operator here, and again, just more shoulder peeks from Suzu, but Kania's gotten out onto the side. Dodds able to find her third of the round here. Unreal! Visa Crew Blaze, they're bullying their way out through CT. Dodds with 4.
Yeah, things getting a bit disjointed there. This Visa Crew Blaze team, they are really taking advantage of the stims getting thrown down by the brim. The pace that Kania was able to get back in, allowing the rest of them to scale off, and obviously speed matched by the Neon there too. Dodds getting back in, 12 on the board.
Round 8, by the way.
Maybe regretting sending out some of this utility so early. It's straight through the snake bite. Actual no-fear gameplay. The shots are just lethal, man.
And yet, Dodds is able to find so many of those kills just without pushing onto the site properly. That was Kania that went straight through. She had nothing to see.
Just offers up such a distraction. Economy boom for Zeta now as the op repositions towards long this time, and we have that double setup. Showers again as well.
Double face here. Oh my goodness!
Round B.
What a way to open up the account by Piatek. Moko, despite this, still wants to assume a position up at the top of B long. Serena at least in the spot to pressure now. The gun's not good for Zeta. 2 stingers here to work with, and Moko just wants to get this real estate.
Save some actual magic. This should just be all too easy for Crew to clean up. The Sheriff shots have been pretty sick from Zeta, but obviously the deficit there way too strong.
And we see the double setup there over towards B long. It's reminiscent of what we saw from Clevitan out in Americas. Really hard to break if you don't have like an omen to one-way that corner. And as Zeta Division, Coach Ryota calling a timeout.
At an optimal time for sure. When we get back into this round, there are significant ultimates in play for Zeta. They have the showstopper for Suzu. easy way to open up the site, force those defenders back, and then you have the Viper's Pit to throw down while the spike is being planted, retain the site, make it tough for the retake. So, you know, an easy duo of those ultimates in tandem that could get them this crucial round win. You know, despite winning a number of rounds here, their economy has been pretty bad. They've had to eco a couple times already, and that just hasn't been the case for Crew. Even on a round where I thought they were about to eco, and so I was like, wait, they haven't. Oh, where are they? What are they investing in? How are they getting this money?
And yet it works beautifully. I mean, previously Biatic doesn't have a great way to use it because they're on the wrong side. There's a lot of that Brim utility that cuts, you know, Visa Crew Blaze off. It ends up being Dodds just walking up, getting 4 kills in that round. But that round, holding those extremities for contact plays, Zeta Division walk straight into that line, and Biatic walks away with a rare double kill collat from that one shot. Now you've got to play differently. Now you've got to play cognizant of that operator that could be in showers, could be towards B-Long.
This could be a great opportunity for Suzu to begin to heat up as well. Right now hasn't, at least in terms of the frags individually, has not been able to really do much on the board so far. So
not her first time at Game Changers Champions though. Back in 2022 with Fennel on loan to them. She's back for more.
Yeah, excited to be back. Feeling pretty confident. The team has looked very strong online. Surprising a lot of people too with the run that they made in Pacific, being able to qualify here. And it is through that really nice team play that we were talking about earlier. And we have seen rounds where that is absolutely on display. Some of the calling, some of those post-plant setups were really fantastic. And 4 rounds on attack, it's not too bad already, all things considered.
There's some decent moments of individual brilliance as well. Obviously, Dodds is always going to have that in healthy supply. The double duelist set up here for Crew. We've seen them push up on some of these extremities early in the round. Look to make some trap plays here behind this util. Dodds' relay bolts have been so good at guaranteeing her these lopsided encounters, these engagements where she walks away, winning 1v2s. Zeta Division here know talking to them as well. I had a chance to sit down with UR. They said, look, we know we're not the top seed, you know, coming out of the Pacific region. We love playing the game in such a way that we are together. These set plays. We've noticed, obviously, that when they sort of have to fall back across the map, it can be slow. But honestly, compared to what we saw from them in Pacific, we've seen them take a lot of initiative, be really active here on this attack side of Bind. So a lot of work being done. And bear in mind, obviously, with the map ball changing so drastically as well. Now with Split and Pearl being options, many teams have had to pivot. Visa Crew Blaze's best map, Lotus, not in the pool anymore, for example.
Absolutely. I mentioned it right at the beginning, but in the last 3 games, there were only 4 rounds taken against Crew when they were on Bind defense. So Zeta, they've already matched that, which you have to give them credit. They played some impressive rounds here. And I've been, on the opposite side, really impressed with Crew's map control game. Off adjusted again, and a lovely shot. Get crash out instantly. Suzu trying to gain space, trying to take advantage of this showstopper. And you see that it can, you know, force these defenders back. It can get the space for the spike to go down.
Hang on. Oh, nicely done. Suzu ready for the emergence there from that dimensional drift. Biatic taken down. She hoped to make it another shorty play. Here's a Viper Pit for Zeta being thrown down on the side in a full post plant. Dodds slides on in to save the day. But there is a lot of this Viper util now to deal with. Konia, though, elsewhere. That's from heaven. Great shot. Finding UR.
I think that's just pure random spam. Double face. But Dodds again cleans it up. A good attempt from Akko. Ultimates used in the way that you would expect coming out of that timeout. But Crew really able to circumvent that showstopper. A nice retake back in. And it doesn't hurt when Konia is just spamming through the smoke with a Vandal and finds one. Not too bad. I do love to see, though, how Crew are really taking advantage of and exploiting the stun from this Neon. You can see how focused Dodds is on specific positions on the map. There's a reason that they're playing towards showers so often. You can see how they're taking advantage of lamps, how the stun can just hit any player in that region, sliding in so effective. Really intelligent with the positioning here. Really has been a crux of these round wins for them.
Just a great fallback from that showstopper with that first pick, of course, with the operator on Biatic. The protocols for Crew defensively seem very good as Zeta look to go up a notch. Here's a defensive pop again from Hookah. Dodds is holding on the angle. UR almost seems to be aware of this. Eventually, though, we'll see the defenders fall back, but Long B's there for the taking. Zeta really want to set up here now. We're about to get messy. Guiding Light's going to force Dodds back through that smoke. Arco gets through. Sunned up brief. Though again, those relay bolts are such a problem. And Dodds sprays for it. Mocha at least having a trade out here, but that was a decoy. Michaela able to get rid of the Viper.
Yeah, and that's just another area of the map where the relay bolt, massive value. It connects with everything in Octagon. And you know, that was a situation that Zeta have been taking advantage of a bit, where they get to walk up long. That is one area on the map, aside from when the operator was there, that they've realized they can kind of just contact it and get it relatively for free. But on a round like this, essentially irrelevant. Again, forced onto the eco. You know, that's really been one of the important factors in this map, is that they have struggled economically.
A neural theft here reveals Michaela's position. Bjartzik tries to cover her fall back, but Michaela's still able to find Serena. Yua has to come forward. And Crew comfortable there. They still were distributed 2 and 2 across the map with a gate crash over towards Spawn. They're ready for anything.
See now, perhaps if Crew on defensive Visa Crew Blaze attempts to get Rami close to one of those ult orbs, just one away from the Viper's pit coming into this next round, could be crucial on defense. You just see, again...
They really want to force these fights, right? Visa Crew Blaze looking for engagements wherever they can get
They've got
them.
the comp for it, obviously. I mean, they have a number of flashes. We are seeing the relay bolts every round, how effective they've been on defense. That is the win con for them. And here we go again, doubled up.
Back to the original setup here.
Dodds in the corner. Just giving up short, just completely giving it up. I mean, you can see that there's a gate crash placed defensively in heaven. So, you know, if a pop comes through short, Bjartzik can go for that rotate. Pushing down. The gate crash does expire just now.
Bjartzik is cheating her way out of hookah there. Suzu knows what's happening in here. Dodds able to go for the 1-for-1. Playing on that corner. Relay bolt thrown out here, but the Viper wall's in the way. Dodds very heavily extended. She goes for the ultimate. Suzu reveals herself eventually. Dodds finds yet another one. That is filthy. 18 and 6, by the way. And this is round 11. Dodds translating the domestic dominance here to the international stage. And she wants more, but Serena ready for it.
Perhaps getting a little bit too greedy, honestly. Got robbed by Bjartzik of the ace earlier. Wanted to get it this time. But it has given a bit of an opportunity for Serena and Moko to get back into the round. But unfortunately, there's no cages, so they're going to have to actually contact into this operator. But it is whiff, but
Robbie's there.
Yeah, on that angle, connecting. Some solid headshots, good crosshair placement. And again, it's Zeta trying to force this shower position. That time you could see they wanted to bait out Conir on that swing, expecting that typical position that she's been in. They find that kill. But what can you do when Dawes is playing like this? I mean, this region of the map is actually on lock.
Dodds not having missed a beat. Starting stuff. 5 speed here for Romy in this last round of the first half. Seek is developed here by Arco. We're going to have another aggressive push-up short here by Crew into the smoke.
Forward positioning. They've been fantastic in the map control game. Just the jiggle peeks from Michaela and on the opposite side as well.
So smothering, this Visa Crew Blaze setup.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you can even see towards Hookah, there's no presence from Visa Crew Blaze, but there's the poison cloud there just to feign it. Feign that people could be hiding in Hookah, close control. And now the pit as well. I mean, push down short. This presence in Octagon. They have the AWP and shower. I mean, the time is dwindling. Listen, still a minute, but you have to re-clear just every damn position on the map at this point for Zeta.
You've got to figure it out pretty darn quickly, Wyatt. Like you said, Hookah might be the only option here, but Zeta Division put themselves at risk from funneling from one entry point onto B.
These Seekers will be very effective, though, for Akko. Just pure contact re-clear on Hookah. We'll get the positioning on the Viper. Maybe you get a cheeky spam down to drop the pit, find that opening kill.
Smokes to elbow and towards CT. It's about time for Zeta to go. It's going to be Suzu satchling, faking it, but Michaela's happy to stand out in the open. That's the entry now stuffed here for Zeta Division, but they're not done. Pushing on out, but Yuan's going to be hit by a flash instantly. Romy just playing outside of this pit. It eventually drops, and Moko's waiting for it on the other side. Down to 2 now, a Crew. Couldn't able to stand tall, but stuck in the middle of the site. The double swing for Zeta pays off, and it's up to Bjartzik with the op.
Left. Spike planted.
Moko just on that corner. Bjartzik knows it. Double swing could be devastating here. She'll have a shot. Both Zeta players low. 55 points of health between the two of them. And a flash still in hand here for the Yoru. There's that Sky healing, actually finding some value. Time to go for it, but Beyonce runs headlong into the last two Zeta players remaining. And that's Zeta Division getting to 5 rounds at the end of the half.
And frankly, again, all things considered, a good half for Zeta. A number of those crew round wins were against Ecos. And when it came to the actual full buy rounds, Zeta were playing very well. A lot of things to take away that were impressive from both sides, to be honest, but those gun rounds for Zeta, quality.
Half time in the first map. We'll be back for more of Bind after this.
Falling back to earth, falling back to earth, falling back to earth, falling back to earth. Don't be afraid. We made it to stars when we die, they don't bleed. Don't look away. Remember your face when the sky, but I'm here and I say, call you when I'm on my stone. Falling back to, every time I said something dumb. Saw you laugh and brought me back to earth. I'm waving from the sky, the bike detonated time. Don't cry. Falling back to earth.
Halftime in our first map for Game Changers Championship for 2024. And it's a close one. Zeta Division White, they come out of the gates on the attack side looking far more interested at starting these early engagements than we maybe would have expected.
Absolutely. Totally agree. I'm very interested to see now the dynamic between the agents. Now the crew are on attack.
Double duelist
is a good counter for this Neon. A trip just catching them off guard could be an easy shutdown. And you're really going to see this crew team trying to push deep, push past their own smokes when they're executing on these sites because they have a number of flashes to do so. And Dodd's Relay Bolt ability to slide into backside, play off of them. So this should just be some serious aggression off the executes.
Suzu position ready for it. The TP play as well. Nicely done. And now Trailblazer sent it by Arco. What? Victor crew play is struggling. They crumble inside that Showers position. Robbie's managed to get deep here. Serena up in heaven, won't be ready for this, but how now do you springboard off that kill deep behind enemy lines?
I mean, good luck getting the spike. Even when they try to get in shower here, they might just get mollied off by UR. Just a bit of obnoxious util, and there it is. Okay, no, still does cover.
Does the job. Okay. That's Company Crew have to slow things down a little bit. You are holding the line here, waiting for the swing. Michaela able to win it out, though. That's 2, that's 3 for Michaela. Sets up the 1 versus 1. And Moko is a long way from this action, but will be able to keep an eye on that spike position.
30 seconds left.
This is a good angle to hold. Bit of an off angle.
I got this.
Michaela ready for this.
Spots her.
Touchdown, damage exchange. Spike recovered though. Opportunity for the plant. Can get backside.
We're out of there. We're going all the way to the B site now.
Around the world.
This is going to give Michaela a chance to set up in this 1 versus 1. Both players really just a tap away from
10
death.
seconds left.
With plenty of time in the round, Michaela parts over at B.
Planted.
A lot of areas now for Moko to clear. Just felt like there's no reason to really try and push out, obviously. You know, she goes out onto site and Michaela retained that position. Might have just got a shot on the side.
Wait,
Immediate duel! Oh my god, 4th headshot of the round. I mean, so many of them exchanged. That first one from Suzu was outrageous. Fraction of a millisecond reaction time. I mean, barely even spotted the head on that swing. And then that moment from Rami, though, finding a little gap. Because so many players went for that Showers crunch that was effective. But really heads up to be able to push that deep. Through extending the lead now.
Tough pill to swallow for Coach Ryota. Was looking so good for Zeta in such an important pistol round. They're behind them now. Crew here look to want to pressure B and be quick about it.
Both teams clutch for clutch on the pistols. Serena was one opportunity. Off angle held again.
Octagon
Tricky
clear.
for Rami to clear here.
Crew know they can set up on the other side of this Viper wall. Pings over towards elbow. We're getting a drift over here by Moko to set up in that elbow spot. It's a position here for Serena. She's cheated out all the way down this slope.
And now look at this.
She spotted.
Fake presence here from Biazik. Wants to fight. Left that gate crash over at B and teleport. But Serena exposing Rami. That's only a Sheriff recovered.
Dodds over the Vandal. They've already opened up this B site here. Yes, there's a cam set up. Serena just really sitting back here. She got so deep. This push out of Hookah. Now we'll see a fallback over towards Octagon. A couple players. The double stack for Crew setting up to try and get into elbow. Facilitated by Biazik. The flash, but now 3 players from Zeta swing out onto the site. Still favors Visa Crew Blaze though, as Serena eventually gets into the action via Hookah. There's going to be another 1v1. Michaela will have to do it again. This time against Suzu, but she's out of bullets. Visa Crew Blaze, not the smoothest anti-eco, but they get there.
So close. I mean, we have actually just repeated exactly how the first half started. Clutch 1v1 to win the pistol, into the other team gets 4 kills when they're on the eco, sends the economy into the dumpster for the team that won the pistol.
Back-to-back
Literally the same
clutches.
thing.
And still the money. Like you said, not in a great spot. Visa Crew Blaze down to Sheriffs here in a Bulldog.
Great opportunity now for Zeta to just play a clean round. Obviously, they have to contend with this aggression, this speed of the Crew comp. Tripwires here will be so tough to deal with. Crew go for that fast execute. You know, if Dodds really kind of gets ahead of herself, it's easy to run into those and just get caught out first.
Dodds looking for a 20th kill of the game. Those trips here do need to be respected. Fast lane here thrown up by Dodds. Into the trip though. A little dangerous. That was at least triggered by the Trailblazer first. Crew up to pull out of this B-long position.
Finds retreat because in the meantime, Biazik able to insert over into that Showers position. And Rami as well, just controlling A shore, making sure that there's not going to be a pushdown. So they're set up for a fair execute here, but Zeta do have 3 players ready. Angles being watched by the far superior weaponry, taps through some decent damage.
Moko's got to be happy about that. Dodds going to be dragging herself onto the side here, but Biazik has gotten through and past this molly. Routinely disrespecting the mollies from Zeta Division. Moko inside the smoke. For the timing now as the spike gets tapped here. It's going to be UR opening things up though. Moko happy to deal with Kanira from inside that smoke. And now you're down to 2, but Dodds fights 2 on the pistol. Romy so clutch in that LATAM decider game. Can't connect with Suzu across the map. Zeta get back in it.
That is really just the gun advantage hold from Zeta. Picking up that round off the back of the Sheriff kills in the prior. And already we're headed to an explosive one here. Crucial when you take a look at the state of Crew's economy. Zeta's as well, to be fair. It's not great just yet. A number of players 1 away from getting an ultimate when we get into this next round. You know, you have UR 1 off the orbital strike. Dodds 1 off of the overdrive. Biazik 1 off the dimensional drift. Could be explosive here.
Again, back to B-long here. 3 players from Visa Crew Blaze. Just to clear Octagon and give themselves the option to make a play for Shower or hit this side properly. It's the same Cypher util set up by Serena.
My ult's ready.
Perhaps with that tripwire inside Octagon back a little further. The drift here from Konia heading over to the B side of the map.
This time it's Zeta with that shower control crucial, allowing the rest of the team to focus their efforts on B. Trips to play off, Cam to play off.
They haven't cleared Hookah, Visa Crew Blaze, so still looking in that direction, unsure. Serena in the past opting to flank that way. Here come the Seekers. Dimensional Drift also popped there by Biazik. Dodds steps up, steps forward now, heading straight to elbow. Wins it out against Arco, but elsewhere the Showstoppers able to claim Michaela. Out of that Dimensional Drift comes Biazik, but wouldn't have escaped from that orbital strike either way. Dodds deep with that ultimate, finds her 3rd of the round, and Moko will be in trouble, but she has that range at least to work with. Now in a 1 versus 2. Smoke dodge, she's got to go for it. 42 health, and the molly means she's got to come up. Crew get to 10.
Just ultimates on ultimates. The space that's being able to be taken by Crew on those fast executes. That just simply is what this comp is excelling at. The ability to fight deep sight together. I mean, look at that. Dot so fast into elbow. Catching out Akko. Catching out Akko with the util out. And then Biazik into the container, out of the teleport. There's just too much going on for the defenders to contend with. Even set up with multiple players, set up with the trips.
Now Zeta's economy beaten and bruised. Serini with a Marshall. We have this Zeta division stack over towards this B side. They're going to go for it. Back through the wall, in they go, but Michaela's there for two. Suzu's Space Shell claims one, but Dodds more than happy to get aggressive. You are posted up over towards Hookah, but she can't get much done. The singular Cypher over towards the A site now has to drag herself over to B.
Dodds is just simply too good right now. I mean, simply cannot be shut down. And this was the question heading into this game, this stylistic clash where Crew really have that exceptional firepower in every game that they've displayed regionally against a Zeta team that thrives more on the team play, thrives more on some of these set moments. We've seen some really well-called rotations as well. But in some of these situations where they need to shut down Dodds with the overdrive, they're just not able to hit the crucial shots when there's that slide coming through, when there's the full speed running around with the buff Neon where you're just going any direction. It's simply a matter in a lot of those situations of not connecting the bullets.
Zeta division in that round, though, kind of pressed into going for something aggressive early, given that their economy was in shambles. This time around, though, it's a different story. Timeout being called here. A little bit of discussion on the Visa Crew Blaze side of things now as Zeta division looking at what might be their last full buy round of this map if they cannot find success with it. They bring a Neural Theft into this round. Korea has a orbital strike on that attack side here. And again, two clutch rounds back to back from Michaela really gets Crew rolling on this attack side.
And of course, to be noted, this is Crew's map pick. And since they started running this comp, pure dominance on this map. And then even coming into this tournament, bringing in that Yoru, small adjustments, something new into the fold that Zeta's prep, you know, a little bit out the window. Tough to adapt to. Tough to particularly adapt to even heightened aggression from that second duelist on top of the Neon already.
Let's get set up.
Well, the most likely timeout called there by Visa Crew Blaze. Peppercita didn't seem like she had a whole lot to say. Maybe icing the kicker is the plan. In come Crew again, and it's this emphasis towards B-Long and Octagon early in the round being shown.
Yeah, it's really been an exchange of the two extremities. Zeta a bit more passively, but still taking some shower control. And then, meanwhile, it is a fast take of B-Long and a fake. Faking, yep, just faking some of his presence. And yeah, there are the teleports.
Visa Crew Blaze definitely hoping for something in showers, someone to have pushed up, an easy pickup there, but
Scout destroyed.
Zeta playing pretty entrenched, anchoring on both of the sides. They might head to B again.
Almost out.
It looked like that might have been the intention for a moment, just given that Michaela was continuing over towards B-Long, was the player with the spike, but it's going to be a gather towards A. Tripwires to deal with, good counter to the Neon, but we haven't exactly seen that so far. Crew have done an excellent job of playing around them. Sort of natural utility counter contacting up off the wall, and here's the explosion through the flashes, but Serena, nice first shot, just purely through the smoke.
Orbital strike thrown up towards Heaven there. Serena's having to get out alive. You are now proven to be a bit of an issue. Dodds being brought down. No control of U-Haul yet for Crew, and they're going to have to pull the plug. But Akko's waiting for the cross here over towards Hookah. Michaela goes low. Konya is able to get there. But Crew limping now over towards their plan B.
This is a situation where Zeta, they should thrive. Really intelligent from Suzu. They're so aware of that flank coming in. Rami has tried to make a lot of plays like that happen. And now you have that circle around Akko coming through Octagon. Zeta, they need to make a lot of noise here. Make it easy for Akko to come in for free. And there it is.
Just Michaela, 10 points of health. A lot of work to do. And it won't be enough. Zeta division stay in binds here. And I've got to say, when Zeta get to do this, when they get to play back, anchor these sites, have crossfires set up. They are very hard to break. Crew's trying to tease something out of them early in the round with these pops over towards B, towards Octagon, and then a swap towards Showers, but they get nothing.
And I liked what I saw there from Akko. It didn't have a massive impact on the round in totality. But it's been a bit late into this half where Zeta have finally began to, in that moment, exploit the lack of Sentinel on Crew, which is of course pretty common on Bind, but you have to find those moments where you're going to risk pushing all the way out of Hookah, trying to get into Market, get towards Fountain, push out of Shower, instill that fear in Crew that flanking presence could be there.
Dodds here again. This time it's over towards Shower. We have a fast push for Crew. Whereas Zeta Division actually set up to push out of Hookah. Tons of information for the defenders.
And here we go, they're going for it again, realizing that they can exploit that aspect of the Crew comp.
They've been cheating out of Hookah habitually. Because Crew have only shown presence towards B long and not that part of the map. So same again. Down A short with some mild Showers control. Michaela isn't deep yet. This time though, it's the decoy that sets off the tripwire. Dodds wants to push up here. Deep. Nicely done, Moko down here. Relay Voltor out. Dodds tries to get over towards Vince, but Akku's holding the off angle. Still no plant until now. Beyonce going for it, and that wrap could have been everything, but Suzu is brought down before she can disrupt.
Now walking forward, but caught by Michaela. All on UR, that position on the bench just a bit too strong. I mean, Dodds there was going to say if things began to fall apart, a little overly confident pushing through the smoke when the Sky had two flashes, could have synced something up. But when you're 27 and 15, you're going to go for some risky plays.
Absolutely.
you're going to take a risk here and there. Credit to Condir there as well for just the awareness continuing into that round on that flank watch duty.
And again, we saw the setup, of course, that sees Crew Blaze able to set up these crossfires in a post plant. They had all the control of the front of the site, with Dodds pushing up for a little bit more. Same again. Pressure over towards Shower here. Nothing found. Because they don't actually stack their plays over towards that B side of the map. It's a weaker buy for them here.
There was a bird sent out from Aqua that didn't get a ping towards Fountain. So the map control take is on. Deep push. Zeta on defensive again. And it looks like they will have some conflict with Crew.
Dangerous
area so far forward, and Stinger in hand as well. Trouble for Akko. Should be going down. Yeah, just pinched. Nothing to do.
And it's Crew playing around that early tendency from Zeta to get out of Hookah and try and control that part of the map. They've adapted pretty well over the last couple of rounds.
Fake teleport.
Dodds has got that ultimate available. Showstopper up here for Suzu. Entirely possible that's relevant now as Crew trend to the A side. And the Cypher util is actually set up at the back of the site this time as opposed to up on shore.
Just have to get into the site. It's essentially free. They can get the plant down essentially for free. Molly will offer a little bit of delay for Zeta. Dodds again, just the aggression is crazy. Trying to get backside. Trying to break the trip, but can't. All right, maybe we give this one up. No, it's over. I mean, that's just ridiculous. There's no reason to go for that.
And Showstopper's shut down. Suzy not able to let the rocket go. UI though has decided to play up here towards the planter. Michaela brought down, and it's up to Romy.
Down A.
No time really to get this planted at all. And Zeta Division get another one. This time invested on controlling backside. Crew take the bait, push right into it.
Yeah, we are getting a little bit silly. And as you mentioned, good adjustment from Zeta. That is understanding that the Crew comp, their intention is to drop those smokes on the site in those two exact positions, on either side of triple, and then push through. All of the flashes, presence from Dodds, and it's the passive trip that just makes that really annoying. The jump over 1-for-1 is a little silly. I'm not sure if I recommend that one necessarily.
What are you supposed to do? There's two trips in your way. You got to go for it at some point. You are there looking like a young cryo cell set up on that side inside the smoke as Brim, ready to take contact. Crew's economy here, still good for one more buy. Dodds, just for those keeping track at home, 1 kill away from the 30 within regulation. Pretty nasty stuff. And Dimensional Drift online for Beyonce here. I will say those Zeta Division have a lot to work with in this round. Orbital Strike, Seeker's up, Viper's been available for Moko.
And that's coming into a round where Crew's economy is actually on the line. 4 opportunities to close this game out.
It hangs in the balance.
And Dodds 29-16. least impressive Dodds game in 2020.
Most reasonable Dodds performance of the year. Still absolutely stunning. But can Crew land the plane here on Bind? This is a map that once Zeta Division got to Pacific, they weren't actually able to find any wins on. Very much a Visa Crew Blaze pick. One which they domestically were able to find great success. 2-0 on that in the LATAM South closing.
Yeah, frankly, I feel like this game is going kind of as expected. The firepower from Crew, insane. Zeta playing some great rounds.
The team play falling back behind a Cypher util, anchoring.
It is just Crew's pick that they're so good on. We'll see if they can take this now, close the game out. They have a dimensional drift, and when that gets popped, I want to see if Dodds is going to try to capitalize off the pings that are going to come onto this Viper. A good counter to the pit.
Spotted out. Now we know where Moko is. Do you go for this Beyonce? Oh, she's going to come through it. Okay, Moko going to be forced out by the flash. Still able to fight two with this judge, jury, executioner, you name it. Moko has lived that life. Spike loose inside the pits, and Zeta won't be moved.
That is just the trader judge player challenge. Impossible. Simply cannot be done.
I don't hate the idea of trying to use your dimensional drift though to get in there to get that early information.
Oh yeah, it was a great idea. You can ping out the Viper, relay bolt in. It doesn't matter when this is challenged though, evidently. It was a good idea. It was a good plan.
We are saving. That is the plan here for Visa Crew Blaze. Things go horribly wrong. They really emphasize getting control of B-Long so much. Zeta are adapting beautifully, making some great reads, shifting the Cypher util back a couple of steps on both sides, daring Visa Crew Blaze to get into backside, getting tangled up in all of Serena's util.
Left.
And she's played brilliantly off of that as well. There's just nothing really here to do for Visa Crew Blaze. And obviously in the next round, take these couple of rifles in, fair enough. But those three ultimates in this round for Zeta Division, absolutely instrumental.
We are headed to the classic Valorant
10 seconds left.
Attempt scenario, though, which is Zeta. They've expended all of their ultimates here. I mean, you can look at the orb status, little tough. And on the opposite end, Crew, they've got a chance to just build them up and close out the game when everybody presses the button at the same time. That is what is so challenging about a comeback in this game.
9 rounds up for Zeta Division, dubbed as the comeback team in their home region. Have a look at this here. That is just unreal. They even orbital strike into this pit. Moko saves off 3 players. They dare to test the Viper ultimate.
Let's choke them.
I'd like to see a bit of emphasis here on Michaela getting close to those Seekers, the player that, aside from Rami, will be next up to maybe have an ult, you know, when we get to around possibly the last round of the second.
It's about round 25.
That far. If Zeta can bring it that far, they have 3 players on B, all out hookah rush. Not something Crew have really done before.
Love this change up from Arco, getting under that hookah window. Ends up being a 1-for-1, and Dodds gets an upgrade in weaponry. There's still this Viper. Play over towards elbow, and Suzu had an opportunity there. But the curtain comes down.
Spike planted.
Comes down on her round as well.
Here.
Still a loose-ended elbow. That's Moko.
Here.
Players coming in through from CT. Michaela, okay, with the Bucky.
And Dodds ready to swing off of the contact from Michaela as well.
Zeta have been slow, methodical in the past. They've got to figure it out here. Play a disadvantage for them. Trying to clear that close corner with the molly. Here's Serena, 1 down. Dodds fights the second, and it's up to Moko to salvage things for Zeta Division. The time is short, and the triple face gets it done for Visa Crew Blaze. Their map pick is Bind, and they take it.
And frankly, I am impressed with Zeta on this map against such a dominant Bind team. We got what we expected from Crew. Fast play, aggression off of all those flashes, pushes, backside, and dominant most rounds in the firepower game. But Zeta really standing up to the test in terms of the team play.
Yeah, great opening here at Game Changers Champions 2024. We're stepping away briefly, but up next, Insu and the analyst desk are going to break down map number 1.
Your mind is gone, wide awake. Your mind is gone, wide awake.
Just now.
Bebe, ¿quién preparó esa composición?
Em realidade, eu já trabalhei com Basic em outros equipos e sempre foi uma vontade, uma gana sua de jogar com este PJ. E, bueno, como jogamos com o Giko anterior em Baide, tínhamos uma ideia de como adaptar a composição para Yoru e dar essa oportunidade para ela provar o seu valor. E, bom, até agora foi muito bom.
Because she was in a team before with Biasic, so they already knew each other. So they had the idea to play Yoru at one time, and because they played Gecko before in this map, they knew how to adapt to Yoru, and so that's why they picked him.
Well, it seems like it worked out. Now, you guys also boot camped. You came here a little bit earlier to boot camp for 2 weeks. What were some of the learnings or any game-changing moments that have benefited you today?
Hicieron un bootcamp, estuvieron 2 semanas preparándose para venir acá. ¿Qué es lo que estuvieron aprendiendo en ese bootcamp?
Aprendemos muito no bootcamp, mas creio que o principal foi conseguir se unir mais como equipe, estudar mais junto aos jogos, ter ideias juntas e a todo momento estar tentando criar coisas novas, sabe? Agora é o estilo Crew Blaze, não de outra equipe.
She's saying that they learn a lot in this bootcamp, and it not only helped them strategize, but also like come together as a team, help with the synergy, and now they're Visa Crew Blaze and they're ready.
Well, thank you so much, Coach. A good start to the first match of today. Let's go back to Yinsu.
Well, the win streak continues for Crew here in the opening day of their matchup. I am Yingsu and I'm joined once again by Kakuka and Mitch. Mitch, you were on the whole right, so feel free to float.
It feels good. It feels good,
That's
doesn't
enough.
it?
Okay. Thank you very much, Mitch.
But in all reality,
No.
the reality is Zeta actually played a lot better than I thought against this composition. I think getting a couple of rounds to start out certainly helps to have that foundation, but they were pushing their opposition to start this out, taking advantage of the fact that Crew don't have a Sentinel, that they have to get hyper-aggressive. They played patient. They let Crew play into their hands, and I loved seeing that. Some great examples of fantastic calling from UR to start out this map, and like I said, these are great signs for what could be in the future, maybe even in the future of this series.
And it's so good to see the awareness that we were seeing on the map, especially with what you're saying, right? Knowing that they're playing that double duelist that is going to be extra aggressive, you have to be extra mindful of where those gaps are going to be, and especially when it came to the post-ban, I think both teams did a great job.
Well, the problem is, you know, Dodds woke up today, said it's Dodds time, and decided to just Dodds all over them and drop more than 30 kills already on her debut on the international stage.
And I think this is probably what we were expecting. Maybe not on map 1, but it's so good to see this kind of performances, especially when she's paired up with Viazik. and just going with this double duelist, because round after round we would see the same idea behind the way that Dots was moving around the map.
Yeah, and this is exactly what we feared would happen, right? Even looking at those first couple rounds swinging towards Zeta, and you think, what happens if Dons really wakes up? If we see that Neon that can be scary on the attack, that on defense is giving you fantastic rotations alongside Yoru as well. I mean, there is just so much for this team to work with, and it certainly worked. That ACS is insane.
And the pictures as well, I have to say.
Yeah, I mean, this is, we were talking about, this is the thing, like, the names that you hear going into a tournament like this are your fluorescents, your Marys, you know? And I just feel like Dodds was kind of flown under the radar, and if they do get over a crew Zeta event today, I feel like every single person is gonna know Dodds' name, because that's crazy.
Yeah, exactly, especially if she's able to keep up with this performance, right? And also just thinking about the next map being Ascent and maybe playing a little bit more of the usual compositions that we expect, nothing too new. If she's able to make that difference, because so many of those rounds that we were seeing from crew just had Dodd's name all over them.
Yeah, but let's talk about, you guys mentioned it briefly already, Zeta. I was so pleasantly surprised, Mitch, just by their discipline and the way that they played this map. It was very close.
Yeah, and this is a tough composition you're coming up against. You probably weren't expecting it, and you know there's going to be no punches pulled from your opponent. So they made the right reads, they made the right calls. UR's IGLing was fantastic to start this map out, especially. But I think again, those the downsides are that when crew have Dodds on fire, when they move to the attack, when they've got those double duelists going into entry of the site, Conair back behind, just basically being a trap wire, but dropping down the smokes to block all the vision. I mean, they're stealing control away from you, and when you try to fight for that control back, well, they have the composition to go for some duels.
Still, you need to think, like, crew had a lot of chances of closing this map, and probably because of the record that we have thought, and maybe having a stronger bet coming on the change of composition, we would expect maybe something a little bit more dominant. But I agree with you, the way that Zeta was managing everything around the map gave a very good image of them.
Well, let's see what Zeta and how they are feeling right now, and send it back to Victoria and see what Coach Ryota had to say ahead of map 2.
And now I'm with Coach Ryota, with Kohei here to translate. Coach, you know, 4 of the players on Zeta, this is their first time on the big stage, the global big stage. How are they feeling right now?
亮太コーチ、このゲームチェンジャーズチャンピオンシップのような、大きな世界大会に関してはチームのうち4人に関しては初めての経験だと思います。今皆さんどんな状態でしょうか？
とても今の状況を楽しんでいるように見えて、なんだろうな、初めてなんですけど、これをむしろ、自分たちの力に変えようと頑張ってます。
Yeah, it looks like they're having a lot of fun right now. So of course it's the first time, but I feel like they're trying to make good use of it right now.
Yeah, well, it seems like that's good to know. You know, you used to be a player yourself. You have a lot of competitive experience coming from Scars and other teams in VCL. How is some of those learnings going to help your team succeed in the next map?
亮太コーチは、かつてスカーズだったり他のチームでプロ選手として活躍していたと思います。この経験というのは、どのような形で、チームに生きているんでしょうか？
なんか問題とかがあった時に選手の気持ちが分かるので、そこにめちゃくちゃ役立ってるかなと思います。
So when there's a problem, it really helps because I can really relate to those problems myself.
All right, well, best of luck in map 2. That was Coach Ryota. Over to the desk.
This is the thing. Before this series, I think a lot of people probably saw maybe a 2-0 coming in for the side of crew. But after seeing how Zeta performed on Bind, going on to Ascent, have those expectations been shifted?
I think so, yeah. Especially about what we were saying about keeping the awareness and actually knowing your strengths and how to play the map and just completely not disregard, but be very consequent to what the other team is doing onto you. When we move on to Ascent, we know that this is not a comfortable position for crew. Even though this map is... The fact that we lost Lotus and we still have Ascent still hits me, you know, it still hurts me. But it's not a map that has been comfortable for crew in the past. Well, on the other side, we have a setup that has found it to be so reliable for them. And as we were saying, they're having fun, they're enjoying it. Even after losing that first map, they should be very happy with what they achieved.
They absolutely should. I thought that first map would be a dark night, Helm's Deep for them. They just had to hold out and look to the east at dawn, and Ascent would come, somewhere they feel more comfortable and can maybe battle. But instead, Instead, this wasn't a holdout. This was a fight for the map from the start till the end. That means that in the map that they might have had a chance, I might even favor them to come in and do something, especially if Crew change up their comp again.
Is this the return of the king we're talking about? Is this the feeling we're
Hey, it's been a while since we saw Zeta wear a crown, but yeah, maybe this could be.
Honestly, my friend, you bow to no one. That's all I'm going to say. But let's talk about the comps, though, for this one, because it's not extremely exciting.
It's Ascent. It's Ascent. It's like bread and butter, but you're Spanish, and why would you have bread and butter when you can have olive oil, you know? Olive oil with Lotus.
Oh, okay. I think Mitch needs help in terms of explaining that analogy now. He's not the most metropolitan person we know.
I was going to make a comment that would probably
Can you put that in fast food, please?
You still stand by the fact that Ireland has the best cheese in the world.
You made me bring you cheese from Ireland.
I did, and I'll make you do it next time you're there, too. Everyone that works in our studio and Striker there, they all know that when they come here, they better bring the Irish cheese. But I'm excited to get my teeth into this map. Realistically, yeah, I agree with what you're saying. The composition shouldn't be
I would like to see
it
some
should be
cheese.
a mirror.
We want to see some cheese on this.
We might, though, because Crew already came in and said, hey, we're better. We're going to play crazy duelists. 5 duelists. Bring out the Phoenix. Bring out the Reyna. Let's get it done.
Zipto, don't play till later. Zipto, don't play till later.
Well, maybe Vice, at least. What about a Vice? That could be cool.
Enough cheese. Enough cheese for you, I'm going to say. But how about the other way around? How about some deadlock? You know, we've been seeing some deadlock being played, and maybe it's one of the ages, maybe it's one of the changes. Why not? I mean, on the side of Zeta, I don't see a way for them, like a reason big enough for them to make this change. But on the side of Crew, if they were willing to do what they did on Bind, maybe they have something prepared for Ascent as well.
And I assume they're starting on defense here.
Yes,
because Zeta picked the map. And I think that even gives you more of an excuse to play Deadlock. Why not? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I totally agree. I think that one of the things that I want to see from the side of Crew also, we mentioned in the pre-show the aura, right, that Zeta has. And I know from previous events that they, on the Crew side, we tend to see them more serious, more focused. But I do feel like there was a difference between the Crew that started the Bind at the beginning of the map and the later, because tension was there. They saw that they were being pushed and things were coming up very, very close, but falling onto Zeta's side. If that starts happening in this map, with them starting on the defense, we might as well just go to the third one.
Well, exactly. In the last map, they knew, starting it out, okay, there are weaknesses to the composition that we've brought to play here, and they'll be exploited in the first half. Crew knew that when it came to the second, they'd be able to dominate, but just like in the same vein for Zeta, they knew the first map, it could have been a 13-0, it could have been a blowout, and they'd still be able to reset and say, well, the next one is ours. Ascent is where they stand a chance. I do agree with you that I would like to see comp changes. I think a deadlock, though, I would lean completely away from that on the side of Crew, because, again, I want to see them come in confident that they're the better squad, and I don't think that taking a comp that's going to mean that, well, put it this way, they're going from playing no Sentinel to them playing on Ascent and having to tuck back a little bit more with the deadlock in play. I would like to see confidence. I wouldn't be against, you know, why not take something from someone like Benny? Whip out the Phoenix.
Said no one ever.
Really?
Like not one person. I'm kidding, Benny. I love you. But I feel like one other thing could play into Zeta's favor, which is Dodds playing that Jet. Now, she's amazing on everything she plays, but it does feel like compared to the Raze, compared to the Neon, the Jet is not as suffocating. It's not as dominant as we've seen so far in LATAM. So maybe for the side of Zeta, they're not going to have to deal with just how crazy Dodds was on map 1, where she was just all over them everywhere constantly.
Yeah, you know, that's a part of the reason I'm happy to see that Lotus isn't still here for the side of Zeta. You come up against Dodds, and she's been playing phenomenally well on Neon. There are things that you can do to stop that. There are things you can do to slow it down. When you look at Lotus, Dodds on a Raze, there is no way to slow her down or stop her. Now, Jet can certainly hit that same peak, and that's going to be something that, again, we look to Zeta, we put that pressure on. Are there going to be changes, though? That's what I want to find out.
That's Ascent.
Disappointing.
It is Ascent. But I am also looking towards... Yeah, I'm looking towards UR here. She should be in her element after map 1.
Oh, yeah, especially she should be very happy with the performance that they've been able to put out, and I want to see those goals, especially starting on the attack. I want to see that pace going up, trying to give them a little bit of taste of their own medicine of what Visa Crew Blaze was doing there on to Bind. And on the other side, just looking at the same agent on BSD, we saw the operator coming in from her on Bind. I want them to be that double threat from the defense.
Yeah, there is certainly a big task in shutting down Dodds now, though, that She has come in on fire out of that last map. You'll expect that we won't have a slow start this time around, so Zeta will have to be on the ball from the first barriers up.
And of course, the loser will be dropping into that lower bracket on day one. That is going to be a lot of pressure for whichever team it is as well. So we'll find out in just a moment and see if Zeta can indeed get back into this series. Over to you, Uber and Wyatt.
Thank you very much to our desk. Yes, we saw a ton of adaptability from Zeta Division on that first map of Bind in this series. Now, map 2, Ascent, their choice. A map that Visa Crew Blaze, frankly, have not looked nearly as stellar on as the rest of their pool. And it's also a situation where, you know, both Dodds and Suzu are moving to the Jet in these very standard compositions.
And yeah, interestingly enough, it was a point that Yinsu was making, and it actually applies to Suzu as well. Both Dodds and Suzu in the recent qualifiers, Jet had been their lower performing duelist. And so we'll have to see which can really step up here. Obviously, Dodds is going off that first game just absolutely white hot.
31
Suzu
kills.
started really picking it up in the second half, though, was hitting some really impressive headshots. So I'm excited to see which Jet can take over the game on a map oft-touted as the Jet's playground.
1-0 in this best of 3. We're headed off to Ascent, folks. It's going to be Zeta Division on that attack side here for the pistol. An already pretty deep defensive smoke thrown down to slow this A main push.
Just using that smoke to cross. Flash going to go out, and Suzu trying to gain that space. Dash in, great recon backside, but can they capitalize? Yes, nicely done. Michaela trying to get back in, yeah, off that flash, but Zeta, they've got the angles held.
Side covered here, smoke over towards door. That's going to be brought down. Romy here waiting for Dodds, who was over at the B side this round, to be drawn out. Another smoke, though, to heaven. Zeta Division should allow for a plant, but God, Dodds always looking for a fight. She's just swung the smoke entirely. Suzu sat on her own there.
And Serena is just so far away, has to get over there with some pace. The door is closed as well, so has to re-wrap through heaven, but Dodds not sure where to look.
Moko in hell, Romy knows it now. In the 1 versus 1. Moko is healthy even with light armor to spare. Romy needs to find a headshot here. On the swing, Moko too good. 3 for the round. Zeta Division bustle their way into A.
And still, even with the good old-fashioned Ascent Cup, you can see that proactivity that crew want to play with. And I really like that when Zeta are pushing in. You know, Suzu getting deep backside, fighting at Dice off of a well-placed recon from UR. They get back in Visa Crew Blaze, just immediate flash out of the smoke at door. They are fighting together, and then it was nicely done from Zeta, just holding the proper angles for each other, winning out some of those crucial duels.
Moko gets tucked, she has the light armor and it goes to work with. Feels like a raid boss on that kind of round.
Definitely the ideal start on your map pick after losing the first.
Want to start to string those attack rounds together here on Ascent. Suzu immediately goes up to a Vandal, as does UR.
Both teams, remember, on that first map, struggled to convert clean anti-ecos. That's how the game started for Zeta. So we'll see if things get messy again or if they can retain more of these guns into that bonus round. Really carry the momentum early.
Dodds thought to explore up mid, but this time over towards B, picked off instantly. 0 point there to try and reveal Zeta, but they don't commit to this B side of the map despite finding Dodds early. However, Crew are pushed up on A here. They've got all the entrances covered. Konya playing close with a shorty as well.
It was a very passive hold here. You can see from Moko very far back, not really controlling too much space. So it's going to be a lot of angles here for Zeta to clear. They're going to have to be concerned about wide here. Just going to be pushing back. Shorty in the smoke is a little annoying.
Here they come! 1 for Kinnear. Suzu walks straight into it. That's one of the Vandals. Dropped Serena though with the Guardian. Gets out ahead of the smoke. Zeta Division here. Looks like this was more than enough to gain control of that A site and leave Romy all alone.
And that's about as ideal as it can get. You just lose one player and then the guy, you know, whoever it is with the ghost can just pick that up, makes it easy, right? So nice and simple for Zeta. Finally, that clean anti-eco we were talking about.
We noted that, right? Even in winning rounds, Zeta coming out with only 1-2 guns maybe. Obviously getting double clutched on by Michaela at the start of that second half on Bind didn't help them either. This time, though, much smoother sailing. Looking to try and secure these first 3 rounds on the attack side on their map pick. Romy knows she's really just here for exits to keep a lid on that economy. But a clean take here for Zeta Division. They'll be happy to get 2 under their belts. Visa Crew Blaze are going to have to put it together here on defense.
And I want to see as well with the economy status of Music Group Blaze what they can buy up here, because they did invest into a couple sheriffs there. They will be able to get that Odin, a lot of light armors. In fact, everybody with a light armor. So could be dangerous, could be vulnerable to some of that counter Guardian spam that could come through on B, trying to take advantage of obviously a high bullet pen that could do some serious damage to that light armor Sova.
Really felt like a straightforward round here. Zeta Division not really bothered by the stall utility being used by Crew over in that A side. They walk through those smokes, trust themselves with their flashes and trading protocols. Now here's the V setup. Biatic with the Odin can play close here, but oh, this is dangerous. Spray through the wall, catches Arco. Biatic trying to back away there on Speedway, but a second is found. Oh, it's a disaster for Zeta.
And you could just see there, the scaling was really off there for Zeta trying to pop out of that smoke.
The spacing against that Odin as well.
Yeah, it was really tough. You could see UR trying to get out, but there was no flash. There wasn't that player for the instant trade onto the Odin holding close. Things go awry, but that was the Zeta bonus. They've still got this full buy headed into this next.
I feel like Biatic maybe thinks, I need to fall back here, but she never really gets time. But his aggression coming out there from defender side, spawn from Crew as well, backs up that player on Speedway. Clean one there for Crew. No bonus there for Zeta, but they're happy enough with 2 rounds on the board already. Dot spotted out there.
There's some of that standard utility going down mid. I mean, 0 point almost sent Dodds to the grave via lack of dash. And in the meantime, Crew pressed up into B, taking control of that extremity. Conir pushed up into Wine on A. We saw it on Bind, how proactive they are at taking that defensive map control. A crucial aspect for them.
Yep.
Getting the win on map 1.
Even without a double duelist comp here, Wyatt, you see him getting very proactive early.
Kaler just jiggle peeking, ready to throw out that Molly. Retreat if the presence is seen.
By plenty of time here. Paranoia comes in, that's the signal, but Suzu actually dashes through that Molly. I feel like Crew have a feel for this. Suzu able to get up at the Heaven, that's a big one. Dodge taken down. Now this gets a little bit uncomfortable for Crew. The wide position being spanned out. That is 2 shock darts hitting Conir, and she cannot handle the heat. UR explodes, and now that A site locked down by Zeta.
Massive credit to Suzu, a player that doesn't necessarily come out of every game on the Duelist,
not
just
the flashiest,
dominating in terms of the stats, but finds the very high impact kills, and that was absolutely one of them. Not just finding that first blood, but opening up the positioning into Heaven is so crucial for the full site exec pinching in, encircling those defenders.
She defeats the stall util and takes the enemy jet down as she moves into Heaven. That essentially unravels things for Crew, who, yeah, with a shaky economy, still have to save. Taking the Odin out of this round, Biatic no opportunity to spam down on that B side of the map. The action was elsewhere.
Potential for a Zeta snowball to really get going here as well. Just note some of the ultimates, how close we're getting to that lockdown for Serena. Null command for the KO. So powerful on this map.
We talked about the jet play from both teams here. And Suzu looking really confident in taking that space, making it impossible really for Michaela to slow the game down through that tree part of the map here. On we go. 3 on the board on the attack side already for Zeta Division, and an economical lead here. Some clean conversions. Starting to come on some of these big ultimates too.
It is of note with this tough economic state for Crew that they're not going to get the operator online anytime soon. And it can be so crucial to rack up rounds on defense. It's just aggression here, though, taking B main again.
No alarm bot in mid. Nothing to cover it here. This has to be a raw check now with that Al drone. Suzu does not push ahead of it. Now she wants to go from Biatic in time to set up with this Odin. Paranoia came through from Kinnear to assist, but it wasn't ultimately required.
Zeta, Suzu, they knew that they wanted to punish. There was a moment to punish, but they just barely missed the window and felt like they still had to go for it. That is a tough way to go down early.
That's your jet down too.
Yeah, trying to even it up. Not going to happen. Slow take here. Turret gets the crucial info for the defensive side.
Connie waiting on the other side of that dark cover. Here's the footsteps go in. Can she strike before the door comes down? Not quite there. Romy in hell. now has Heaven players to play off. Konir straight away is able to find UR, and Aku has the tuck here behind Jen. There's the shot, the double stack, high-low. Romy takes down the KO.
And again, there's just that swift pace, defensive aggression, the proactivity swinging back in on these sites to help their teammates. Obviously, good teleport from Mocha. Nice little time to have that ultimate. Get to the free B site. Serena wants to go for an aggro play to even things up. Does find that one. Retreats. Good decision, just getting out. Playing in an obnoxious position. Great Molly.
He's able to avoid it, though. Still, there's going to be a double face here, surely. Bjartsik warming up the Odin already as Serena wants to give it a little bit more ground here. Slowing Visa Crew Blaze down.
This delay is fantastic, and I like this reposition from Moko too. Why am I suddenly feeling like they might pull this off? Crucial from Michaela. Door spam down is going to have to hit some insane shots.
Pinged out here, no double swing opportunity taken by Crew, but Romy's still able to complete a crossfire hastily assembled by Visa Crew Blaze. Should be on for the defuse here.
Pretty damn close. Pretty damn close. That was really well played by the two of them, honestly. Respectable effort against the 4 Crew retaking players. And at the very least, dealing some significant damage to keep that economy honest.
And that was a 2v4, right? Moko TP over towards the B side. Serena in mid. Very disruptive.
Headed to a round of some serious significance with, again, that Crew economy hanging in the balance. Zetas as well. Look at the number of players just on the cusp of an ultimate.
Get out of my way.
Here it is straight away. Light Storm for Suzu. Oh my goodness, the counter spam is good for UR. Aku and UR take a slight hit. We'll be more than happy to come out with essentially a free kill.
Trying to take some presence in mid with that dark cover. Pretty close. Just getting cycled again. So Crew weary, aware that they could be crossing back and forth from B to A.
That was that Al drone there thrown out by UR.
But it just didn't go far enough. So Michaela is able to retain that position, retain a bit of info. But even still, with Crew at this disadvantage in the player count, they can't really do too much off of it. They're content just kind of staying towards A. In fact, re-clearing towards mid now. Might be able to get a fast flank when this execute comes in.
They're going for it. Then alarm bot not being triggered here. It's going to be up to Romy to try and hold her ground, but Suzu just sends. Nice Blade Storm pick up now, and Crew are stuck on the outside looking in. Looks like they rapidly want to try and make their way through Market, but that fragment is going to make it impossible. Konir also trying to make her way through Defender Spawn. Suzu's going to take contact here, but the Blades are ready to go again. Michaela wins it out from Logs. UR set up. Crew need to make the moves here. They know it, but this lockdown is a problem.
The question for me now is, are they even going to go for this with the economy so low? Will they just try to do damage? UR crucial with the Odin, traded out by Konir.
Michaela can be brought back into the fight there. Paranoia catching onto Serena there in that corner, but the follow-up slower from Crew. Michaela back in the fight. They're going to have to go for it. Time is starting to get short. Serena tucked in the corner here. Bjartsik, no, it was Konir rather, just showing herself with that Odin. Trades here. But Michaela, the last, and 3 kills for the round. Not enough. Another one on the board for Zeta.
Really marvelous post-plant setups from Zeta. We saw that on Bind, and we're seeing it again there. That patience from Moko in B main, finding the exact right moment for the backstab, for that free kill. And with such low time, Crew just have no hope. What a risk to go for that in that moment at the end.
The counter spam is great. Gets you a kill. Suzu gets him with the Blade Storm. Finds a freebie. How and Zeta do this? They did this on Bind as well. They're so entrenched in these sites, deep in these sites, by the way, holding some great crossfires. Crew have been unable really to dig them out effectively.
Definitely drawing some attention as well to Suzu at the moment. 5 for 5, but the 5 that she's gotten have been really important. That Blade Storm kill to open up the site. That Pride around the first blood onto Dodds, who's, listen, early days, not going to overreact, but is sitting lowest on the scoreboard after dropping 31 in regular time on map 1. So we'll have to see if Dodds is able to start heating up here on the typically favored side of Ascent.
This is the timeout, of course, for Visa Crew Blaze. Michaela leading the way for them right now. I'm going to say again, we've seen some pretty important involvements here from IGL UR on the Zeta side. Arco on your screen as well has been trying to get in. A lot of those pings off of the 0 point have been problematic for Dodds early in the round too.
What the crew want to do with these four sheriffs, excuse me, but obviously with the timeout planning for that following round where they're going to have the lockdown perhaps for a nice retake. Right now there's some aggression mid, 0 point with massive. Oh, I thought it was going to catch more players, to be honest.
They don't mind this though. They do understand that Crew will be aware of this pretty quickly as they're often walking through those smokes, and in they go. Susie will be first to the side. Updraft here, straight up towards Jen. Arco flashed instantly. Dodds able to find one here. Michaela also emerging, but UR brings him down. Odin going to work here. Yet another picked up by the LMG. And across the map, that gun difference really manifesting now, leaving Piazzik. Only a classic to work with. 4 players in her way. Nothing to really take out of this round for Visa Crew Blaze.
Crew actually did find a really nice timing, flashing out of that smoke. You could see the Zeta players were stuck in that dark cover, still in the choke, not able to pick up that angle while Suzu was deep into the site. If they had a real buy, that could have gotten a bit dangerous. Some of those moments, Crew are doing a nice job of cutting off the duelist entry, separating it from the rest of the players, but stabilization from Zeta.
But here's a round that Visa Crew Blaze were planning for with that previous timeout coming up here. They've got themselves again the Odin. Dodds has also gotten an operator in her hands.
Finally, to be honest, it's so important as a Jet on defense to start taking over the game with the operator, picking up different early round angles, forcing a lot of that early Sova utility to be used. Yazik just getting out of there. Dangerous, a lot of pressure. Classic little opening where you spam through the B main.
Disrespecting that turret though a little bit. Just having to take that fight. Here comes the null command for Zeta Division. Michaela though holds her ground. Dodds able to find the first though. The walk up into the operator contact line for Arco. She can be returned to the fray. Serena ensures that Dodds falls back and now full mid control for Zeta, but we're gonna get an explore here from Piazzik. Drew can't walk in just a moment, but a lot of this defensive util is being thrown at B main, and so Zeta have had to pull out of there.
This is a good call from UR, the IGL for the Zeta side. I like that they're slowing this down. They're going to begin pressuring other sides of the map. Wow, look at Suzu's position, still inserted into market.
They're going back for a re-hit. So the Zeta Division pump fake now, as much of that util has already been used by the defenders. Cornier for info.
Just spotted 2 players on Cat. Look at the Crew players now rotating through spawn. 2 of them. The hit's going to come on to B. Cornier
just one
has to deal with everyone. Does get the first.
Can buy some time. Paranoia available here for Cornier. Suzu slow about it now. Fragment thrown out to stop the fast hit to the side, but eventually Zeta are going to go for it. They're running out of time though. 12 seconds left. Arco down. Suzu fights 2. They walk down in front of her. But Cornier went 4 and get on the sights. It's up to Moko now. Just enough time to get the plant. Romy and Piazzik respected. Romy waiting for the Sova to come back through spawn. They have to double face this, and Moko has to stand in a 1 versus 2, and she's been spotted. Playing back inside Boathouse, smokes the right side. Here's a tickle on the spike. Recon has to be removed, and Piazzik sprays her down. Cornier with 4 though on that side anchor was unreal.
Yeah, that is just all in the hands of really just one of the most respected and has been one of the most respected, talented players in the LATAM GC scene for years at this point. Competed and was successful in challenges previously as well. Just has been touted, rightfully so, as one of the best.
So, I mean, the clutchest player on this team as well. 29.9% clutch win rate for players with 20 more clutches. That is massive for Crew. And a big 4K for the Omen. Operator still in the hands of Dodds here.
Yeah, picking up mid, you're going to have to see UR, either send this close recon into mid to force Dodds off of the angle. Oh my god, that is just nasty. And good luck hitting a site on Ascent when your Omen dies first. No smokes.
Hard.
That's tough. And you have to go into the op. That's tough.
Exactly right. Nothing to break up the map now available for Zeta. They're so susceptible to this operator on the extremities. Suzu at least has mid control, but Recon is going to force her out of that position. Narco doesn't want to work that one way. Forced off of A main as well. For more! Sees an elbow! Losing Suzu there is pretty devastating for Zeta, and now they crumble.
Yeah, I mean, again, just trying to find maybe a timing to lurk through tree, but nothing to cover the angle. You're just doomed. This round just hopeless from the start, and immediately seeing the impact of Crew finally getting their economy in a place to get the operator online. Can't speak enough to the importance of it for a successful defensive half on Ascent.
Frustrating for Mocha, right? She just shows a little bit of herself as she TPs across mid there. Enough for Dots to pick up that angle and the frag. And the economy here for Zeta Division as well, it's a little suspect. They've started to run low, despite having some really clean, round wins on this attack side. They've gotten to 5 attack rounds as well, so in taking stock of things, let's at least acknowledge that. And pretty strong showing from them on this half of the map. And now they have a chance to discuss things here. Arco, previous IGL for this team.
And this very clean round from Crew is an opportunity for them to start building some momentum economically. If they had lost this round, it would have been another full save for them. But now it's an opportunity for them to actually continue some buys late into this half. They really need a few more rounds on the board. 5 already for the attackers. Not too bad. Pretty quality.
Dot's so active here. 1 kill up mid, over towards B main, again towards mid. Not a whole lot for Zeta to really use to test that tree play at all. So Zeta Division now, they allow the game to fall within 1 round. As Crew get their 4th on the board. Still a couple here left in this half. And a much needed timeout here called by Coach Ryota to address the situation.
Zeta have opted to go for a lot of these fast executes, and when we get back into this, they do have a Hunter's Fury for UR, so, perhaps one of those kind of typical fast A executes that we've seen on Ascent, where that'll, go through, hit the players towards switch, towards tree, allow some good space for Suzu to get in. Wouldn't be too surprised if something like that is in the cards.
Yeah, look, I mean, Zeta Division, their protocols approaching A bit great. They're checking Wine. We saw Kinnear try and set up there a couple rounds ago. She got forced out by a bunch of shock darts. Susie's been happy to walk up and updraft, tailwind, dash over onto the A site and start the fight off. You might be right here. Wine A might be the plan behind this Hunter's Fury.
Yeah, they are gathering up there now. What Crew have excelled at on the A site is the pace that they flood back in to assist their anchors. But against that Hunter's Fury, it becomes a lot tougher when it's connecting through the door, through switch. You can't really get in.
Okay, Flash, you've got that A-main control here. No time for the one way to be set up, and no inclination for Crew to play off of it. Across in just a moment here. This should be quite enlightening for Michaela. 4 players detected here for Zeta Division. And Zeta aren't convinced that they really want to double down on this.
No, and that actually causes, for a second, a 5-person defensive rotation from Crew. Hunter's Fury actually from the defensive side. Yeah, Biazik just trying to find an opening, a window, a timing. Fails in it.
Purely speculating.
In the bin, yeah, just purely speculative.
No pickup of mid here yet for Dodds with that operator. She's headed over to Cat, though, at least to keep an eye on that. Oh, she's found Serena. Okay, that was over towards Tiles. Now she wants to play a bit more aggressive, straight up mid. And this is where Zeta in the past have started to show some uncertainty, Wyatt. That slow, methodical style. They really do need to make a commitment pretty soon. 40 seconds left to play.
It's actually the slowness right now that is throwing some confusion at Crew. You can see them in spawn a little bit heavily towards A, rotating back and forth, and now a bit more spread, playing passive, waiting to see where they're going to hit Zeta, and it's going to be the B site.
Good market smoke here, though, by Moko. That is going to force Dots off the angle, and in the site they're going to have to get. This time Romy needs to stand up and anchor. Suzu in Boathouse, the spray coming in from Biazik. Suzu still fancies that fight, but Romy's going to find the first here.
10 seconds left.
Here's Arco drop, another player in Speedway. Romy trying to play the dangerous game between staying out of sight and getting involved, interrupting a potential plant. There's no time left for it, though. And Moko stood out here with nothing to do. Crew take that round. And it was a confusing one for them. Slow play for Zeta, maybe a little too slow.
They kept trying to throw some utility towards A, and again, that very slow play in the mid round did have Crew rotating about, but not being able to root Rami out of sewer, just nicely playing around these more passive angles, getting that first kill. Not taking any big fights, just not offering themselves up, because they have trust in the rest of the crew team to flood in and assist. I feel like a broken record here, but that has been the crucial aspect of them getting these round wins.
Dodds over towards the A side of the map this time. Playing off the one way with the operator. A lot of information here for Zeta though. 2 players pinged off.
These early 0 points are getting so much value.
Yeah, neither team really playing back from them, anticipating them so much. Now mid there's about to be crawling with Zeta Division. They're gonna make their way down Cat here. It'll be a double face for crew. Got Michaela and Connie here ready for a tree push.
That was huge for Dodds, just to spot that Mocha was jumping around the corner. Knows that they can pick up this angle for free, control all of A, get that information.
Guardsy might look to play off of Romy here as well. She's a little deeper into B main. So there's a crossfire here. And wherever they go, if it's not mid, Zeta Division are going to be walking into a crossfire or an operator holding the angle. There you go for it into tree. Suzu goes. Michaela ready for it though. Akko has to get out. So that attempt at A fizzles. Now it has to be B main, but it's a crossfire here as well. Romy's waiting for it, and she finds 3 headshots all. And Zeta are in shambles.
30 seconds left.
Crew just simply did not buy that at all. No rotation out of B main. No reason for Romy to leave. Good shot from Akko, but eventually traded out. Zeta trying to throw a lot of fakes into the mix right now. That time it was just a full commit from Suzu into tree. That was an eco round, so, you know, getting a little bit cheeky with the ideas. Not too mad at that.
But again, getting these crossfires set up 2 parts of the map and having your operator player all the way up towards Gelato. You know what?
It's just that easy.
Fair enough.
It's just that easy.
Last round of the half here, Zeta Division with some key ultimates online as well. Blade Storms for both, but null command up for Michaela.
Null command and picking up the ultimate orb. I just wanted to point out as well that Dodds, remember earlier in this half at a point was 2 and 5, now 10 and 7. Since the operator, since the economy got strong enough to purchase it, has now taken over the Game 4 crew, is now at the top of the board where you just expect her to be.
Reassuming her rightful place.
Right here.
Yatsik here, ready to play off this turret. Corner shooting, of course, with that Odin forced back though. Should light up, no. Okay, Recon Bot gives a lot of information. Beyonce might have to just hold this angle here, though. Suzu went to pressure down that speedway zone, but Romy's able to find it. Dot has to push through this, and in she goes with the Blade Storm. She finds Akko, but is traded out. Romy again has to hold it down, and yet again finds 2. This, though, will allow Zeta Division onto the B site in a 2v2.
The scaling looking a bit better there from Zeta.
Zeta Hunter's Fury for UR. Over towards Michaela's position, she actually gets ahead of it. Not tagged up by it whatsoever, and Michaela comes on down to finish the job. Crew end up with a respectable 7 defensive rounds. We got to see a lot of Zeta's capacity on this attack side.
They really ran it back. It was the operator out of a timeout. They get that online. Dodds began to find so many first bloods. And really, you're seeing across the board what crew are known for. And it is that firepower. Individuals anchoring with a lot of finesse. The shots that are being hit, the adjustments from Romy late in that half, shutting down the B efforts.
Gotta be happy with a result like that. Suzu also looked like she could be dangerous with that Blade Storm. Like you mentioned, Romy able to lock it down. Zeta Division's map pick, they get themselves 5 attack side rounds. Will that be enough? We're gonna have to find out. Stick around for our second half of Ascent.
Red Bull gives you wings.
It's so fun in games until it doesn't toss me out. I'll hit the ignition. Now you listen. Hop up in the window. Smaller and smaller you fade out. Hop up in the window. You cannot get my vibe. No, there's no way. I'm flying high above all your gravity. Trying to bring me down, but I'll never stay. Hey, watch me levitate. You cannot get my vibe. No, there's no way. You can say what you want, call me insane. Trying to bring me down, but I'll never stay. Hey, so sorry, but we're not the same. No, we're not the same. Boo-hoo, poor you, please forgive me, cause I don't feel any pity. I'm fed up with lies, you wanted my demise, now you're watching me rise, rise, rise.
Ascent on deck for you folks. Zeta Division with those 5 attack side rounds. Scaling looking better and better as the half went. Finishing off with a push onto the B side that ended up falling flat. The crew here, now we're looking to see that firepower go on full display. If they want to avert a third map, it's going to have to be on this attack side.
I'm just staring at the round timeline right now for this game. At a point, Zeta up 5-2, crew running back 5 rounds in a row to get into the lead. And again, it is the typical favored side for this map.
Yeah, 7-5 half, not really super out of the ordinary. Now he's getting to see crew on that attack side. Zeta already real exploratory over on that A side of the map. They pushed out over towards Gelato, opting to stack that site. Making the wrong call, ultimately.
And we are headed for a full retake scenario. These are the kind of situations that I was impressed with Zeta on when they were in that Pacific qualifier.
That's Robbie. Just getting a little bit too far out of B main. Spots at least one of Zeta, but now the rest of them grouped up towards this part of the map. And again, it's Serena getting embedded in a weird spot up mid.
Crew are very weak right now, by the way.
Taking a ton of damage, dots down to 22. It's about to get hectic now. You are just going to plunge into the fight. Suzu's good for 3 on the round already, and Korea has to try and hold up. Great retake from Zeta.
Those are the situations where they excel at. Some of those big set retakes, some early round set aggression plays. Lovely to see that fast push out of A that you mentioned earlier, and they just pivot that into that fast flank through B. Look at how they get into the site together there.
And they're not content just to sit in that A side until they get a plant confirmation. They are already going as a unit. They're looking a lot more proactive, I think, than we saw them in that Pacific game.
And look at this. Crew are forcing up. A lot of light armors that are about to run into the outlaw of Suzu could be deadly.
They're rolling the dice on this round, folks. Suzu at least will be forced off that mid spot here with that dark cover. And up catwalk go crew. Darko's going to be the one to take contact here, and Suzu's also adjusted.
Standard for the KO here, just jiggle peeking, actually falls off. Usually that Molotov is going to come through. There is the flash, Suzu can't do anything with the outlaw in this situation.
Darko tries to slow them down, but it's going to be a tailwind from Dodds. Runter straight into the weaponry of Zeta Division. They are immovable. Arco brings Konya down, and Michaela left as a loose end.
And that's about as bad as it could possibly go when you force into that second round. Everything retained for Zeta. The economy is going to get outrageous for them.
And then Outlaw's going to stay relevant here, at least for this next round. That is, I mean, crew room, they really make a gamble there. They want to push up catwalk as a whole unit. Beautifully done. Just crumble as they start to hit this A side. All the eggs in the one basket as they head through tree.
And frankly, if things get out of hand, certainly a bold move. I respect it. But if things go completely awry, if Zeta take this map, they're going to be regretting that.
That really sets you multiple rounds behind. Suzu here with the Outlaw getting involved, but traded out by Michaela. That is not yet a recoverable weapon, though. We have Serena falling back, not with the best weapon to cover market from Defender Sport. They get mid-control here. This will be cleared by the Aldro. Serena might look to try and intervene here. Double face straight down mid. Paranoia. Good connection there from Mocha now to capitalize on it. But crew are waiting. High-low setup. And the Sheriffs go to work. Arco, the last one standing. Romy, man. She don't miss.
They really just got a little too greedy there. It just didn't feel necessary to go for something so aggressive.
Backbreaking.
Can still just play far more safe against all of those Sheriffs. I mean, back-to-back, both teams having a round of great frustration, but Zeta will still have this full buy coming into the next. And again, though, you do just have to acknowledge the individual skill is just crazy on this team. It really is. you know that they're going to be coming into this tournament with the headshots on full display.
So, Crew get led back into the game a little bit earlier than otherwise they would have. But Zeta, of course, now with that full buy.
Destroyed.
Suzu hoping to tempt Romy to come forward as she is holding that angle with an operator. And it's over an A. Crew are headed in there. Dodds wastes no time, head over towards the Gen direction. Moku does see the Gen. He's able to win that out. The rest of Crew haven't made their way through the dark cover yet.
I believe it was the Molotov from Akko that just cut off the pack from that entry duelist. Wow, Suzu, I mean, that is mad aggro.
All right. Romy opts not to assume Suzu's weaponry. Now an Explorer of mid here for Zeta Division. They know Romy was over towards tiles. Crew slowing it down a little bit here, but it's going to be a little dangerous now. Yep, it's the walk up down catwalk. Serena able to complete that kill. Over to A though, Crew are going to look to go. This is unheld by Zeta Division. Romy trying to come back through that gelato direction.
Content right now where Zeta to just play for this 4-on-3 retake. The mid-round proactivity from them is pretty nuts right now. UR has a lot of util to work with, but being alone has to be a little bit afraid, and Crew want to exploit that. The drone might get them caught, but no. The rest of the team meeting up, holding the angles. Nicely played, grouping up together.
And Zeta playing as a unit here. It's up to Romy to try and disrupt. Despite some decent early round action there for Crew, can't salvage the round as Zeta go for the full buy. They're going to keep two guns out of this one.
Again, it is just the situations like that that are the bread and butter of Zeta Division. The proactivity in the mid-round, pretty mental. I mean, pushing all the way down mid with 3 players into tiles, grouped up, taking that fight. But then after that, just meeting up with UR, flooding together through heaven, protecting their Sova. In fact, you know, intentional or unintentional, that drone coming out, nice little tantalizing piece of bait for the Crew players to push forward into the crosshairs.
This mid-rounding is great from Zeta Division, a team, by the way, that often rotates their IGL. I think Suzu even tweeted today that she was IGLing, so we rarely know who it is. Obviously, as UR was previously quoted to be assuming that role. But I love the way that Zeta are adapting. This mid-rounding that they're going for, always grouped up. Sort of like a death ball here, just re-clearing and re-clearing parts of the map. And in fairness, they got back over towards that A side, unscathed, able to make that retake.
That's the kind of gameplay you would associate with like a Breach Neon kind of comp, you know, just that aggression death ball running around, but no fear being shown from Zeta, which frankly, I do contrast to what I saw from them in a lot of those deep matches in the Pacific playoffs, especially against Zipto in the grand finals. I felt like there were a lot of moments where individuals and as a team at times, excuse me, were lacking confidence.
Or they were just giving up the map, really, like the Sunset map against Zipto, I would sort of point to.
Yeah, there were moments where there, you know, teammates were a little bit apprehensive to swing for each other, to double up and take the fight. And they would fall apart in some of those moments, but this,
I'm liking it.
Nothing like that. they are playing together and with a fearless style.
Well, it's a tied game, folks, heading in around at number 17. Crew with an awkward buy. Zeta take 2 rifles out of the previous round, so it's a Guardian for Arco, but otherwise, they're looking ship-shape.
I suppose the only unfortunate thing for Zeta from that prior round, they weren't able to recover the AWP because it was all the way towards
tiles,
EMEA,
right?
Yeah.
Crew here, set up towards this mid-take. Serena happy to give it up. This alarm bot will confirm. Smoke over towards the defender side spawned here, so Crew looking for an easy take off the B side. There'll be no one anchoring here for Zeta.
Just fast-paced split, and again, here we go, Zeta playing to their strength. Time for a full retake. Weapon advantage, not an outrageous one, but still just a couple sheriffs. Rummy though, with this plant going down, lockdown about to be activated.
Waiting for a timing maybe to throw this one down.
You should run.
Here it is. Side lockdown, Arco looking to try and clear that logs direction over towards B main. Perhaps UR's already gotten into the side. No, Robbie finds one. They're going for it. Robbie finds yet another. Playing for that speedway. It's a third with the Sheriff. Now it's up to UR and Suzu. Lockdown was destroyed. So Zeta able to make their way onto the side proper as UR out in front. Suzu playing back a little bit more, but spotted by Konir. And again, the Sheriffs for Visa Crew Blaze are out of this world. UR's got no choice but to try and dip this to Harper. Kinnear will swing. That crew take the round.
The shots are simply beyond human capacity. Rami is on fire this map. Multiple rounds converted purely off the Sheriff, purely off individual skill.
Look at this, just
Look at that swing for the third. Come on.
We talked about how instrumental Kinnear was at times on that defense side for crew anchoring the site. Yeah, but in these retake attempts, crew have been so hard to shift.
And I liked what Zeta were doing there as well. Still, again, that confidence that we were just talking about, getting in fast, wanting to fight when the lockdown was there. But it just doesn't matter. Forced onto the eco now.
Economically pretty backbreaking round, yeah. Zeta here have to take a back seat.
Take flight.
Also that recon, I think it's a decent amount of info about this A site setup. Crew seeing their dark cover now deployed, happy to keep it up. They are setting a crossfire up over towards mid as well, just in case Zeta do want to get active in that mid round again.
You can see on the map right now, it's just multiple little double sacks from Zeta. One player will take the contact, the other will swing for them. They've got that, you know, over towards Pizza and Market and mid, and the two players stacked up on CAD as well. Just passive info gain from UR.
The weakest part of the setup is probably just UR being solo on this position. Very, very low force back, pinged out as well. So, another entrenched retake situation here for Zeta. They want to group up on towards Heaven. Blade Storm out here for Suzu, gonna look to try and go for it. But Michaela, oh, that's huge! Okay, Null Command used there. Suzu rendered largely ineffective now. It's Serena and Moko. Grouped up, they're gonna go for it. Whatever they can get here.
Player standing. Spike planted.
There's not much to be had, I'm afraid.
No, I mean, I suppose you'll take the Null Command going out. The smallest of consolation prizes. I mean, maybe not the smallest, actually kind of decent. It's an incredible ultimate on this map for taking the site. So you're happy to get rid of that one. And now heading into the next.
Big spend.
Operator back in the hands of Suzu, who yet to be able to get significant value with it. Maybe could turn the tide here.
Another pretty solid post-blast scenario here for Visa Crew Blaze. Let them get onto that site. Very, very hard to find success. And again, it was the least covered part of the map outside of the B side for Zeta that round. So they went for a bunch of double stacks. We disrespect the one-ways in this house. Dodds is holding this angle here over towards A main. Moko, of course, will just smoke.
A very frequent anchor position for Moko has been in L a lot. And has found success, too. Has gotten a lot of first bloods from that spot.
This little foray down mid, designed here to punish that singular player over towards B main, but Romy not showing to mid. Serena reveals herself. Romy gets a little fortunate there to have that advance notice.
Now Crew completely aware, obviously, that they've fully lost B main control. If they want to go over there, they're going to have to expend that Sova utility to re-clear, but they don't have a drone. It's really not an option for them at the moment. And Zeta, well aware that that is the case. 3 players towards A at the moment.
The risk of running into this operator of Suzu is high. Crew really don't have nearly as much information about this setup towards A and Tree as they would like to.
Nowhere to run!
All right, here's that Hunter's Fury going to be thrown out.
30 seconds left.
Clear of Biasic really able to find too much from that. Romy just wants to be a nuisance, keep them interested here in mid. Dots elsewhere, those but now to get into the A side. That's Arco going down. Michaela, the second wave to hit the A side. Moko from that anchor position is taken down. Now Zeta have only got 2 to work with. They're doubling up here, coming in through Tree, and Crew have enough time to get the plant.
The Zeta defense really getting divided there. Do they risk this? Do Zeta try to go for some kills? They do. Economy hangs in the balance. And at this point, surely Serena just wants to get out. Retain this hero rifle for the next. Really just poking and prodding. Does get the free one, but an instant swing from Kinnear.
Look, to keep the cap on that Crew economy, but really, they've been chilling after all these rounds they've strung together. Zeta at risk of letting this game get out of their hands.
The major disconnect in that round was the emphasis that Zeta were putting on, rooting out Rami, that very common Killjoy lurk position towards tiles. I like that from them, but for that to get its maximum value, the players on site really needed to just capitulate to the oncoming enemies, back up, and then play for that 5v4 retake. It just got divided. They had the right idea, but it just wasn't all there. Crew exploited that by overwhelming those side anchors.
Zeta weren't really interested in playing retake on the A side that round, right? They had Suzu, A Heaven set up, and Moko, of course, playing from that hell anchoring position. They were pretty confident that they take first contact with the operator, they get an early kill, they smoke A main behind it, they can lock that site down, but it doesn't happen that way at all. Because we just see Dodge just walk up, find that first kill, Michaela is into the site instantly, while two Zeta players are being attracted over towards mid because of that solo killjoy of Rami.
Zeta have really been impressing me today, but the game is starting to slip away from them. This is their map pick. It was a map that regionally within LATAM Crew, their last two games, were both against their top competitor, 9Z, had lost both times. This is a really good opportunity for Zeta to get a map win in this series. Yeah, being able to pick into Ascent, a map that they're typically very strong on. But I think we've seen that differential between the two teams, sort of the big overall narrative coming in, with Crew being this heavy firepower team, Zeta thriving a bit more in the team play, and can they match up enough in that aspect to hang with such a talented LATAM squad? We'll see if they can stay in this thing. They're forced onto the Sheriffs here. They are playing for OT at this point.
All of that killjoy util for Serena over towards Tree. Just the turret to be played off of. Now, ultimate-wise, Zeta with a lot to work with here. Trying to find a way to get value out of it on a round like this, though, could be tough. Serena already wallbanged down to 50-odd. Smoke comes out, it's a little belated, I'll be honest. So we have at least one player embedded. Dodds gets ahead of that dark cover and in they go. Smoke towards Heaven. Crew realize this is an A site that's open for the taking.
Wow, Hunter's Fury being committed on this. What Sheriff Eco just on the spike tap trying to find a kill. Gets a tag, I believe, but not anything of real significance.
Yeah, Kanir and Dodds do take a hit there. Our drone sees so much here towards Heaven. Dodds, though, takes a big risk. There's no one to play off that position. And all of Zeta are grouped up. Now at the Sheriffs, they need to find a Thrifty of their own. Into the site they go. Suzu dives into the cloud burst. And 3 Farako. Suzu gets involved as well. And Zeta saves the map for themselves for now. What a comeback.
How the hell have they done that? Both teams exchanging these outrageous Sheriff rounds. The utility there as well. Look at the coordination. Look at the flood together. It is just picture perfect. Fantastic. Did you see that dash in from Suzu as the KO flash comes in? Multiple players in hell that are just overwhelmed by the util and players tsunami that's just coming into the site. I mean, how well played is that?
Dodds goes up first, right? Sees 4. Trying to play off the Aldrone information.
Yeah, that was just so aggro. Into the low buy. Is that really necessary? Maybe regretting that after the round ends in that way.
Could just play crossfires on the site with your superior weaponry. There's your MasterCard Thrifty, folks, for Zeta Division.
Standing ahead.
Staying in the game. Getting themselves some nifty weaponry to back up these 3 ultimates.
Still, though, with this streak of round wins the Crew have been on, it's going to be a challenge for Zeta. Overcoming the economic status. It's going to be multiple big buys in a row for the LATAM side.
Same look again here for Crew. Set attention over towards A main. And if they're quick about it, they do again get a post plant. I mean, Serena here really just going for that passive info with the shoulder peaks in Heaven.
Now, if there were ever a good round for Zeta to play for the retake, definitely the one where you have the lockdown.
Oh, yes.
A little bit of helpful tools there.
I don't think this is retake play on B,
no,
though.
It doesn't really seem like it. They do get out of there at the very least. And now Crew do have to be worried that they could be retaining some forward positions in B main, trying to lock that area of the map down.
Crew, though, don't elect to try and clear B main at all. Heavy pings out towards that A side here. Not much has changed for the setup for Zeta across the map. Again, it is Serena passively playing for the info, and it will be Zeta that get to go for this retake behind the Null Command, behind the Hunter's Fury.
Will Rami have any help here? Caught in the Molly, in that position to counter the typical lockdown position just to the left of Serena. They are fighting for it, but they're getting caught out.
And Dodds goes for it here. Rami has to fall back down to about 34, but Moko is on the pitch. She's got that mid control behind her and is able to take her down. Crew with 3 to work with. Spike down, of course. Biancic has to hold her ground, and that is a stunning little 2-piece. That might have just bailed them out here. Now command popped. Suzu to the rescue. In hell, Michaela is playing. She's found one, and she will be downed. Leaves it up to Kanir, who can play this passively. Paranoia thrown in. You are so much on his shoulders right now. Another tickle. Now wants to take the challenge. The time is not going to be on her side, though she's not got it to half yet. Able to bring Michaela down. Of course, she was already felled, and Kinnear waits for you on a challenge.
It was just shy of getting it to half on the stick. It was so important to do so, but got off just too early. You may be expecting that swing from Kinnear to come in. It was so aggressive from Crew. That proactivity right here. And like you said, it was that two-piece. That was everything from Biazic. Been a little quiet this game. And what an impactful play at the very end.
That thrifting does, though, at least mean that Zeta Division can buy for this round. It's not the best, of course, with a Marshall in the mix. Serena still holding on to that lockdown. Lockdown that never had the chance to be deployed on that A-hole. Gonna have to be here, but Dodds already active. Serena bowled over, that's the weakest weapon Zeta had to work with, but it is the lockdown now off the table.
Zeta's so worried now. Look at this positioning, look at the map control from Crew. I have to deal with Dodds, and the peak is just perfect. It lives as well off the tailwind.
What a round to come alive. Dodds has another crack at it this time. Staved off. UI takes a bit of damage, but we have to plan over at B. Kinnear playing from Speedway. Michaela up close here on logs in that pesky one-way that Zeta have to contend with.
Look at the mid-reflank from Rami as well. Could find a crucial timing to close this game out.
It's a group up here for everybody on Zeta, but this could be devastating. Hunter's Fury, Biazic, another tag on Arco there as well. Time's going to be a factor here for Zeta's last two remaining. Arco and Suzu have to play it together. Kinnear waiting for contact to swing off this, and there they go. 3 out of 3 Game Changers Championships appearances for Crew. And they made their way into the quarterfinals.
Crew said coming into this that they felt like this was the best team that they've got. Bringing in Dodds, who played in their first Game Changers tournament ever to qualify here. Got a little bit of LAN experience in the final there and came out swinging. On this map, as soon as they picked up the operator, took over the game on defense. They were down 5-2, ran it back 7-5, and then you just can't ignore Rami. I mean, the players on this team, as advertised, headshot machines.
Gotta be happy about this. You take your core from last year in Crew, supplemented with a ranked demon in Dodds. 2 Brazilian players that come in. This is the start the Crew were looking for. A chance to put their firepower on full display and also face no small degree of adversity from this Zeta Division roster. They really were put to the test.
Absolutely. I was so impressed by them really bringing it to Crew on Bind, where they are playing that unorthodox Neon comp and really have it figured out. Zeta played some fantastic rounds as a team to make that game close, and this Ascent map was a great pick for them. But how can you overcome some of those eco round wins, those big swing rounds?
Those last couple from Dodds as well. Bringing the Bladestorm into that final round, pretty devastating. The pistols though, you have that second half pistol from Zeta, pretty huge. Moko hard to shift from this anchoring spot on this A side. Suzu gets the operator in hand, you can start to see it get put to work. Both teams, I mean, Kinnear, this was an unbelievable 4K round.
I mean, how many rounds did Crew win off the basis of a player anchoring and getting a multi-kill? That Kinnear round. The rounds where Rami was anchoring backside, getting, 3Ks, 2Ks at the crucial moments. They are just so good. This was just snappy, great crosshair placement.
There was a crossfire there, by the way.
Yeah, and then just started chuckling away after that.
Just an evil giggle.
The vibes, fantastic.
Yeah, that's what we've come to expect from this Visa Crew plays a roster.
On some of those rounds like that too, though, I'd love to see a more confident Zeta in this game against such a relentless team. They didn't ease up. They didn't let them just run over them. They both came out really aggro, and I did love to see that.
Let's head it down to the stage. Victoria standing by with Crew, Michaela for the Verizon post-match interview.
You, and yes, the winner of today's match won Visa Crew Blaze, and I'm here with Mika or Michaela. Now, it's not your first time here at Game Changers Championships, but still there must be some nerves. How did you feel coming into this event, and how do you feel now?
Es tu segunda vez acá en el evento. ¿Cómo te sentís ahora mismo? ¿Cuáles son tus sentimientos?
Estoy súper contenta y feliz.
I'm really, really happy.
Well, I'm sure you are really happy now. Is this very different than how you first came into Berlin?
¿Es diferente de cómo te sentías cuando llegaron acá a Berlín?
Sí, obvio, es mi segundo mundial, así que para mí aprendí mucho en el primero y nada, estoy contenta.
Yes, of course. I learned a lot in the first championship, so in this second time, I'm really, really happy to be here.
Nice. Now, you've credited Dodds for the massive level up for your squad. Can you first tell us, how did you guys discover Dodds?
Le diste mucho crédito a Dodds. ¿Nos puedes contar un poquito cómo encontraron a Dodds, esa pequeña historia que tienen?
Lo encontramos entrenando y de ahí salió Dodds y lo quisimos para Cruz, así que eso, ¿no?
We found her by just playing, and then we saw her playing, and we were like, oh, we want her, so we just brought her.
Well, you definitely have a great addition to your team, but tell us more about Dodds. What does Dodds add to your team besides the immense fragging?
¿Qué agrega Dodds al equipo? No solo en el términos de fragging, sino también en como un poco de su personalidad o algo que agrega al equipo.
Bueno, Mira es muy alegre, así que eso es súper bueno para el equipo, positivo, y eso.
Yeah, Aim, and she's really happy all the time, so that's really positive for the team.
I like that happiness is just the theme of your team right now. Now, Coach Bebe was a big part of that really interesting bind comp. Can you tell us how your team works together with your coach to game plan?
Bebe fue muy importante para la composición que hicieron en Vine. ¿Nos puedes contar un poquito cómo es esa dinámica que tienen ustedes con la coach?
Sí, la compo en realidad la trajo Biasic. Y bueno, de ahí se completó Bebe, Pule y Via y armaron todo ellos, así que ves.
Okay. Yeah, the comp actually kind of like Biasic brought it, but then Pule and Bebe put them all together with her, and yeah, that's why they ended up deciding it.
And now you're the sole Argentine player here. Do you have any words for your fans back at home?
Sos la única jugadora argentina acá en el Mundial. ¿Le querés mandar un saludo a los fans o algo a tu casa?
Sí, un saludo para mi novio, para mi familia y nada, gracias a la gente que nos apoya siempre.
Yeah, thank you to my boyfriend, my family, and all the people back home that always supports us.
Thank you. Well, congratulations on the win, Mika, and to the rest of your team. Up next, we've got ALG versus Team Falcons Vega next, so don't go away. Hello and welcome back to the 2024 VCT Game Changers Championship live in Berlin. It's day one and match one is done and dusted. I'm your host, Victoria, and joining me for match two are still Kukuka and Mitch. Thanks for sticking around. And today, up next, we got China's ALG versus Falcons Vega. I mean, the last match was pretty intense, but I think this one's going to be a really interesting matchup as well.
Oh yeah, exactly, because both of the teams are coming in a very different form, right? We have an ALG that has, let's say, barely played the game, and then we have a Falcons that has been grinding throughout the year, and probably recently in that Series 3 is when they had their worst performance. So I'm really looking forward to see, with all the changes, how these two teams are going to go up against each other.
Yeah, I mean, you say ALG barely played the game. They've barely played the map pool as well. I mean, they're very restricted in what they've been playing, and I guess maybe they were ready for 2 new maps to come in. I expect to see them play.
But they've done it flawlessly.
Exactly. They haven't lost any maps. It's 100% win rate on anything they play.
It's like in, what's the name of the anime that we were watching? It's like in Demon
Slayer.
Like if you're only going to know one attack, you better know it to perfection.
Well, we are going to see more of that. But before we get into that, for those of you watching at home, and I guess you guys too, most of you probably play VALORANT. So you know soloing can be kind of rough. So if you're in need of some teammates, Game Changers is the perfect time to join the community and to put the days of solo queuing behind you. Now you can scan the QR code on the screen to join the Looking for Group Discord and find your future squad mates. And those of you who want to join the VALORANT server, which is exclusively for women and non-binary gamers, we've got a QR code for that too. It's the other one. So go on, scan it, and find your gaming peoples. You guys solo queue much?
I mean, I have to say, I play with my friends mostly that I've made from other games and also from VALORANT. And it's actually in some of these Discords that I've made friends that are, you know, I've had for like maybe 6 or 7 years now.
You know,
so you were saying.
I used to think they just got a bit too much stick on the dev team. Whoever's in charge of the algorithm for matchmaking, they must be hated on the most. But then I played solo queue and I realized maybe there's a good reason. Now, I think that it's a good environment, solo queue, some of the time.
Okay, that's a nice way to look at it. Yeah, sometimes it's not too bad. Now we got to talk about today's second matchup. EMEA has had 3 slots this year. This is a first time in Game Changers history. They finished in third seed is Falcons Vega. They qualified through points. So this is a pretty big win for the MENA region. This roster has been very interesting, although we are going to have a bit of changes coming into today's match.
Yeah, I mean, that's unfortunate as well. You know, at the end of the day, especially a team that has been on and off throughout the season, I think they're one that I expected to see a bit of an identity change coming into this tournament, and now it's sort of forced on them. At least you can possibly fill in a lot with just Sentinel role. I imagine it's going to be a like-for-like replacement, which, from what we've seen in the past, that tends to impact the team the least because it's the easiest to pick up.
Even though I said that, you know, they had that not so good Series 3, I am so excited that they are here because of so many reasons. 2 years ago, it was all about what it meant for Mary to be representing MENA and all of this. Now we have a full team. We also have Toki, which is a Spanish player, so of course it makes me very, very happy. Yes, that last minute change, Sandra is not going to be playing, is going to be Lexa, but we need to tell the people, they knew that this was a possibility and they've been cracking with Lexa for at least a couple of weeks. As you said, Mitch is going to be a 1-for-1, so it's going to be a Sentinel for Sentinel. And Lexa is a great player that they were playing against not that long ago. So it's within the realm of what's happening, it's probably the best solution for them.
Yeah, I think this is a good case scenario with a sub, with a 6th player there to have been prepared and they've been prepping. They said it themselves the last 2 weeks, exactly what we were saying. Now, there is also someone we have to talk about. There is a former champion on this roster. We got to talk about Mary. She's back and she won the Berlin trophy with G2. How could we forget? Then she took a break. She went to school, leaving us all completely heartbroken.
I mean, but we kind of understood it, right? It was a very mature decision. She just won the championship and she was like, you know what? I think I need to focus on myself, finish my studies, and then decide what I want to go. And she made it again here to Berlin to the championship. I think that we were seeing in the video earlier how she was saying that Madvi actually convinced her, like, come back, like the game needs you. You're so good at this. Do not waste your potential.
Well, I think this is the really surprising thing as well, because if you think of any competitor, certainly competitors that make it as far and as deep into tournaments as someone like Mary, who make their mark on the game and on the community, the thing that they value above all else is their status as that player, is their position in the league, and is winning more trophies. And to sit back and actually realize, okay, there are some more important things I've got to get out of the way. I'm young, I need to get my life, set up, and then go back to it. I don't know many people that could make that decision, and then when they come back, still look so goddamn good on the server.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, we were talking about their split 3 performance, not the usual as they did before, but prior to that, they were performing really well, despite like coming back in this year.
It was a very, so for you, that come from Pacific and everybody watching from there, it was a very Zeta and Shipta situation where Falcons would get to the final and then they would face off against G2, and it's a wall that they could not get across, right, time after time. And now, as we were saying, they managed to qualify on 3 points, but hey, they've had that extra time. As we're saying, there's a lot of changes coming in with the new map pool and some of the agent updates that I think could favor this team.
Yeah, I think that's a really great point. In fact, let's hear from Mary herself. I spoke to her earlier ahead of today's match. And I'm here with Mary. Mary, last time you were here, you made history. How does it feel to be back?
I'm back again, and I'm going to make history again.
Has anything changed since the last 2 years? Does anything feel different, maybe the other teams even?
I mean, yeah, the competition, it's way too competitive now, I'd say, like more competitive than 2 years ago. So I'm happy to be here. It feels like déjà vu, but I'm super happy, and I'm glad I made it back to Champs, back in Berlin. And yeah, I'm here to start a legacy.
Nice. How confident are you feeling about today's game?
Very confident, but never underestimate your opponents, of course. So we are very confident.
Nice. Well, thank you so much, Mary, and good luck on your game today.
Thank you.
Yeah, I love Mary's energy. She's so much fun. She's got this like vibe about her that is so fun to have here back at Game Changers. Now, Falcons is not going to have it easy today because they're going to be going up against ALG. Now, even though they're a newer roster, the individuals on this roster are very experienced. They're a bit of a super team, and I have to say, China's had a really good run this year.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's so important to remember what we were witnessing not that long ago in Champs when we saw EDG. You know, for such a long time, we saw them building up for that moment, and we want to see that from the rest of the Chinese region.
Yeah, absolutely. And if there's going to be a team to do it, well, a team that hasn't lost the map so far seems pretty good. It seems like a good candidate to put your support behind.
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting. So while, yes, EDG won Champs this year, we do have an ex-EDG Game Changers player, Yusin, and EDG placed not so great last year. So I can only imagine there is a lot of redemption and revenge arcs going on for this particular squad.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt they will have been through their training arc season, and now is the time to show what they've been working on, what they've been cooking with 2 maps coming in, a chance to upset the teams that have that little bit more experience, that have more reps. Well, those reps aren't as valuable if you're going to have to go into a new battleground.
Yeah, exactly. We were talking about, speaking of the maps, and you might think it's an exaggeration, but no, they've honestly just been playing Bind, Haven, and Sunset.
Yep.
That is everything that they needed. Well, and their opponents, because obviously, Mbappe, so there's 2 teams being part of it. But I do want to see, imagine if 2 of those maps were the 2 maps that were removed from the competition. Well, luckily enough, that wasn't the case. Again, that trophy looks absolutely sick. But yeah, of course, it is a very impressive win rate, but the numbers need that kind of context. They're coming into Game Changers Championship against the best teams in the world that have been battling against great teams in many different playgrounds.
Yeah, now we have 2 other players on this team, also super experienced. They're the X10 former, we'll say former, it's like a double X is a little weird. The former X10 players, Ginny and Muffin. In fact, I had a quick chat with Ginny before today's match, so let's go over to that. And I am with the IGL, Ginny here. Ginny, you have made history, and you've been with Game Changers for a while. How has this event been so far since arriving here in Berlin?
I'm really happy to I have a chance to come here again. So I hope this time I can do better than last time. Yeah.
Yeah, actually tell me about that. Talk me through your journey and how it feels to have the second chance here.
Actually, I just one of the player that love to play Valorant so much, and I never stop learning and improve myself. And yeah, I make it here.
Well, you've definitely improved yourself because you're right. You are back here. How confident are you about today's match?
I always confident, but I don't know how far I can go, but I will do my best, yeah.
Well, you're going to get to play a lot of Valorant today, so all the best to you and the rest of your team, Ginny.
Thank you.
So Ginny and Muffin both competed on the stage here in Berlin in 2022 with X10 Sapphire. Very experienced. They're both Thai players playing on a Chinese team. So that is going to be very interesting to talk to them about their comms. But their performance, like you guys said, they haven't dropped a single map, but they also only play 3 maps.
Yeah, but if we if we think about that 2022, right? They didn't make it very far. But to be fair, they lost against G2 Gosen and Shopify Rebellion, which I think were having a very good
Pretty
performance.
good teams. Yeah, still do have pretty good performances nowadays. And you know, we talk about experience a lot, and that was a big factor in the previous game. We talked about experience on this stage and how another team of Zeta had experience together, and that these things are important. And I think having a duo like that who are now running it back, it brings a lot that you can't get from putting players together for the first time. You also have someone like Ginny who's been in this scene. I used to cast her in Ignition events back in 2020 on Attack All Round, where she was, I mean, there was a chance she was going to be in VCT with how she was playing back then. I know maybe known more for Breach nowadays, but IGLing on Omen, I'm really happy to get to see her here online and how she performs. I'd like to see a bit more confidence. She was like, I don't know how far I can make it. I believe in you, Ginny. You can make it all the way.
I love the support. And, you know, I like that she just likes playing Valorant. I feel like that's really important sometimes to just kind of mental reset to get back into the game. You know, but before the event, Wyatt got to sit down with Muffin, the other Thai player from X10 Sapphire, for a quick chat about her return to the global stage. So check it out.
I'm joined here by Muffin, and I'm so excited to see you back at Berlin again. It was a year off where you guys weren't able, and you as a player weren't able to be at the Game Changers Championship for 2023, but looked so good in 2022. How does it feel to be back on this stage again? Do you feel, you know, prepared? Are there any nerves coming into this?
I feel really happy to be back here and a little bit nervous to be back here again with my new team.
Yeah, I believe. What kind of led you to the decision to begin playing in a different region this year and qualifying through the Chinese qualifier?
I just want to find a new experience for me and my teammate, Ginny.
Yeah,
we want to find a new thing for us to learn the new thing.
Yeah,
we did it again.
Yeah, you definitely did. You looked incredible online. I mean, you and Ginny have been a duo for a really long time. You know, the performances you put up, your duelist numbers have been so good in that qualifying run. Last time you were here in 2022, you had a win over Crew, who are at this tournament again. The other 2 games you played were losses, unfortunately. You went out in that lower bracket. How do you think in this time off from not being here last year, how have you grown as a player? What new skills have you developed to make you even better this time?
I think this time I'm more confident with my roles, and I think I improved as a team player more than last time.
What aspects of that have improved, like the communication, like positioning with your teammates? What do you think has been important in that aspect of the game?
I only speak English and Thai.
Yeah,
and they only speak Chinese sometimes. So hard to communicate.
How does that work then with communicating the plays, the strategies, or is it very free flowing?
Have one player in our team, one SP. She always translates for the both sides, Chinese and English.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's so funny. And that's not the first time we've seen that at an international event. I think FPX were doing that for a bit, maybe taking some inspiration there. That is very funny to hear, though. In this tournament, you know, you played against several teams in that Chinese qualifier. You did not lose a single map. 13-0 to qualify. When you're watching these other regions, do you notice a difference in the game style that you have to prepare for, the strategies?
I think our team need to prepare a lot of things, a lot of strategy.
Yeah.
Yeah, because in China, there is the new team. All of them is the new team. I think this time we come here, I think we can learn a lot of things from the other team.
Definitely. Your first match, you're going up against Falcons from EU, who've been really consistent this entire year, always getting some top placements. Do you feel prepared to go up against them? They're definitely going to be a tough opponent. What do you make of them?
I just can say I just try my best to play against the Falcons. Mary, she is really good.
Definitely. That'll be a good head-to-head matchup. I'm really excited to see you play. You've been so dominant in China in the qualifier. The stats, outrageous, like over a kill per round on like every duelist. You've been really incredible, and I'm very excited to be able to watch some of your games, hopefully commentate some of them too. But thank you so much for joining me, and best of luck in the tournament.
Thank you.
Oh man, what a great interview. I think it's so funny. She was mentioning about their comms is something that we've always been really curious about, especially when you come from a region that just has so many languages going on, and the two of them importing into China. What did you say? Like 1 HP translates
1 HP translates back and forth. Yeah, I mean, I've heard a number, you know, there's a lot of stories of players, especially moving to China from Europe in particular, in many different esports, and how they navigate that. And sometimes it is, you just sit there, they communicate, and if they need to tell you to do something, to rotate or whatever, then you get your call out. But the rest of the time, you just kind of wait for something to happen. And I guess study some Chinese would probably help. But in this case, it's such an interesting dynamic to have, you know, two halves to the team and then a bridge in the middle at times. I guess it's when things get chaotic, right? When you need to be just quick and snappy with your communication, that you revert to your mother tongue. It tends to be how it works. It's not easy to make happen. It's not easy to make work efficiently, but clearly, at least from what we've seen so far, the stats don't lie. It's a famous phrase that came from this very building. And I think we have to propagate it here. They're making it work, whether it seems counterintuitive or not.
I mean, we've seen it also in the past, and we, for example, in crew, like 2 of the players are Brazilian. It's not the same thing, you know, because Spanish and Portuguese are very similar. But at the end of the day, there are words that are very similar, and there are words that have nothing to do with it. But after doing it for a while, you get so used to it that I feel like at some point it's kind of when you start playing and you just have 60 FPS, and then you buy a better monitor, and then you realize that you're actually better, and then you literally your level like skyrockets. So probably in the future that will happen. But if they manage to keep being this successful, if they manage to get the wins just like we saw a couple of years ago, I think it would mean a lot. You know, just even getting this opening one, it's a
it'd be huge if that happens despite the comms situation there. Talon Esports has had a similar issue where Cruz needs to translate halfway through, speaking of Thai teams. So it's been interesting. It can slow a team down. It might affect their play style or their gameplay. Now I want to talk about Mad V a little bit, speaking of
who doesn't?
Gameplay.
Because who doesn't want to talk about Mad V? I mean,
yeah, I know. We want to talk about it. We have to talk about Mad V. Their comps generally have been interesting. Mad V's agent picks have been interesting, Mitch. Yeah,
they have, right? Mad V, an initiator, and we'll see a lot of initiation, I'm sure, depending on where we go in the pool. But where Mad V has really been heating up recently has been on the ISO. It's been so much fun, particularly on Haven. She is just lights out performances again and again. And it kind of makes sense. Mad V, very good player. Mad V with 2 chances to kill you. You got a headshot twice. Even better player. It makes sense. I'm just curious to see then if teams are going to come in, avoid that first of all, because, you know, that ISO is certainly somewhere that Falcons have been finding a lot of success. It's a good map for them as well. But then as well, I look at Mad V in a moment where you're coming in with a sub. You need those consistent players to be the ones putting up the numbers, and the Breach and the KO and so on. Fantastic, great support, and will be a backbone of the team. I'm excited to see the ISO. And with changes already today that teams have brought to comps, hell, put ISO in every map for Mad V. With the way she's been playing on Haven, I think it makes sense. I'm overcooking a little bit today,
I think it's burning. I think the foot's burning. Okay, Mitch, you go back to your Irish cheese.
Oh, we'll see.
But what Mitch is trying trying to say is that she's been very flexible. I think that especially from day one, she's had a lot of eyes on her because at some point when you're performing so well and you're being so flexible, people are not like preying on your downfall, but they want to see until what point you can keep up that performance. And she's managed to keep up that performance for the entirety of the year. So of course, she is one of the #1 players that we want to see how she performs on an international level.
Now, I know you guys don't do predictions all the time, but we are seeing these two regions, sometimes underrepresented, facing off today. How are you guys feeling this matchup? How do you think this is going to go?
I mean, that's kind of messed up to ask. We got Falcons coming in with a sub, 2 EMEA analysts here, and you're going to make us, with 100% win rates on 3 maps, you're going to make us probably go against Falcons. I see your game. I see what's going on, but I'm going to do it anyways. I think ALG, they've looked absolutely superb, and until I see Falcons with the sub coming in here, and with the map changes, I don't know. I think ALG have been ready for some serious map pool shifts because they've only been playing 3 maps.
Zeta already gave us a surprise, so I'm down for a second one, but I think it does come down to that map picks.
Yeah, I think it's going to come down to the map picks. If they pick something that ALG can't do, then it might be tough. Now, China's ALG versus MENA's Falcons. Vega are ready to go. Let's send it down to the stage and bring out our teams. We've got Falcons, Vega, and ALG gearing up and ready to go. ALG, some of them are calling them a super team that's formed, even though this team is only formed maybe like 4 or 5 months ago, but they've been performing really well over in China. And the same for Falcons, Vega. We've seen some ups and downs, but when they're up, they look phenomenal. And we're going to go into the map vetoes now. We were talking about this earlier. This is going to be really interesting for ALG and seeing how this goes. Haven's in, so that's a good one.
Oh, finally, we're going to see split. I mean, for Falcons, I understand what they want to go for this map. The first split that we're going to see in a little while. Speaking about the bans, ALG, they've been perma-banning practically this Abyss is somewhere that they do not want to go, especially coming into this competition with how strong some teams are looking in that map. Looks good. I'm surprised that they got 2 out of the 3 maps that they play in this veto.
Yeah, it is a little bit of a surprise. I mean, Falcons, they could have had Ascent to close it out, but that's not a map that's been going very well for them recently, so they decide to give it to ALG. Now the question remains, will ALG be able to step up? Regional dominance is one thing, but coming up against a team that is in a very strong region of Falcons with the sub though, it's very hard to get a power reading on where these teams are going to be at. And I think in the first couple of rounds, we're going to have a very good litmus test of what this series will be.
Yeah, that definitely is the question, and really, honestly, the most exciting part about Game Changers for me is seeing these different regions come up against each other because they're so dominant in all their regions. And here we go. We're going to go and see if there's anything. Oh, you got your ISO. Nice. Yeah. Okay.
Sticking with the same comps. I mean, realistically, we've seen one team come in and innovate a little bit, and I do think that was a sort of taking into account the power level matchup in that game. This time around, though, they're coming in expecting a tough game on both sides.
Yeah, and you need to think about the individual level, just the playing with the double duelist and everything that you can do. Expecting also Lexa and her first performance here internationally after only a couple of weeks of even cracking with them. I want to see how she resolves everything around it, but they have to be on a very good individual level. And man, am I happy to see Mary sitting behind that PC again.
It just looks right, doesn't it? For Falcons, a real chance. I mean, looking at ALG again, though, the fact that 100% win rate, it is the map that they play. I think that Muffin will warm up into this series. We might not get to see her out of the gate on the jet hitting that same level, especially with Mad V running around on the ISO. It's a big task.
All right, now we're all set for our second match of the day, so let's send it over to your casters. And they always have so much to say. It's Mimi and Ender.
Thanks very much, Victoria. I've heard that's true. And we have an exciting one here for day one of GCC. It's the first time a MENA team is at a global event for Valorant, facing off against China, who had a great year in the main VCT circuit, but is still trying to get that first win in GC.
Yeah, right. EDG came in last year, didn't perform all too hot, but this team has been looking very good, especially in China, ever since running on that LAN stage and going up against a new addition right into GC, that EMEA third slot. If Falcons can win here, make a good run in this tournament, they will prove that EMEA has some serious depth of talent.
And we are starting off on Haven, and it is a story of returns. Since 2022, Muffin and Mary coming back to a stage now head-to-head on the Duelist.
And we're going to be getting a big fight over an A lobby to start things off. Falcons have a lot of options to take these fights, with Mad V leading from the front on the ISO. Just looking for a little spam right now, and Falcons have managed to use that Omen smoke to cross down into short, but ALG, they've got a big stack going on the site.
And stun ready to go. Off the contact from 1 HP. And 1 HP is ripped out of the round in an instant. Neon's already ahead of it. Paranoia coming in, and Muffin, somewhat isolated here, has the first kill and a dash to escape as well. Instead, tucks in towards long.
Amazing, the Muffin just staying alive right there, using the smoke to get her out of the situation. Now at ALG, they've flooded in 3 players into the site, and as noise is cut, you'll see Lion is still hanging out over on B, making sure there's not going to be any late lurk in, but I don't think Falcons want any of this.
And they'll head all the way back towards C. Utility for information here, a cam that would be huge in the retake.
The question is, do Falcons stay in Garage? Because if they can play this post plant with good Garage control, it's going to be really hard for ALG to get back into the site.
Yusin will have smokes online for the retake.
And Ginny has the refresh of the fault line, even though it was used so deep into the round. That's that Garage control.
Crossfire. The substitute will be the first one up. As ALG push in from spawn, Lion dives in, down instantly. Mad V's picked off the rest.
That's just so nice. I mean, double crossfires. They had 2 players in Garage, a nice little ping pong setup on C side as well. Falcons coming in hot.
And looking good doing so. For this Falcons team, I mean, there are players that we've seen before in Mary, but this is a roster who I think had some questionable expectations. We're so good all year in EMEA, a true second team next to G2, lose out in that final, and are now coming as the first ever 3rd seed we've had at a GCC.
Yeah, the championship points coming into play, proving how strong their year was. And now, I mean, my eyes really are, they're usually on Mary, but on Haven, Madvi is always popping off. She is so strong on this ISO pick, really showing why it makes sense for her, constantly putting out top frag numbers, way out on top.
Stun setup for Muffin, she caught nothing.
I do like how ALG play around this A site. You know, A is one of those sites that, depending on the util of the enemy team, really hard to get back into, so they usually stack pretty heavy towards this area of the map, make sure they have 2-3 bodies on site at all times. And Muffin, in the first 2 rounds, you can see is always playing on those close angles on site.
3 players set up on A, but Falcons are going to head this way, throw up a wall, and they're going to rotate all the way back here.
Now, things go badly here if we run into Garage, because Lion's got that shorty, but they're going into B, they're all good.
And Yusin is smoked off from this one, so B is secured. Falcons is at very least going to get a plant here and choose to play forward in the post. Now be trying to get something off the timer on her shield. Zeva on the other side will finally open this round.
Tons of success with those A fakes, running over to the other side of the map. Now great paranoia timing. I mean, the shots are not quite coming in, but Falcons very strong in these post plants. That's 2 rounds in a row that they've been just perfectly set up.
Yeah, it's those crossfires, the fundamentals. Remember, China for GC is a little bit different than the rest of the world. They just have one event that is the qualifier leading into this one. Pretty much everyone else was playing 2-3 series qualifiers to get into that. This team has only played 6 matches together.
Yeah, it means that, you know, orgs and teams are formed to win that qualifier. They don't have that full year of calendar. And even for a team like ALG was one that maybe wasn't as favored going into that event, but once they showed up on LAN, they dominated.
ALG 4 set up towards A. Is there a lobby fight coming? A cross down long, a stun ready to go.
Whiffing on that dart is bad. Knowing Yusin's in the corner does eat up a stun.
But there's a cage.
Oh, but it eats up the paranoia too. Now Yusin doesn't have that level of stall. Ginny also used the fault line too, so fighting forward here is not going to be possible, and you see ALG call it off.
Drone down short instead. Falcons do have that paranoia still, but ALG is really rotating this one. 3 players to see, and Falcon is just gonna, or at least it looked like they were gonna re-hit.
Well, I just think this is really good, you know, round-to-round calling from Falcons, because round 1, they start A, rotate into C. Round 2, start A, rotate into B. This time, freezing, now gonna show a fake into that garage area, and the spike is still hanging out over towards that A side.
And ALG is fully bought into this one. 3 players on this side of the map still. The Omen picking up space towards B, and only a Cypher offside A to anchor.
The spike is still on A, and they've just allowed now Mad V to get up into garage window, put down these shots. Those 3 players are now stuck on the C side. They have to deal with Mad V before doing anything else.
And they have dealt with her, but 2 big tools gone. No paranoia and no drone as well. Into the site they come. That's huge from the sole anchor from ALG. Now support has arrived, but Toki has dealt with all 3 of them. Picks off the entirety of ALG.
And the lurk coming at the same time from this new player in Lexa. Now holding in that position is just such a problem to clear out. Muffin gets the kill, but up for taking serious damage.
15 health. 1 HP. Bit better. 2v2, and again, this crossfire as Toki with the ace.
Just
them
perfection.
all down.
I mean, look, that was, I think, a 5v3 at one point in the round because Mad V lost the fight up in garage window. Mary runs straight into the tripwire because ALG didn't over-rotate, and yet it is Toki getting every single kill. Those first 2 over on A is just exactly what they needed for the round.
And I think early on in this game, you're already seeing some of that gap in the amount of reps these teams have together. Falcons is always on point with setting up that crossfire, getting in the perfect position in these late rounds, and it has just been dominating the retakes thus far.
Once again, this big stack over towards A. Actually an attacking smoke to try and keep those players stuck over, and the swings just aren't really coming in at the right time. And yeah, Yusin's able to get 1, but everyone else is just falling to pieces.
Falcons owns A, and Mary, I guess she owns Ginny, slides straight on in for 2. Heating back up on the stage she won in 2022.
And this Falcons comp is a little bit different than what you're used to seeing, right? On Haven, usually it's the ISO plus the Yoru, right? Because having that second duelist slot, having some kind of flashes is usually what you're missing in that comp when you lose a, you know, a Breach, for example, or a Sky or something like this. But the way Falcons make it work is by using all of the, like, the walls, whether it's the push wall from the ISO or the neon wall either, to get really up close and personal. They don't need the flash then to break into the space. And Mary's stun is super effective, so it doesn't seem to really hurt them not running that ISO.
At least not thus far. I think Toki's paranoia, yeah, they are running an ISO. But the paranoia from Toki has gotten so much value already in this game. And for ALG, recovering like this, I think, is tough. You heard it in that interview earlier, but they have a very different system of communication, right? Half the players only speak Chinese, half the players only speak English and Thai. And 1HP has the job of funneling the information from the IGL over to the rest of her teammates.
Yeah, I can't even imagine how hard that is. Like, you have to play the game, understand everything that's happening, while listening to, you know, 2 different languages and also translating in the moment as well. And yet they crushed in the Chinese circuit.
Yeah, didn't drop a map on the run up to this event.
Now heading into this round, though, it's going to be really important. There's a lot of big ultimates over on the side of Falcons. The ALG are going to have to worry about that ISO ult, I think has to be the big one here. ALG just need to win one of these opening fights. All those fights over A lobby just have not been working for them. I think the timing of their utility has been either dodged away from by Falcons or has been slightly chosen at the wrong moments. And I think that's why coming out of this timeout, they've shifted their setup a bit.
But Falcons have shifted a bit too, sending Mary into garage instead. And she's gonna go deeper here. Throws up the wall, she'll get away, and the ISO ult grabs the Omen. 1v1. Mad V versus Yusin. The ISO spots out the Omen. And that extra shield, just too much to deal with.
And what ends up happening after that? Well, everyone's coming over into that C site. Nothing you're gonna do as a solo anchor over on A as Sova.
ISO has just heard them running away from C.
And that trip is jumpable too.
But they are committing into the A site instead. A late flank coming and 1 HP caught off guard by Lexa into this site. Muffin was out alone as well, and one by one, ALG fall.
Spike planted.
Wow. Madvi's flank doesn't even become necessary as Falcons dominate against ALG's Flood. You know, something I noticed a lot when watching ALG playing in their qualifier tournament to make it here was that they just played Flood retake all the time. They didn't do a lot of set retake pieces, and I think that might have something to do with the communication style of the team, right? Instead of trying to, you know, coordinate super precisely how you want to make those retakes happen, instead the whole idea is just get on site as fast as you possibly can, so you don't have to play retake, then you can just play off of your teammates. And it just hasn't been working so far because of how strong those post plans have been from Falcons.
And also in the earlier round, how strong Mary has been. Getting that opener almost every round, as it's now 5-0 for Falcons on attack.
Now's a good time for Alexa check-in. Obviously had to jump in to the roster here, but nice to hear that they've been practicing as this 5 players for at least a few weeks now. 4-1 currently, doing all right, starting things off here. And honestly, for Falcons, you couldn't ask for a better way to kick off a tournament. It has looked real nice from them.
Question keeps coming down to this A lobby control where ALG has struggled to get an early foothold. And again, the Neon is ahead of this utility. Muffin had a scan, but doesn't connect this shot, and the ISO just runs through and deals with her.
The utility actually was working, but it just fell apart on the shots. Madvi still playing on forward here, and with that shield, just super annoying to deal with, especially when you're on the Deegs. Not much you can do with that. So again, it's just a carbon copy of that pistol round. Open up into A lobby, get the over-rotation to A site, because you know ALG want to flood, and well, see, not going to be too much of a problem.
No one home. Mary will run into this site uncontested, and again, Falcons in a position where they just get to set up the fundamentals, play their crossfires, and most likely close this one out.
I've got good news though.
Okay.
ALG, let's get some Sheriff kills, and there's a Sova ult pretty close off, 2 off, 3 off of Jenny's on the breach. Get those online, because next round is one you have to win, I think, or it's falling apart.
Dart, Paranoia in, and Ryan start things well. ALG opens up for 4, and it's all down to Lexa, the substitute. Wrangles the Vandal and finds the first, but the reveal coming through from the Cypher swing out, 2 players in front, and the IGL for ALG finds them a first round on the Sheriffs.
Yeah, I mean, forget stacking up those ults, let's get those rounds going. That's exactly what Ginny does. The MasterCard Thrifty to get back and win the first round here in Berlin for ALG.
And sometimes that's all you need. Turn around the momentum, remember who you are, and get comfortable on that stage.
I mean, great Paranoia coming around that corner. Just shutting down Falcons. The first weaker post plant, I think, from Falcons, but because that Paranoia coming in, the good utility, they got a little bit disjointed.
And good work from Yusin there as well, the only returning Chinese player from that EDG roster last year.
Once again, fights over A lobby, but it seems to me like this round might just be an insert for that Neon over on the A side, wait for that re-aggression, get a kill, and have the option to rotate back. Falcons waiting a bit to see where the stack is going to be, because actually it is a big setup over on the C side. Stun line going down into Garage, and Operator holding down C as well. Falcons have managed to dodge that completely.
Yet again, they seem to find the right site. 4 players on the A execute. Can ALG do better to hold this time? Mary slides in. Camera broken, stun on the line, and Lion going deep into the site, but now alone finds one, but it's traded immediately, and it's another post plant to Falcons.
This is a weird retake for ALG. Yes, they have the breach ult, but Muffin has an Operator, and both those guns are on site. You're not going to be able to find those. So hard to know what the right answer is here.
They'll trade away the Operator. Muffin with the rifle. A Rolling Thunder available, they will not use it yet. Yusin on the opener, but that trade is instantaneous for Mary, and now, with no util left on the Neon, she can just start to cause problems here. Swing out, Mary for another, and Ginny knows this round is done. Mary might not let her live, though. The Neon running all the way around. And
Up
take it down.
survives. Yeah, the hunt was on, but Ginny actually was the hunter all along, turns out.
It's been a bit, but she's getting back into Mary mode in Berlin again.
That she is. Honestly, I wonder for ALG, like, they've been using this front B trip a lot. And I think that the way Lion's been playing, it's been one trip actually on the site that she is holding. Maybe she'd have a little bit better luck doubling up and playing for stronger kill trips, because it has just been a lot of these mid-round execs from Falcons so far.
Gotta go.
Muffin yet to really get value out of this operator investment. They're going to see if that's a solution to the A problem, and it may have been, but no one's arriving. Instead, it's Mary with the ult popped, sending her way straight through. Lion could be in trouble. There's a crossfire here, but Mary has a paranoia. Not checking behind, though. There's a player in that corner, and it's a 1-for-1 trade, which gains the site for Falcons.
Yusuf's like, Lion, what are you doing? Help me out! Get down backside! Ends up getting the trade at the end. But all things considered, Muffin just going to be holding this off for maybe a re-aggro into mid. ALG didn't walk into this round with much spent, just carrying over the op from last round, and I think they've just got to go for the save.
You're starting to see these ultimates snowball a bit, though.
No charges left.
Neon Overdrive in this one.
They're playing it.
They're going for the retake. Okay. Op traded again. Time is already ran pretty low. They're investing the Rolling Thunder as well. It's all in to win this round. And Muffin has the first. She has to make some heroics happen. And that's a good start, but no one's on the spike.
Yeah, Lexa came all the way back into Garage, gets 3 kills in the round, and now Madby from down on long. It was a really good attempt from ALG, but that late rewrap from Lexa was just a nail in the coffin.
But the issue is they lose the round, and they used one of their biggest tools to do so.
Seriously.
They're not going to have another Rolling Thunder this half unless Ginny does something spectacular.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think the Rolling Thunder is actually a bigger thing to lose than losing the Operator, because you're still playing against an ISO. Like,
and a Neon, you're getting stunned, ran
Yeah.
down, they have a shield. It doesn't really feel the weapon for the job.
Yeah, it's really tough. So now, I guess, wow, ALG are calling a second timeout in the half, which down 1-7, feels like you almost need to reset things for yourself. And they're not going to have money enough to go for that Operator anyways. And I think that's what they need. They just need guns out and they need to fight against this Falcons team.
What do you think the adjustment is here? They've been trying to play a lot of these retake setups thus far. Hasn't really seemed to be working, but at the same time, their anchors are just getting ran over by Mary.
Yeah, it's a bit odd. Their 2 main looks have been fighting all over A lobby and then sort of like a trap play over towards C with the breach stun. I think maybe getting a little bit more active into mid, you know, hunt down the Cypher camera that's placed outside Garage, put some pressure down that you might be actually flanking up against Falcons, because what's happening is Falcons are opening up A, and it doesn't matter if they have no control over mid, like, they don't have to spend any utility to get back into that space.
And we saw the first few rounds, they were going for some of those flank plays.
Yeah, exactly. And I think the flanks can definitely work for them. It's just at this point putting some amount of pressure on Falcons, because it's always been pressure into Falcons wherever Falcons open up attacking, and I think Falcons have just dealt really well with that A aggression.
And speak of the A aggression, it's ALG going back to it. Same Cypher cam setup to try and make a trap play happen again.
Yeah, I kind of like this, because that TP threatens the Omen stepping over into the cubby over on that one. ALG should have heard that. Also worried about someone stepping up into that Omen smoke. Falcons are reading big defensive aggression, and they haven't seen any utility so far, really.
They've done such a good job of eking out these trap plays before they become a problem thus far. They might be walking into it this time. Full contact up. The Cypher cam will be the first point of contact. Paranoia, stun, ready to go. Mary ahead of it. Can she escape the utility? Slides back. The Omen swings out, and there's no kill thus far. Falcons will reply with util of their own.
Same time up short, though. Muffin gets shut down. That was supposed to be the wrinkle there. That was supposed to catch Falcons off guard, but Falcons were ready for everything.
But she was just too late. All the util was gone. Everyone could see. No one was stunned, and Falcons have a wide open door to see.
Falcons just seemed like they've known exactly what ALG want to do at all times. Have countered everything.
30 seconds
Even when they're getting util dumped, they're still dodging away from it. Mary's diving into a corner.
1 HP had the Hunter's Fury. Chose not to use it.
Keep in mind, even if they try to play this retake, there's going to be a late TP flank over that tripwire.
And Mary alone on this site. Won't do any damage this time, so it's even, 4v4, but Toki has worked all the way through mid. She'll be spotted. And onto the site ALG go. That's a kidnap onto the first player. MadV has a 1v1. 1 HP outside is diffusing as MadV wins her fight.
And ALG are hunting, right? Down, stuck down on long, it doesn't even matter. Lion went all the way up. At the same time, Ginny won that 1v1 against the Omen flank. You see post plants, they've actually found some success here for ALG.
And in that round, almost using the ISO ult against them. A teammate out of the fight on both sides. They full commit to the fight down long. That's where we're seeing a bit better team play from ALG. You were talking about the Flood retakes. I think they're the best when they're just going fast, playing off each other, not really overcomplicating it.
I really love that they're just running down C long as well, because a lot of teams, you'll just like start sticking on the spike and then counter spam battle through that long
and
smoke.
that's just a 50-50.
Yeah, exactly, but ALG are taking that fight to Falcons, and it worked for them.
Still, it's 7-2, and they want some more rounds here. This is the change you were talking about in that time up. A bit more aggression maybe in mid. It's, what is that?
Cancelled!
That was a misclick for sure.
Yeah, and she can't hold out the Hunter's Fury because she's going to get pinged.
But the crossfire on B was never discovered, and Falcons are sending Mary into it. Down goes MadV. Eva somehow found a trade through this one, and they come out even from that engagement. Finally, though, Mary is dealt with, and now the spike is down in the hands of ALG.
Lexa could be looking for a body here. We'll pop the smoke to recover the cage, but with the drill coming out, that's going to eat up that entire cage length. And they haven't been able to make it in.
Lexa doesn't have another one.
Right here.
There is a dart to work with.
Area.
Can it get a ping? Somehow it does! A whiff coming out, but Jimmy defends her teammates' lives. Eva turns the flash, but there's not enough bullets. And ALG, for the first time this match, win rounds back-to-back.
I don't know, I could see that from Eva. If she had 5 more in the tank, there's a world. There's a world she's coming away with that one. But no. And again, I think this is now a few rounds Lion's been having some serious impact later on into it. Here, of course, that crossfire catching out Falcons. And it seems like Falcons, or ALG rather, they've taken a couple of these timeouts and they're recognizing the tendencies of Falcons. Well, yes, they're opening up into A every round. A lot of times they like to go back onto the other side of the map. So that double stack is going to work. And Lion actually getting a giga forward camera. Going to be big info late in the round.
Couple tags on the dart towards A. The ISO fighting and 1 HP.
Redeemed for last round.
Yeah, good opener there.
By the way, C long, yeah, we're all the way up there.
And we're tripping.
Look at that trip. There's 2 Cypher trips on top of each other kissing.
Is that what they're doing?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know what Cypher trips do.
It's their business.
Their free time is theirs.
So a 4v5 to navigate here for Falcons. And they're soon going to discover that second Cypher trip down long.
And they're leaving Mary over towards A. Now that they hit that trip, though.
Mary might get spotted here. Drone clears her out. It's Neon, though. Just slide across, and you're out of there scot-free.
It's just that simple, turns out. Falcons tried to sell a little bit more pressure over towards C, not just breaking the trip, but also throwing down a dart.
I have the spike.
This time ALG not over-rotating. They've stuck to their guns. But is it A?
It's fakes
another
on
fake.
fakes.
Marion alone, doing anything here.
Hello?
Huge 2 are stunned. Muffin the savior again.
But at the same time, there's now 3 players from Falcons on the C site. Lion was hanging out there for forever, but it doesn't matter. The second she leaves, the site's open. And now it's a 3-on-4. Not unwinnable for Falcons.
I know exactly where you are.
A teleport canceled out.
What?
And it spammed through the smoke off the Cypher ult. Suddenly this round is even. And Ginny pushed away as well.
Toki stepped up into garage window.
But there's a flank around. Yusin's making noise, spotted out. Toki deals with her. 3v2, paranoia back sight. And Falcons are fighting forward in this post plant. They are not giving an iota of space to ALG. A 3v5 victory in the post plant.
Honestly, I thought for a second Falcons were getting lost in the sauce. It was fake on fake on fake, Mary hanging out over towards A. But when they've sent her into sites on these fakes, she's been super effective. There she doesn't quite get the kills, but having the Omen ult to fast reposition onto the C site was perfectly done for Falcons. Yeah, it was nice.
It was, I agree.
I agree, yeah.
Good take.
Really insightful stuff from the Falcons camp.
We've seen this one a few times on this map thus far. The ALG attempts at a lobby fights, and This time again, there's no one home to receive.
Forbidden Tech, C-long push at the start of round for Falcons, though.
It's never been done.
Yeah, Madvi did end up popping the shield, though. And they're leaving Mary. They're going to do it again.
Ooh, does Muffin have a timing? Not quite. Lexa makes it across towards short.
Really nice position to play this round from. Falcons have inserts on A, on C, and now getting up into Garage. Like, ALG just don't have any forward space except for A. Muffin getting that is massive. And yet Lexa's crept forward.
And 1 HP wasn't watching. That's one. A stun for Ginny is good, but Lexa finds a bit of a safe haven. She's not going to have any help in this round, but a smoke from ALG's teammate lets Lexa escape.
And now the rest of Falcons have been called in. Paranoia doesn't end up hitting.
Too early. Dart broken though. 3 players backside Muffin again.
Down A.
Swings forward past her smoke, a dash away. 3 for Muffin, the 4th as well. And back in Berlin, Muffin comes online.
Okay, Muffin! Muffin's starting to heat up out there. She's looking real good in the final round. Absolutely nasty stuff and back on site. And we're back in this.
And that's what ALG wanted, right? Importing 2 Thai players into the roster, winning out in China, and from a real rough start, it's now 4 to ALG. We'll see if they can recover when we return.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Third seed could do, especially when a sub had to come into the roster. But it has been a strong start for the team, up 8-4 on Haven, and for Lexa, the sub in particular.
Turns out she's just the super sub, 13-5 in the first 12 rounds here. Definitely having a good way to kick things off. And yet ALG were able to get some momentum back at the end there. Big round to finish things off on, and actually winning 3 of the last 4, with Muffin showing up in a big way, getting super snappy on those shots in the final round. Don't think they're out of it just yet.
But if they want to stay in this game, the pistol round, pretty necessary, and Mary is not slowing down, maybe. She should have a bit. Dead already to Muffin. Toki has players spotted out by the dart, but cannot connect the kill.
Good counter util, making it a little tough there to keep the fight going.
Does she want to double dip this? Tucked in the smoke towards short. ALG maybe looking to re-hit into this one.
Yeah, as soon as this trip gets broken, though, it's so hard for Falcons to commit 3 players onto the A site. Yeah, Madfi ends up getting called back over to hang out over towards front B. And that allows ALG to reset full 5 players and gear up for this A finish.
No dash on Muffin.
They may just be waiting for the refresh of that breach stun.
Stun's back.
There it is.
So is the dart. Both pieces of utility will be used into this site. There's a player in that close corner, and Muffin has found the opener. Evan Madvi, though, coming online in this round. And Eva towards short still never got shut down. Finally, she'll die, but it's still a 1v2. It's the super sub, Lexa.
Lexa, she's been so good here now, pushing out through the smokes, takes her timing. The Lion shuts her down. 3 kills on the round, and ALG up to 5.
A critical pistol round the CN representative. And I think showing some really solid mid-rounding there. A big contrast, I think, to what we saw from EDG last year, where it felt like at times they looked pretty one-dimensional. ALG, especially with Ginny's calling in the mix, has done, I think, a better job of slowing some of these rounds down, playing into that mid-round, which is super important here on Haven.
Yeah, I like the decision not to go fully through with that lurk on B and regroup with the team. Now we'll see if they can scout out this stack. That's 3 players. And that's 0 players.
Oh, there's one.
Funny how quickly things fall apart.
Yeah. I think there was 4 there.
Was there 4?
Yeah, all hiding
I can't
together.
Count.
Now Alexa the only one.
I mean, you told me she's the super sub.
Those are your words, not mine.
But you told me that.
Okay. Not super enough.
Not super enough. Yeah. You know what? Expected. All good. And oh my, Muffin has knives?
Bonus round knives.
Wait, that's, yeah, drop the Bulldog over to a teammate, pop the knives. I mean, you are sitting pretty for the rest of the half.
Yeah, we're talking about win conditions for ALG. Number 1 is Muffin, and she has heated up these last 5 rounds.
And she has. Even with the break, you know, sometimes you get up on the stage, you got that couple minutes in between halves to reset. Sometimes ice you out. Not Muffin, though. Doing all right. She has elected to stick with the Bulldog, though. 1 HP on Sheriff duty this round.
They get a pick, something like that. Could still pop it in the mid-round, transfer that gun over.
Yeah, really interesting setup, I think, at the start of the round. With Mad V was holding right there, I think that first contact line. I think if you saw anyone, it was going to be Mary sliding out into the open, maybe assisted by a Paranoia. They fall out of that space now that, hey, ALG haven't made so much noise early on. We got to guard up that garage area.
Thrown through garage. This isn't going to see anyone from Falcons.
Falcons used their own drone down A long. They got nothing. But, oh, that's such a big kill. Now all of a sudden forced to go into this C site. Up over the top is Muffin. That's a big one. Bulldog paying off in a big way, but Madvi has now been dealt with.
And there's a flank coming through. Falcons have sent 2 players all the way through A. But it's flanks on flanks. This Omen in mid. Who comes out the better of the timings? Yusin holding. Eva spotted, but doesn't shoot in time, and Mary's there to recover the moment. An opportunity squandered.
ALG need to flip the map and get over into C-Link. That's exactly what they're calling to do now. 2 flashes to play with. First one comes in, but Toki hears everything she needs. Yeah, 1 goes down, and look at the utility. That is just disgusting.
The synergy for Falcons gets them their 9th round. So proactive in that one, realizing they have gaps, committing to that double flank early on, and every time there was a fight, even with the weird whiff in mid on window, immediately Mary is there, a second angle to swing, to trade.
Houston's definitely gonna want that one back. It's been a tough game so far for her. She needs to show up here if ALG are gonna fight back seriously against Falcons.
And Madvi already has that ISO ult online.
Let's go, guys. Who takes take a diva?
Muffin's been doing some serious heavy lifting here. And there's going to be 4 players coming into her screen quickly. Look at that utility. Quick seizing of the space by Falcons, and I don't think ALG are going to mess with that for some time.
Both halves now, you're seeing the strength of that Neon. I don't think there has been a round where Falcons have wanted a lobby control where they have not earned it.
Very important, though, that after getting that forward position, 2 players rotate over towards C and towards B. So even though Falcons show big presence on that A side early on, they actually have 2 players ready to fight this one through. It's not a free sight.
Muffin against Lexa, and she's ripped out of the sky this time. Lexa has the utility, has a ping, and can't quite pull the 3rd. So ALG come out the better of that one, but the ISO ultimate, Madvi in the 1v1. Yusin on the swing, and Madvi wins it again. Too effective in that ultimate.
Yeah, the only time Madvi dies with that ult is after she comes out of it winning the 1v1 getting swarmed. Now it's Falcons doing the swarming themselves. Mary baits out the shots, turns around, but it's Ginny sitting her down. 2-on-2 now, and ALG forced off the angle. 1 HP down low. Time is on their side. It's starting to work away, but Madvi coming around the corner gets the first. And into a 1-on-1 now with Toki around the corner. Falcons moving up to 10.
Another lovely retake from Falcons, just playing together, and it wasn't about the utility, it's just about how early they're getting these power ults online. Madvi, every time she has her ISO ult, she's getting a kill in that kill contract, and it is such a massive reason we're starting to see this comp played more and more on Haven.
100%. Madvi's
Well, not
farming
this
in those
one
ults.
quite, maybe
Sure.
with the Yoru instead, but
Yeah.
you're seeing the power of that ISO.
Exactly. That individual pick. I think Lexa, too, just played that perfectly. I mean, great tracking on the updraft dashing Jet. And getting some trip kills, too, with the repositioned back plat.
Get out of my way.
Muffin will finally use those blades.
Uh-oh, get back here. Oh, no.
Pulled straight into Maddie's crosshair. And that really slows this round down a bit for ALG. They'll flood their way towards the C site.
Yeah, Lexa decided to get off that site with the numbers advantage. Doesn't want to die over there. Even if she gets one, that's a gun on the ground. Falcons going to take their time with this.
Spike planted.
Site for ult. Shows all 4 players left on ALG together on this site. Lexa spamming through as Mary runs all the way around backside, isolates 1 HP. Toki finds a duel as well, and that spray transfer. She didn't find the final kill, but Mary got hers.
Wow, yeah, I mean, just the unrelenting smokes coming out of that passageway. Just so frustrating to deal with.
It's so wild to see Mary, a player who comes in at the end of the year for G2 2 years ago, and then just helps that team turn it around. Wins in EMEA, a win here at GCC in Berlin, and then she falls away, goes to work on her education, returns to competition, and this year is immediately back in the same form and back at the championship.
Yeah, joining midway through and keeping that momentum running.
Over there.
Always a scary player, always someone you have to be watching. And ALG have to find some way of shutting her and the other top fraggers down. It's not going to happen if they're getting so bolted. Good sidesteps on a few of those, but the final shot is the one that kills you.
And you see the combination too. They even use the decay from the ISO with that play to make it even more potent. And Madvi, okay.
I mean, she's just fighting, not backing away from a single duel. She wants a little bit more.
ALG are going to re-hit into this one, and this reposition is gross. Did they clear close right?
Does it matter if they do?
Might not. Madvi ahead of it. That's one. The second as well. No trouble for Madvi.
Yeah, don't even bother looking that way, because it's not going to matter.
Yeah, it's instant. You die.
Wow.
12-6.
You know, I usually don't like associate maps with players. A lot of the time, we're like, this player's just like the GOAT of this map. Like, Madvi genuinely, you go watch some of the Haven games that Falcons have played. She is always topping the leaderboard, like ridiculous performances time after time. And it's no difference here on the LAN.
Madvi really is Falcons with the roster since 2022 rebuilt around her. And still putting up numbers today.
ALG, what you gonna do? Big ults to play with, and it might just be a fast B exec.
Here. Look at the players from Falcons, though. There's already 2 working a flank through A.
They've been uncontested in this A lobby space the last 3 rounds in a row.
Dash in for Muffin. Up above again, she'll dive into Madvi and
that's the spike.
Die instantly. ALG, what can they do now? No spike, barely a chance in this round. They need someone to be a hero.
At least the smoke lets you pick that one up somewhat easily. But you're still getting pinched, and now you're getting pulled into the spirit realm.
Another 1v1 for Madvi, and no surprises. She wins that one too. Rolling Thunder in, but Mary's faster, already around the side, running and gunning, but cannot get the kill. So an open C site. But do they even have time to plant this one? Falcons is already on their tail. Lexa picking away 3 players from spawn. Waiting to hear that plant go down, and 1 HP will. Only Ginny left alive in the IGL. This is just too much to deal with. Eva will die, but Toki takes care of the last, and Falcons debut at GCC with a 13-6 map number 1, claiming their opponent's pick.
Hey, not too shabby for a 3rd seed coming in here. Starting things off in a good way. Madvi looking absolutely stunning out there. Did you? We need a tracker, but I don't think she lost a single 1v1 in the duel realm.
An outrageous start for the leader of this Falcons roster, but the series isn't over yet. We'll see Split for the first time in a while when we come back from the break.
We're ready, huh? 3, 2, 1, Falcons! Go!
Red Bull gives you wings.
He's so good. 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 He's so
Vega, I'm joined by their coach, Baba Beast. First of all, you guys have had to deal with a lot of changes, you know, the patch change, map changes, agents, and now even a player too on stage. Have you been able to kind of balance everything and prioritize it all? And have you seen that translate onto your performance today?
Well, I think having the map changes is like helped us a lot because it was like our worst map pool, like we're having Lotus and Icebox. It was kind of bad for us. So this is like kind of like a good change for us. Having Lixa is like a new blood. You know, having her to sub in. I mean, she's doing great for now, and she didn't take that much time, like as we expected, like for her to get comfortable. So we're kind of like feeling good about this, yeah.
She's looking like a super sub out there. Thank you very much for joining me, and best of luck on map 2.
All right, that was Baba Beast. Welcome back, guys. I'm Victoria, again joined by Mitch and Kukuka here. Now, we started game 1 off hot with the Verizon high-speed moment. It was Toki's ace. Check this out.
first taste of the competition, and it has to go to Toki. I'm very happy because it is such a great moment to start with, especially Falcons being a team that regionally has not been doing well in pistols, and especially has not been doing well in winning bonuses. And the fact that Toki is able to go into site, get 3 kills, and then after that plant the spike and get the other 2 kills, what a way to get the show started.
Yeah, often when you see an ace, there's going to be at least a couple of those kills that are cheat kills. You're behind someone, they're looking the wrong way, but they knew where she was, didn't move from the spot where it was planted, still taking those fights. It's impressive, it's dominant, and I think from the side of Falcons, that is certainly something that set the pace for the game. Like I said, we'd get a good litmus test in the first couple rounds, and we certainly did.
Yeah, I think that is the perfect way to put it, especially with that ace at the very beginning, just setting the tone for the rest of the game. ALG, they did have a little bit of a comeback in that second half there. Then we saw Muffin start to pick it up and start to join in the frag ranks amongst Mary and even Mad V.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we expected, we know how this composition works, and we expect, obviously, the Neon and everything that we know she can do to be extremely aggressive, and especially when it's in the hands of a player like Mary, to have this very clutch moments and very flashy. But as you're saying, the end of it, we were seeing it also from Muffin. ALG using both of their timeouts during that first half when things weren't working. They were able to fix some things. But of course, then going into the second one, probably losing a little bit of the steam, but they were getting the reads.
Yeah, and I think one of the other aspects, looking at, I suppose, someone like Mary coming in on a Neon, often there's going to be a lot of responsibility on you to be the one taking those first steps forward, taking all of those duels, and when you add in that ISO to it, there's just so much clearance that you can do it, and moving into sites together, getting rid of some of that utility without the same kind of aggressive punishes on the other side.
Yeah, exactly, and we also need to think about the next map, but as you're saying, it's not only that Mary was there, Madvi was there, and those kill contracts, like those ultimates, are so unlucky because you go in and you know she's picking your head.
And then you contrast that with like Muffin, for example, and your whole responsibility is to be the one going into that utility. We saw it towards the end of the game. They started to throw out a little bit of a mix-up, went for a C-site play, but sent Muffin to B to just be a distraction. What happened? Muffin updraft, dash, caught by a trapwire, immediately killed, and the whole team's ready to pivot to the C hit. Like, there was no way to upset the rhythm that Falcons were playing at.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a tough loss to start this match of today for ALG. Haven is supposed to be one of their maps, but now we have that regional matchup. But you know, let's hear what ALG's coach Kudi has to say ahead of map 2.
I'm standing by with the coach of ALG, Kudi, ahead of map 2, and Luna to do some translations as well. We've only seen you guys play 3 maps in the entirety of this roster. We're about to see you play your 4th map. What are your thoughts about Split, and how have you been preparing for this?
那其实我们至今为止只看到过 ALG 展现过3张地图，以现在这个阵容嘛。但是接下来你们将会展现你们第4张地图霓虹钉。那对于这张地图，你是怎么去一个想法认为呢？以及你们做了哪些一些准备呢？
因为我们之前在没有这个图之时候就已经很早在练习这个图了，所以我觉得也是我们有准备的东西。对。
I think although we didn't show it on the stage before, we have prepared a lot before we have actually show it. So we already have prepare for it. Let's see.
I can't wait to see it. Let's see if ALG can make a comeback on map 2.
I think that's very promising to hear from their coach. I mean, we've only seen 3 maps and we were making jokes about it, but then maybe they've been hiding a lot of things too. And I think coming into an event like this, you should have some other maps prepared.
I mean, obviously, right? That's what you expect. I think that probably this first map was a showing of if you're not used to going against this kind of teams or this kind of compositions, maybe it catches you a little bit off guard. And by the time that you have adapted, just because of the little time that you've played together in officials, it might take a toll on you. But Split, even though it's a map that has not been recently in the map pool on stage 2 in EMEA, it was, you know, we've seen Falcons play this, of course, not with Lexa, that by the way is having a brilliant performance today. So, you know, props to her. Like, her utility, as you were mentioning, Mitch, was on point, and doing that, knowing that, you know, again, all ours are going to be on you because you're subbing in. It's very last minute, so I'm happy to be seeing that performance. But going back to ALG, Split is not a map that is new or that has suffered changes. You know, yes, there's been changes to agents, but it is a map that they've played in the past, even individually, and that it's easier to build, for example, an Abyss.
Well, yeah, absolutely. I think, well, even then looking at someone like Lexa going into an Abyss, you might have issues. You're being left out to dry a little bit more. It's a map that hasn't been around quite as long. For Split, I'm excited for one very particular reason about what Falcons can bring. They could bring an ISO, couldn't they?
Actually, I'm more excited to see because, you know, previously, for example, the last time that Yusin played this map in EDG, she was playing on the Omen, right? We see Muffin on the Raze, Genie maybe on the Sky, you know, things that we have seen in the past. But Mitch, we were talking about it in the pre-show. We've seen some changes, maybe some Astra that became very popular.
Yeah.
Love to see some Yoru as well, some more of the Breach. I want to see those kind of changes, and maybe some Chamber. Mary?
It could be. And certainly with the escape ability now and that little bit of extra TP range, there's a lot that could be done.
Being aggressive.
Yeah, and that gets you in and out for free a lot of the time. So I wouldn't be against it. At the same time, after what we just saw from ISO, give it to me. I want to see those entries from Mad B all day long.
I do wonder, you know, now we're talking about this is the first time they're playing outside of China as a team. And with their comms, it must be a little bit slower, a little bit less reactive, because if there's any translation that needs to happen in the way and you're going up against a team like Falcons Vega, who just moves really fast, this could be a big factor in what makes or breaks this team.
You can imagine, especially, not to talk all day about the ISO, but that's something that is going to be a point of contact you need to react very quickly to, especially with the Neon as well. These are hits that are going to come at you very quickly, and you're going to have to be on your feet with communication. I think 1HP was said to be doing the translations, right? That was a tough map for it. It's difficult to say whether that plays a role or not, and hopefully we'll see the bounce back here, but it is certainly something in the back of our minds at least, because it just seems like it's always going to be something that detracts from, I guess, your full potential.
And we need to think also, you know, about the pace. At the end of the day, Falcons decided to go to this split. They had other options open, and they decided that this is where they wanted to go. If they are able to have the same performance that they had at the beginning of that first map on Haven, catching 5 rounds in a row, if they go, for example, as you're saying, Mitch, imagine that they get the double duelist, or the Euro Chamber Neon, Astro Breach, I'm completely settled in. It would be very disruptive, and again, difficult for ALG to adapt on the go.
Yeah, and we're going to see how much that really comes into play here at the end. You guys are wishing.
Deadlock on Mad V. That's not quite an ISO, but, well, her comps are always fun to watch. That's flexibility to the utmost.
Yeah, I mean, we wanted something different, and we are definitely getting it from Falcons. They never are failing to give us comps that are...
The fact that we have seen Mad V being so flexible, yet here in GCC, the first map pick, she goes on and plays the Deadlock for the first time. We were talking about statements, about first performances, and how this new map is going to be like reinterpreted. I'm so looking forward to see what they're going to do with this double Sentinel, Mitch.
Yeah, I mean, ALG have come in playing a normal game. This is just cornflakes, but Falcons Vega, double Sentinel, Deadlock being one of them, the Yoru as well. That is a comp that will put you on the back foot.
All right, well, this is bound to be a really exciting one. Let's find out if this one goes the distance. We're going to send it back to your casters, Mimi and Ender.
Thanks very much to Victoria and the desk. ALG have only played 3 maps in their qualifier. Split was not one of them, and they have a huge curveball coming at them to start this one.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone's practiced against this Falcons comp. This is absolutely wild stuff, but I think there's going to be some merit here.
We're on the cutting edge, but so is ALG from going down to that lower bracket. If you lose in this round of 10, then you have to play 6 matches in a row if you want to then lift that trophy. It is so much harder. So a big chance for ALG to see if they can recover in this series and take us to bind.
They're gonna have to figure out how to deal with this double Senti setup because they're walking into the stack here over towards A. Sun is sent out early, but Falcons aren't really gonna do too much play around that. Interesting that they're using the wall even though they have the camera on this side of the map. Putting it down there early, it's not going to have too much of a shelf life in this round.
And it's going to be interesting to see how they play around it. Are you investing in like utility, really giving away your position to break it? Are you just waiting out that 35-second timer? Or are you going all the way around through mid?
Hey, I mean, ALG used that timer to actually get that mid space, take full Vents control, recognizing that, hey, there's probably not too many people playing behind the Deadlock wall. when it's up there. So they've actually just, with almost no utility now, gathered that A heaven control and have the option to dive down into the site. Over at Elbow's a really tough position to play no util to support Lexa on that side, but it's not going to matter. She finds her first, and the flash comes on through. She's set down, and the site belongs to ALG.
1 for 1 was really the most you could hope for there. 2 players for Heaven. Retaking that space would be pivotal for Falcons.
30 seconds left.
They even want to.
ALG in such a good position here with that control doubling up as well. Madvi just running solo in there means that Falcons are now all coming down through the ground.
Trade of the paranoias. They'll nullify each other as Mary just dives straight out, spots the player towards Heaven, and has already taken care of Muffin. Mary's gonna keep going, but 1 HP has escaped. And Eva, now in the 1v2, finds the first in the spike.
No more
Planted back sight.
Still
Ginny
waiting.
around elbow. Eva sees a shoulder, finds the swing, and the shot as well is there for Falcons. They'll pick up another pistol round off the clutch for Eva.
Wow, that is just a heartbreaking way to start it off. Ava comes up with the Red Bull clutch in a round where ALG had perfect post-plant positioning.
It really looked like Ginny was not ready for Eva to swing into her there.
Yeah.
I don't think she even shot back.
I mean, the spike wasn't planted for Heaven, so Ginny was forced to get down on the site and fight that one through. Honestly, a miracle that Falcons even made it out of screens with that crossfire. Mary's having too much fun. She was literally skipping into the site, hopping out of the smoke. Now she's singing after she falls.
And that's a huge Red Bull clutch to start this game.
All right. ALG, this time around, have a couple of sheriffs to play with, but again, the serious problem for them is going to be dealing with this Sentinel utility because, I mean, you're going to see constantly throughout this game just that Sentinel util stacked on each other, right? Because Deadlock, you know, stun on her own, kind of weak because, you know, it doesn't do true info so players can walk straight out. Having trips around that, having camera around it makes those sites so hard to hit. You have to almost spend a lot of time or utility to flush out that util first before you do anything.
Even though this comp looks super like new age, in a lot of ways it's just kind of going back to when people were picking Sage all the time on this map, right? Like you have the wall towards ramp, the wall towards mid. It's just adding a lot of time to that clock and kind of giving more layers of utility you have to deal with.
And it's very similar to like the Ascent comp that like a Shopify Rebellion runs, right?
Very popular in NA.
Yeah, double Senti plus a Yoru, and what it gives you is an insanely powerful defense because you have insane stall on one side of the map, and the Yoru fast rotates to then play with those Sentinels afterwards, and that's exactly what's happening here. A perfect little 1-2, and ALG are going to fall down quickly.
1 enemy remaining. 30 seconds left.
And that's that. Falcons deal with the anti-eco well and already show us a second look there. I think the strength of this is you have so much defensive utility that you can constantly be rotating around where you're setting the deadlock, where you're setting up the Cypher. You can even play them on sites separate from their utility. And I think that makes it so hard as an attacking IGL to figure out what you're dealing with.
I think the really important thing to do for ALG is focus on mid and into Heaven control. Not to say that Falcons can't, you know, throw their utility in Heavens, but it's way easier to actually attack a site with that double Senti utility when you're coming out from above instead of forcing your way through that tight choke. And I think that's what they're going to be doing with a lot of early ramps plays here, sending in the stun line like we saw over on the pistol. By quickly dealing with that wall, it gives them a lot more time to play these rounds out.
Dog into sight. It'll show that at least some of this utility is here.
One way to deal with the different pieces.
Yeah.
Wow, Lion's really trying to get herself out here with the Cypher Cage. They're going to be pretty aware, though. You'd imagine 3 bodies now on set, but Lion finds that first one. Absolutely massive.
Madvi going wild with the Sheriff has already found 2. A dink onto this last player in 1 HP. Well, true to the name, not a chance. 1 bullet would do it, but Yusin deals with the problem on the site. And now it's a 2v2 on the retake. How fast does Falcons go? Instantaneous. In towards elbow. 1 HP is dead. Yusin trying to teleport across. But Eva's there. And Falcons win the bonus.
The util's so nice there, coming out from screens. Falcons doing a great job. And it's again just Madvi, right? Doesn't matter. She's not playing the Yoru. She can't get the 1v1s, but she's still going to be able to isolate her fight somehow and get 2 with the Sheriff. Just some silliness from back here. First using that bait from Lexa over in the corner, and then winning even out even in the double swing.
So ALG stuck down on an eco here. Half armor in the Sheriffs. And I think still struggling to piece together how to deal with this utility in the early round.
Yeah, Flash gets a ping, so they end up snapping that breach stun. Of course, Falcons are playing out that line. That breach stun in every team's playbook. No stranger to the breach on that map. And I feel like it's actually a really nice thing for Falcons to be playing such a wacky composition on a map that's re-entering the pool because, hey, when you play against the ALG comp, you know exactly what to expect, but no one really knows what to expect from a Falcons comp this early on.
Falcons feeling the confidence. They'll get maybe a little too aggressive there.
Hey, ALG won their first round on Haven on an eco.
That they did.
I swear it's just harder to shoot against Sheriffs. I don't know. Like, Madvy's frying absolutely everyone, but then enemy team runs at her with a Sheriff. I don't know.
What's going on? Harder to hit somehow.
Yeah, they move faster. You know? That's how I coped through it myself.
Look at this walk up for Falcons. 2 players pushed ahead of the utility in B main.
They can sound out on that sensor. No
left.
trips to play off there, so very easy to break that utility. But still, answering to that Heaven control with the B main push sets up Falcons beautifully.
And ALG has no idea.
Here comes Mary on that ultimate, scouting at
Players
everyone.
here. Spot is
Come
good.
on.
Lexa coming in to this site. And now Mary joining them as well. It's a double swing, but it's no matter for Falcons as they eviscerate ALG.
Yeah, 3 for Madvy on the round.
And I mean, come on, it's just too perfect. The second they feel too much pressure in mid, the second they're losing kills to this anti-eco, it's the exact right play to push into main. It's a bait in on the Yorwalt. It all looks so put together for EMEA's 3rd seed.
Yeah, Falcons know exactly what they want to be doing with this composition. ALG maybe a little bit slow to respond. We'll see what they're able to do in the 5th round. ALG have some ultimates to work with themselves, but I think one of the big weaknesses of this ALG comp is you don't really have power ults. Like, Raze Rocket and Breach ult are the only 2 that really fully clear a sight for you.
And you contrast that to Falcons, where they have the Dimensional Drift that just won them that last round. They have the Fade ult, which is huge on a retake, as well as that Deadlock in play too, which can just net you a free kill.
Especially on these sites where there's not too many places to hide. You're actually placing it. Madvy can act as a re-entry when Falcons are trying to flood out onto the sites if she wants. Now, I don't know if Mary missed this TP or 5head is rotating over to B and is going to TP back into A anyways.
Thinking we'll probably time out before either of those options happen. Toki, okay. Just walking up for a moment here in A. We'll poke at the Cypher and back away.
I think the idea is show that forward presence, pretend like there's maybe more players on the A side of the map than there actually are.
All in an attempt to push them back into the double Sentinel site.
Exactly. That's exactly where they're headed. Last time around, this time they get pinged out. Stunned up, and the ultimate comes on in. Muffin, her teammates trying to break her out of that, but that just means the swing is going to come on through. Madvy finds 2 off of the ultimate, even though she has to finish the job herself.
A perfect trap play for Falcons. But while all that was going on, Ryan has crept up into the A site. But the ult reveals her position, and Eva's there on the swing.
Trying to tip her hat, and she just gets shot in the face. It's just not fair. It's just not fun, but Yusin gets her team back in the round.
Ult available on the Omen to reposition. She'll head towards backside.
Oh, she doesn't scout it at the last possible second.
10 seconds though, that spike is dropped on the ground. And this round is over. Falcons just has to live through as the time expires, and they go now 5-0 up on Split.
What's the ult count at the end of that? I know Yusin used hers right at the very end, but that was a big round. ALG needed that one. Yeah, they got the ultimate out of Madvy on the opposite side, but there's still a fade. Muffin still doesn't have the showstopper. Madvy has just been an unanswerable problem for ALG.
And you look at that round, and obviously the B side is extremely scary, but while there's so much utility invested there, they still have enough tools with this comp to set up a trap play in Heaven, to have just that one extra piece of info util to trigger that annihilation off of. There's so much you have to navigate through on this comp, and I think starting defense Split, it's the perfect use case for it.
Yeah, and honestly, ALG, they need a minute to talk things through and figure out how they're going to find this util and break it apart, because their comp, they do have some pretty good tools to actually just flush out that util, whether it's, you know, raise nades, they can send those off. The Skydog is going to be able to trigger trips. Even Breach, you can use that blast to break apart some of those pieces. So I think ALG might need to just do a little bit better job clearing those things out. I didn't see exactly how they got triggered in B Heaven last round, because I know the previous one, they were able to shoot it, but that time everything just kind of fell apart.
And I think you can see the difference on the faces of the players too. Falcons, not all of them have been to a LAN like this before, but they have some experienced members, and they're getting a game where they are in dominant control, where Mary's out there having fun, where their IGL is absolutely owning. It's the perfect welcome to this stage. Whereas ALG, riding off the coattails of an EDG who went 0-2 last year, are trying to do better and already in a really tough spot this series.
Yeah, gonna have to fight their way through this one, and this round not gonna be easy with just the 2 Vandals. We'll see how their patterns change so far. A little bit more reserved of a start to the round. I remember back to Haven, and there were a couple times coming out of a timeout where Mary just sent it at ALG, so maybe holding their horses for just a moment at the start to see if there's something similar.
Double Cypher trips.
My eyes are down.
Still on this B site.
And with that deadlock wall pushed up in mid too, like, Falcons don't have to worry a lot, except B main. That's absolutely it, and they're not finding the tripwires.
Yeah, I mean, using the Breach Aftershock, the paint shells as well, neither finding that trip.
And then there's a crouch sent against them over in main too, so Lex is just able to spam away at them. There's nowhere for ALG to go. Obviously this round, it felt like a little bit more of a throwaway for them, but you can't go for these fast execs while that deadlock wall is down. You gotta punish that wall for being sent out so early in a round, or you're just gonna keep walking into that disgusting choke over and over again.
And this is the Falcons as well,
30 seconds
playing
left.
with that substitute, but it's clear that practice they got with her has been valuable. She looks super rehearsed on this Cypher.
Toki's gone for these forward step-ups a few times, whether it was a lobby or now up into mid. Oh.
Goodbye.
Bye. That's going to be the ultimate too. So now 10 seconds on the clock. I don't know if they can actually plant this spike with Mary sitting back, and they can't. Okay, Madvi. They just keep on coming. They keep on falling. 6 rounds for Falcons and making clean work of this one.
It is such a surprise to see this Falcons team as a 3rd seed. If you weren't watching EMEA this year, they were so close the entire time. Back-to-back grand finals in Stage 1 and Stage 2. Honestly, pushing G2 in a lot of those games.
Look, the last time they played on Split was in those Stage 2 finals. It didn't go their way for them, but they're actually playing ALG's comp. Since then, they've switched things up, but they've bounced back after a weaker Stage 3 for sure today.
Yeah, we saw some of these players back in 2022, but it is a different scene now. It's not just about G2 when you talk about EMEA.
Like they have 3 strong contenders here in this tournament.
LG contacted deep into mid. They have their Raze embedded.
Oh wow, using the Prowler to get some shots, but the Vandal spam, Lion's gonna see straight on through that. Unfortunately, players just keep on running over. Well-timed Gravnet is gonna shut down any chance for a fast B split.
Yeah, ALG wanted to react into B off of that pressure A, but they can't. With these 2 Sentinels, even if you're sending 3 on the other side, there's too much to deal with. Lexa takes care of Yusin, Muffin Salt, will it find a connection? Just in time. That's a kill for Muffin. Can she do more? Absolutely not. Again, it's the last-minute addition, stepping up on her site, and her teammates have arrived just in time, putting 1 HP in a clutch.
Falcons going for a reposition up into heaven. 30 seconds to play with for 1 HP. She's gonna want to get active.
Free of that burden of translating for the rest of her team. Now just about her gameplay in this clutch.
She's got a Bulldog right now. After going for this plant, she's gonna go back and switch over to a Vandal, you'd think, if she even has a moment to breathe.
Prowler will not spot her. 1 HP sees a player towards heaven. Reposition. Drop down from Falcons. ALG 1 HP wrapping around.
She's spotted.
And the haunt's too good.
Wow. The way Falcons have been playing a lot of these late rounds has just been so well put together, right? Like Mary, 2 years ago, I think Mary's coming out of CT right there, pushing off of the plant. Maybe there's a chance for ALG to get back in the round, but no, she decides to go back up into heaven, play perfectly with her teammate, masking the drop with some shots too.
She's a learned woman now. Took her break.
Is that what you call her?
When you go to school. I didn't, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, no, you're not a learned woman.
That hurts.
You said it.
Careful here.
I said she was, not that I wasn't. It's 7-0
You said you
Falcons.
didn't go to. Okay, I didn't go to school either.
And there's rifles back for ALG.
Early paint shell. Maybe it can break some util. We can hope at the very least. Unfortunately, all that sent to util is on the B side.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tough way to start the round.
Yeah, that's just the benefit of the comp. You can spam people through.
Is it?
No.
Okay.
It's the benefit of being Toki.
Suppose so.
Yo, I dig the hamster on the gun though. Shout out.
Oh my god! Muffin! Absolutely cooked. Mary's gonna do more. I mean, it is just a diff across the board.
I do not know what to say. Like do you play out the round after just getting shot through smoke?
Yeah.
Then you're getting shot while you're flying through the sky like one
and
tap
then
out of
Mary
the air.
hits a spray transfer.
Ay, ay, ay. Ava still hasn't died in 8 rounds.
She's 10-0. That shot.
One enemy remaining.
Just filthy.
It's not even a transfer, just the instantaneous reset. Mary's movement is so clean.
Yeah, and I mean, part of this is definitely the comp throwing ALG a little bit. They've really struggled to actually just get bodies out onto a site, but a lot of this is just Falcons crushing in those individual mechanics. I mean, on both maps now, we've seen Muffin just get shot out of the sky multiple times.
Paranoia is sent out there ahead of that wall even being broken, so it does nothing.
Yeah, coordination hard.
Yeah, I think we've seen some of these moments where the communication, the coordination, not quite on point for ALG, especially when you contrast that to how well Falcons have played off one another. There's no trade for that Death Heaven. Now there's a Rolling Thunder coming in, but Mad V should be able to escape that one. Flash back into the site. Falcons is already back in, and Toki's teleported behind.
Falcons just having a little bit of fun now. Houston might be able to get a kill, but the blind comes through, and she better start running because Mary is close on her tail.
My ult's ready.
At least they killed Eva for the first time.
You know what? It's the small victories in a game like that. Unfortunately, as soon as Eva dies, Mad V just shoots up the scoreboard. I don't think anyone's been able to push her out of B Heaven until a breach ult comboed with like flashes sent her all the way running. No one's been able to take an even fight against her.
So again, it's 2 timeouts in the first half for ALG.
The last time they called the timeout, it was a bit of a slow play into a delayed B exec. That didn't seem to work out all too well for them. I know you can't see it right now, but I'm looking at the pings during this timeout, and there are just danger pings from ALG in V Heaven. Like, they know the Mad V's the problem.
Do not go there.
Don't go there. It's illegal.
Where do you go then? I mean, they've gotten control of mid most of the time here, but then it's the trap plays in B Heaven. If they're splitting into mid, then they're getting spotted by a camera. And we haven't even talked about it, but Mary has had gate crashes to get across the map. She's always in the right place at the right time.
I think the really frustrating thing about how ALG are running into this Falcons comp is the ALG comp is really good at shutting down early aggression, right? Like Ginny just holding out that stun line and being able to pop it off of a sky flash pinging out on a target is really good at shutting down ramps control, A main control, B main, anything like that. But the way Falcons have been playing is just actually very reserved, you know? Leaving that Senti util on one side of the map, using the fade to be able to re-clear. So this round we might actually see that early aggression.
Where are you?
3 players fighting into mid.
ALG are like, we didn't talk about this. And they're coming straight at us. Muffin down to 10. at the beginning. They're trying to stun their way back into the line, but it's one way. You just can't do anything with that. The stun line was looking for players way further up than they actually were.
And the thing is that Falcons show that early fight. They basically buy 30 seconds.
Not again.
Again?
Not again. Different player, same story.
I think they gotta stop walking past the cage. Just getting spammed every time.
Okay, so you can't go A main, you can't go B heaven.
That's off the list.
Cover going out.
What about A heaven?
Well, you can't walk through main, so I guess you gotta go through mid? That's your only way. Hey, good news for ALG. Madvy's playing on site this round. There might be a chance.
Stun into heaven. From Ginny. They do have heaven, but in comes the paranoia.
They used everything to beat an imagined Madvy. Now Madvy hanging out in the smoke on site. ALG come down out of heaven, but they're getting carved up by Eva. Madvy is still stuck on site, playing around perfectly on that smoke, although with some whisk shots, ALG still have a bit of a chance. Jenny down, stuck underneath, and Mary's gonna shut it down.
Every time it just looked like there is an iota of hope, a chance for ALG to get into a round, then it's no longer about the comp or the fundamentals. It's just the individual prowess from Falcons.
Yeah.
Madvy, Mary, having great games, but the rest of this team has stepped up too. It was Lexa taking over in the first. It was Toki making good plays, and that as well having these moments.
Woo! I feel like every time we've heard the comms, it's either a woo or a nice.
And it's been pretty nice thus far. 10-0. The Sheriffs won the first round back on Haven for ALG, and that is a lovely way to get this round going, but Toki will trade back. Flicks around for 2 kills, and it's a 3v3 retake.
Mary almost went out that smoke, but she calls it off the last second. Out to send out that teleport.
Your trail.
Seekers are going to give ALG a perfect information of where these 3 players are coming from.
1 HP spotted towards spawn. It's on to Lexa here, and she deals with them both. Now Yusin, her second GCC. Trying to win out in the 1v3, and Mary will not let it happen. The second you see a Falcons player on your screen, you're dead.
No matter if they're coming into you or you're going into them, they're just ready for it. We've seen Lexa a lot of times in retakes. We saw it a few times on Haven even, where the rest of her team is going on the opposite side of the map, so she plays super, super slowly, waits for that aggro to come into her. She's always ready for it. That time finding 2 kills is just a little bit silly.
Last round of the half.
Not much for the coach to say there. No timeouts even to use.
No. And they get around.
Again, they're just really starting to take their time with things. They're hoping that someone's going to take a gunfight versus them, but like, look at the actual hold. There's a camera to watch a B main. No one's actually looking at heaven right now for Falcons. The only one actually taking a fight would be Toki, kind of, and even that is playing just the slightest angle to take a shot and fall out of the area. It's just so suffocating as a team, because when nothing you're doing actively is working, what do? You sort of post up and wait for Falcons to, throw something at you. But they're just not doing any of that.
And despite taking so much time in this round, they've only dealt with the Cypher camera.
We're down to 50 seconds.
Madvy and Mary, and it's just a player swinging in alone. Trade not there. Stun is up. Now in comes the Nat, and Mary's active. 1 by 1 they'll fall as ALG has somehow turned this one back around. An aftershock kill and another from Ginny.
Ginny found some huge ones, but she doesn't get hit by the paranoia. ALG know exactly where she is.
30 seconds left.
Keeps peeking in and around. Back and forth, biding time, 25 seconds now. Ava has come in from CT and finds the first kill. 2 on 2 now, as Heaven ends up falling, and Ava shuts it down. That is a perfect half here on our first map of split.
12-0. And in that round, it was the best chance we had seen yet for ALG. But it matters not.
Not at all. Madvy unkillable on that site, consistently carving up ALG. And we'll see if there's an answer after the break.
Spike down B. And one enemy. So much for their elite age. Where are...
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hold on. Is that you yet?
It is a 12-0 start here for Falcons, and it looks even better than that, honestly. Falcons have only died 25 times in those 12 rounds. That's averaging 2 deaths a round. They are playing as perfect as you can get.
It's been absolutely lights out for the 3rd seed from EMEA. The first MENA team that we've had at a Valorant global event. And they have stunned in this opener.
I mean, they whipped out a fun comp, very new age Ascent vibes on this one for sure with the double Senti. But playing it in our first real look at Split again. And it's only been a few months for Split. It's not that long that it's been out of the
And it hasn't even changed since then, but the game has changed since. Not like the event.
Okay, Mimi, you said it.
More so
right.
like the meta and the agents and things of that nature.
Definitely. That's.
I swear I didn't mean to do it.
It's a good thing this one looks like a quick one. All right, ALG, what can you do? They've got no timeouts going to this half, but that's the least of their concerns. They just need a round.
One away from a match against Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, that's your award for 13-0ing? Come on.
At least you get there quickly. Muffin has the opener. That's Mary dead. And she's gonna keep going.
Okay.
Muffin, confidence in mid. She does not want to get 13-0'd. Single-handedly takes down 3. If Falcons can win this, it would be a miracle. As it's only Eva left in a 1v4. And Ginny will put an end to it.
All right, respect. ALG, they get active for the first time in what feels like a long time, even on the defensive side of things. And Muffin just playing absolutely fearlessly. Look at that, gets the first kill and is like, actually, I want to go back into mid for a little bit more. Calls in that stun too from Ginny, just absolutely perfect utility as well. Can't complain about that. But can we start asking the question? Is it possible to win a round of attack on Split?
A lot of people have been wondering this. Thus far, okay, so VCT games since Split came back in 100% defense win rate.
Exactly. And it looks like it might be continuing, even though it's a 1-for-1. ALG have rotated 2 bodies into the site. And a big stack here going at the start of things. And luckily for Falcons, I think that cage is going to save them from that stun, which would have been certain death.
Falcons will walk back towards mid. As it's the duo of Ginny and Muffin towards heaven. I won't see them. So they head all the way back towards A.
Oh, 1 HP just sent a bird into the wall. Trying to use that to re-clear, see if anyone is in mid. Not going to cost them though, because Falcons are moving over on to the A site. See how deadly Lion is. He's kind of popping off back on Haven, especially on the defensive side of things.
Had some rounds. Here's another chance.
Charges left. Tripwire destroyed.
Going wide, stuck out in the open, and everyone is swung into her at once. Muffin is here in time, but the wall is up, and this is now the power of this comp in the post plant. There's so much utility to lock the defense out.
Low HP bars though. Madvi down desperately low. Same for Lexa. And they're all stuck on site. ALG are going very quickly. Look at 1 HP. Not slowing down for a second. And Muffin finds those 2 kills. Make it a third. ALG got their second.
Back-to-back 3Ks for Muffin. She was sitting at that halftime and just doing. Did not want to get 13 out.
I feel like she's been playing like fast and loose now, almost, in a way that's really working out for her.
I wonder if that's what they talked about in the halftime, right? Like, game's basically over. Let's just go out there, see what we can do, get that confidence back.
Win as many as you can. And again, that's another defense round, Mimi.
It is.
Let alone, don't pay attention to the fact that it was an anti-eco, anything like that, doesn't matter.
Okay.
Let's just buy into the stats.
Famously, have
don't
never
use
lied.
your eyes, just listen to the numbers, folks.
Not the greatest buy for ALG.
The way Falcons are playing all 3 lanes right now, though, showing that Omen TP into B main is usually accompanied by like more players, especially when you're going for that aggro TP, but very quickly, Mary and Ava are just walking into mid, holding hands, using that Fade utility to make sure no one actually stepped into the space.
Madvi has a round 3 annihilation.
Wait, what?
Yes.
Wait, how did that happen?
I think just orb maxing. Even on that equal round, they lost, getting some on the board. How do they want to use it? Yusin, oh, stunned up, but no follow-up from Falcons. Now Toki will swing in and be taken care of. So it's a pivot into the A site from Falcons, and there's only one player here.
Lions here, but as soon as that thing goes pop, the players start coming in. It's the same story as last round. Lion gets 1. Things aren't unwinnable. Muffin has the ultimate. 4 on 3 now, and they can break down that wall.
But so does Madvi. Annihilation.
Someone get her out of there! Someone save Muffin!
Muffin lives. At least for a moment, and that allows this ult to come through on the retake. Dog forward, Muffin satchels beyond the stuns, but can she find the players on site? No! It doesn't connect on either, and Madvi doubles up as Falcons 13-2 win their debut match at Game Changers Championship.
Third seed EMEA looking a little bit scary, all I'm saying. What a performance. I mean, Ava goes unkilled for 8 rounds. And Madvi again just puts up another stellar one.
Yeah, the first time we've had 3 teams from one region at a Game Changers Championship, and I think Falcons proving why they were so feared all year in EMEA.
100%, 100%. Same time, ALG, they come out here, first game on the big stage, and end up falling in a tough one, for sure.
And for Falcons as well, I mean, playing with the substitute, she shows up on this stage and absolutely dominates in both maps. I think it was a great showing from Lexa here.
Yeah, really strong mechanical performance. I can't say it enough, like how many times Lexa was just in an isolated anchor position on both maps and just finding Muffin in the sky, single tap headshots. It was some pretty sweet stuff out of her.
Yeah, the mechanics look on point. They're debuting us some new compositions. And Mary, on her re-debut at GCC, looks just as good as ever.
She has been popping. Of course, now Falcon's going to be moving on to play against Shopify. Mary played against a very different Shopify 2 years ago.
She did.
Never had that chance to go up against Cloud9 back then, but now getting to play against the core.
It was a match that was promised back then, right? Mel and Alexis against that G2 core. It's a little different now, but Mary has her opportunity.
Yeah, not all 10 players are going to be back in the server. We're gonna have about 3 of them. Still going to be a whole lot of fun. I mean, Mary versus Floor, I'd pay good money to watch that.
It's free.
Wait, it is?
Yeah.
I've been paying money this whole time, Mimi.
That's just a you thing, I guess, but that should be an exciting one. I think a real test of how good this team actually is. I think there was a pretty clear gap here. ALG not quite on the same level. Remember, they've only played 6 matches going into this event against a Falcons that has been grinding all year. And that hard work really showed.
It absolutely did. I mean, just dominant performances round after round. That's the shot, one of those shots I'm talking about. That time from Toki. And Yeah, just felt like ALG couldn't find those answers. It was a tough one playing up against a different comp, a funky comp here on Split. It took them a little bit too long to figure things out. That said, they still have a chance. ALG will be moving down into the lower bracket here to redeem themselves heading forward.
But the lower bracket is tough, right? With 10 teams now,
Spike down.
means you would have to play 6 matches in a row into that finals. But we'll see what they can do. Still time to recover and learn from this match, and I think that's kind of what we've always talked about with Chinese teams coming out. We saw the breakthrough for EDG in VCT, and maybe a chance now for this squad as well.
Yeah, and you know what we also learned? It's possible to win a round on attack. We got exactly one of them. We're going to be sending it down to Yinsu on the stage for the Verizon post-match interview.
What a dominant performance that was from Falcons. I'm now joined by Mad V. First of all, Mad V, welcome to Berlin. Welcome to the global stage. I know you've worked so hard for this for so long. Does it feel real yet that you're playing at Champs?
Not really. I thought it would be like... I still feel like it's a dream, especially like playing and winning on the stage doesn't feel real.
Hasn't set in yet. I feel like a few more games. Now, we've always really admired and appreciated your flexibility when it comes to your agent pool. But today, I'll start with the ISO. We've seen you play ISO before, but on LAN, you know, something just feels so right. The ultimate, the 1v1s, were you just feeling it?
I guess ISO just gives you confidence, like the agent itself. So on LAN, it gives you more confidence, you know, with the excitement. I think that's it.
The momentum, right? Once you get one, you know you're going to get a few more. Now, moving on to Split. We've never seen this Split comp before from anyone in the world. You guys are the first team to run it. What was the thinking behind this comp?
I mean, Deadlock and Cypher are strong together, especially on Split. Split wasn't on the comp for a long time. Maybe we'll see it in the future, our comp. I think the difference is Euro, but like Euro's OP now.
How long have you had to cook this? Because you haven't really had that much time.
Maybe 2 weeks or less, I'm not sure, like with the other maps.
And you like the Deadlock?
Yeah, I mean, today's game was good. It's my first game on Deadlock.
Yeah?
I like it, of course.
Maybe we see you on more maps? Is this something that you kind of want to add to your agent pool as well?
Yeah, I don't mind Deadlock on different maps. Yeah, it's fine.
I want to see it. Now, from our perspective, obviously coming into this with Lexa coming in for you guys, it really feels like today she's the super sub. But in many ways, it doesn't even feel like a substitute. She just fits in so well. It's so natural. She was shooting out there as well. What's it like for you guys, for you in particular?
I've known Lexa for a while because she was in Twisted Minds and we met multiple times in Riyadh. But like, you know, Lexa has enough experience and she's on a lurker role, so she doesn't need to be very close to the team to fit in. But she's doing great.
It's natural, right?
Yeah, it's natural.
It's quite natural. Now, I spoke to some of the fans that are here, and a lot of them are here to see you in particular. You know, they feel really inspired by the fact that you're here. We've heard it from Mary as well about how you guys want to make, you know, that MENA legacy. You want to build a legacy here, and I think that really involves yourself as well. Is there anything you want to say to our fans that came all the way here just to see you?
Yes, I thank everyone supporting us, supporting me here on online. I see all the messages, and especially thank you to my mom. She came all the way to support me.
Oh, that's so cute. And last question before I let you go. You've had your first game here already. It went really well, but you do have to face Shopify next, which I think is a really big task. So how are you feeling about this challenge?
Of course, it will be a good match, but if we play the way we play today, the same confidence, same playing together as a team, I think we can do anything.
I think you can as well. Thank you very much again for joining me, Mad V, and good luck tomorrow. That is it for our game here, but we do have another match coming up, so make sure you stay tuned for Zipto versus FlyQuest.
So, you want to work in esports?
Great. Step 1, never spell it like that. Better.
Step 2, apply to the MasterCard Gamer Academy, a program created in partnership with G2 designed to give you all the tools and resources needed to help you start a career in esports.
This is an education in everything, from creating content to managing a team.
All from experts who will explain every aspect of running a top-tier org, prepping for a broadcast, or designing global esports events for millions of fans.
Selected participants will have access to live lectures and insights you won't find anywhere else.
And even the opportunity to travel to the League of Legends Mid-Season Invitational and VALORANT Champions.
So they're flying them out to champs?
Yep.
Thank you, MasterCard.
So if you've ever dreamed of a life working in esports, this could be your opportunity to apply for an unforgettable experience.
Can anyone apply?
No, you can't apply.
And if you're wondering why I move the way I do, I just feel so good, good, good. I just feel so good, good. I just feel so good.
Your mind is gone, wide awake. 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 Wide awake.
That was so aggressive. Thank you.
Welcome back to Game Changers Championship 2024, and for our last match of day one, it's going to be FlyQuest Red versus Zipto Gaming. I'm Victoria, and on the desk alongside me is Mimi, like super comfortable.
I'm chilling. It's a couch.
Yeah.
We just teleported over here.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, straight from casting, and now you can have a well-deserved break on the
Whoa,
couch.
whoa, whoa! Analyst desk is hard work. Okay, it's not like a break. Let's not do that.
Okay. Well, What's tough is going to be this rematch today. These two teams technically have never met on the stage, but it's kind of a rematch from one of the most infamous moments from last year. Do you want to just remind the audience what that was?
If you look at the top of your screen there, you see a really interesting comp. The thing is, they didn't mean to play that comp. That was Team SMG, of which 4 of their players are now on Zipto, and they locked this in, thinking it was a tech check, and then just rolled with it and absolutely dominated EG, whose core is now FlyQuest regardless.
How GigaChat is that? You lock in the wrong agent and you don't even like complain about it, or you're like, yeah, okay, I guess we'll play it.
Fine,
and
we'll win.
Crush.
Yeah.
Their star duelist, Inari, was on Cypher. So on top of that, it was like 4 duelists, and then
their one duelist player. Yeah, it's so crazy. And I mean, you saw FlyQuest tweet out about this as well. Starbound typing, "Let's not lose to 4 duelists again." Of course, they, as well as Thea, the IGL, and Coach Jovi were all the core of that team that was EG that have now come over and created FlyQuest with some other really great players around them.
Yeah, I'm actually really excited to see how this iteration, how this squad is going to come together and how they're going to do against Zipto this time around. In fact, we are going to have some interviews over with FlyQuest, so let's go over to that interview and see what they have to say.
I'm now joined by our very own Sonder from FlyQuest. Now, I think one of the things everybody missed the most last year for GCC was the lack of Sonder time. So now you're back. I wanted to ask you, what is Sonder time, first of all? Can we get a definition?
Sonder time is definitely when you just see me having really fun on the stage. Yeah.
And how many Sonder times are we going to see today? How do we know that, oh yeah, that is time for Sonder time?
Bro, when I'm streaming, I get up, I'm like putting my hands up and everything. I'm like very visual with my hands, so when I'm having fun, everyone in the crowd gotta have fun.
And is it encouraged for the chat to spam Sonder time and maybe some hashtags out there as well? Can we get an endorsement?
Soldering time, I guess.
Yes, let's do it. Good luck today.
Thank you.
Do you guys have a favorite Sondering time? Like Sonder time?
I would say my favorite is when it's when it's Sondering time. That's my favorite.
I personally prefer when Sonder just Sonders all over them, you know?
Oh, that is good too. You're right about that one.
Now, FlyQuest is coming in as the 2nd seed from your region. And I have to say, they're one of the few teams to best Shopify. That's a pretty big bragging right there.
One of only 2 teams that's done it. They did beat them in what was a qualifier, right? And they lost them 3-0 in the finals to actually make it here. But still, this was a team that was one of the very few who can say they've pushed the former champion.
And I think so much of it comes down to how good they are at fighting together as a team, right? Like, this team plays some wacky stuff, right? They played Dodo Nut on the Sage on this Icebox map. They play without a duelist, but the way they coordinate their fights together is so locked in. They've been playing together for a very long time, and I think it's that level of coordination that lets them thrive even against a team as talented as Shopify.
Yeah, and we were mentioning, you know, it's Sondering time, and when she was on Shopify 2 years ago in Berlin, it was all about her on the Neon, being a star duelist, diving in, going crazy individually, but it's not really that anymore, right? She's role swapped over to mostly playing the KO, that initiator role instead, and I think that they've shown a lot more depth from the last time we saw this team.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of our key players from this team that look at her amazing clips.
Yeah, I mean,
so many of them.
She was just frying on Raze. And remember, like, this was 2022. This was like a time pre-fluorescent, right?
Yes.
And Sonder came into this international tournament, making it to the finals, and she became NA's premier duelist player in the GCC.
Victoria, you asked me what's your favorite Sondering time? That
That's
last clip,
Yeah.
the 4K on Pearl was iconic back then. And well, it was a great run, and Sonder, I think, impressed everyone. It did end in failure. They were the first team to get reverse swept at a global event in Valorant.
Don't remind me.
I mean, completely heartbreaking for them, and that's how G2 managed to lift that trophy. So for Sonder now, coming back with a different roster around her in Berlin 2 years later, I think it really is about redemption and showing who she is as a player now compared to then.
Yeah, I'm really curious, what are some of the key
takeaways, I think, from their play style that's really going to enable them for possible success against Zipto today, who's just such, with their raw firepower, how are they going to come up against that?
I mean, for FlyQuest as a team, I think their real strength is in how they fight together, and also the stranger comps they play. Like, they play a Phoenix comp on Haven that no one else is really doing. But again, the way that they team fight together, whether it's just like full-on execs or retakes as a team, like, this is not a team that's trying to like reinvent the wheel, like fake you out on a macro scale. This is a team that just beats you when they run at you with 4 or 5 players, and it just feels so overwhelming to face off against.
I think they also have a good amount of depth as well. Thea, when she was the IGL for EG last year, she had only just started IGLing like a few weeks before qualifying to that event. They were playing with a sub then. I think she, now with this new roster, has really grown into the role and done such a great job finding the right adaptation when they need to, slowing these rounds down and giving a lot of success no matter how weird or how normal the comp is they're running.
I think the thing that I have found facing off against FlyQuest is they call in threes a lot, where they'll play 3 rounds that look similar at the start with that opening volley of utility. The first 2 end up following a very similar script, like you open up one area and you end up re-hitting, but that third round is something completely different where they use that same conditioned utility to sell a really effective fake on another side of the map.
Now we have to talk about the opponents. FlyQuest, I think they're gonna have a lot of work cut out for them today because their opponents, Zipto, have dropped only 1 map. 1 single solitary map this entire season, all year. They're completely undefeated in APAC. Zipto is scary, and they have a reputation.
And APAC is not like China, where it's 1 qualifier event to get in. No, they are playing 3 series. They are playing a ton of Valorant, and they are absolutely dominating throughout that one. But like we were talking about, this is the core of Team SMG, and despite having a new player, I think the style is still really similar. It's about that aggression, and it's about just the pure individual skill on this team.
And look, it was the exact same story heading into Sao Paulo last year, where Team SMG went undefeated their entire domestic run, right? And then they ended up having a pretty solid performance overall. They made it into that into 4th place at the end of the day, but that team I know thinks they could have done better, and the 4 players that are returning to the stage are definitely going to want that.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of last year, actually, the fact that they could make that happen on Lotus with the 4 duelists, I think that just is a huge testament to their raw firepower, but I think Valorant VCT overall has completely evolved beyond that. So Zipto, they've mentioned working on this themselves, kind of taking it to that next level, but I really like that they still have that core essence there of just going in and not letting their opponents think. In fact, the addition of Tara, or the re-addition of Tara back into the roster to bring back that structure is something they've often talked about.
Yeah, Tara was a sub for the team in the past, now a full member, now that they are Zipto. And the players have talked a lot about how they feel like she's kind of adding a little bit more structure into the round. She's not their primary IGL, but she's that player that's in the mid-rounds, kind of tempering their aggression a little bit, keeping players in line, and then all the while, I think, having a ton of impact as an individual too.
Yeah, because honestly, I think you really need to have that sort of like extra voice going into a game, especially in a game like this, because both these teams are so strong mechanically and also just so good at fighting together. I think this game is not going to be won or lost in just those like all-out fights. It's going to be about finding those windows in the mid-round, and that's something that Tara can definitely help with.
Yeah, definitely. In fact, if you kind of, we're familiar with this roster by now, the XSMG roster. The 4 of them, they're quite aggressive personalities. And I mean that in the best of ways. They are just out there, and it reflects in their playstyle. So you need someone like Tara to just kind of...
I mean, I was watching online at home, and you could just like hear this team yelling when they were on stage. When they have a chance to play it at LAN like this.
All the way
Alexi,
in Philly?
Yeah, from Philadelphia.
That's crazy.
Yeah, across the world.
Wow.
Alexi does have a war cry. And you can really hear it like through the walls, and even over back in APAC during the finals, we could hear her literally through the walls. In fact, let's talk about Alexi. Alexi is the primary IGL now. She's moved back onto that role, and I feel like she's so much more than just an IGL. She's one of those IGLs who can frag out of her mind.
100%.
Yeah, she is like, when I think of Zipto, she is the player. Alexi is so good at winning out in these clutch rounds. Her raw mechanics are so insane. And then she's also, like we're talking about, yelling, bringing the team's energy up, calling these mid-rounds. I think that she is the most important player on the Zipto roster.
Yeah, and if you're looking at like fragging like initiator players in this tournament, like she is at the top right there. She's absolutely insane. I think it's more for me than just looking at Alexi in the context of the team. I think Alexi is just one of the top players to watch at this tournament, bar none, and especially in her role. Like, she is a person that is going to be constantly turning heads.
Yeah, 100%. She's so well-rounded. Her game sense is really top-notch. I think she's just proven to be one of these really key players here at Game Changers, just being an all-rounder there. I really like her pairing with Inari as well. This is a new thing that's sort of developed since last year. As a duo together, you can see her setting Inari up for success as well.
And I think what is so important about her is that, well, she is the one normally setting up Inari. She's also the one, when Inari dies, that is always getting that second kill into the round, is always converting these player-up situations into a win. But I do think we need to see more from Inari, right? Well, Dodonut has had a great year and has been so consistent. I think Inari has struggled a little bit towards the end of the run in Asia, but last time we saw her in Berlin, Christy, she was lights out.
Yeah, I mean, her and Alexi too. Like, it was no fluke that they were dominating in their own domestic scene. They came and they had a lot to show.
Or in Brazil it was.
Did I say here?
No, I said Berlin.
You said
Brazil.
Berlin. It's you're the fool.
Now we're in Berlin.
Not me. I'm not the fool. You're the fool.
Do you guys have a quick prediction? Is this going to be like the bias for the regions?
I think it's super close. I honestly think Zipto's going to take it.
Oh, interesting.
I'm biased for the regions. FlyQuest.
All right.
That's
why we got to sit it down to the stage because we're going to welcome our two teams, Zipto Gaming and FlyQuest Red. All right, match 3 of today. We got FlyQuest Red facing off against Zipto Gaming. Zipto Gaming often compared to the Paper Rex of Game Changers, and FlyQuest Red, like we were talking about, they push Shopify Rebellion.
It's so funny to me that that's a comparison, because I think in terms of the firepower it is, but if I'm thinking about comps, I feel like FlyQuest is so much closer to that. And coming in with 2 new maps in the pool and starting off on Pearl, I'm really excited to see what Fly cooks. Because if my memory serves, the last time this core was playing this map, they were locking in a Phoenix.
That's why, and they play Phoenix on a lot of other maps.
In
like
the current year.
Absolutely insane. But honestly, I'm really nervous for FlyQuest's map pool heading into this event, because I think Lotus and especially Icebox were 2 of their strongest maps.
I think Icebox was their best map.
Icebox was absolutely insane how good they were at dominating fights over the A site. So I hope they've had enough time here to put in some strong reps here on Pearl to show up in a big way.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a really exciting matchup here. Shirazi, I got to shout out her hair. It
looks good. That's new,
so
right?
Cool. Yeah, it's so new. Yeah, she was blonde just a couple weeks ago. I think she's coming in fresh to Berlin with a new look here. And this team, you know, I think they are trying to keep themselves a little bit more tempered, a little bit more structured coming in here. But FlyQuest, I know they want to make their mark here in Game Changers.
100%. And honestly, especially for players like Starbound and Thea coming in here, right, after, you know, winning Stage 3 in America last year and then bombing out in Sao Paulo, right? It's so important for them now to actually have that strong performance internationally.
And that first match they lost was against this same team, right? There is a real chip on the shoulder, I think, to come back and beat the team who locked 4 duelists and destroyed you.
But you know what? The other team has a pretty good duelist as well.
Oh, yeah.
In the form of Donut, one of my favorite snacks.
Oh, it is! It's Neon Phoenix! It's Neon and Phoenix! Oh my god, wait, this is actually insane. The amount of walls they have to like get out onto a site. Well, I've been thinking like Neon makes a lot of sense, and it's actually double duels on both sides.
Yeah. This is crazy. So FlyQuest, number one thing that I think you have to stop if you are Zipto is Sonder farming ult. They're going to put a big priority on getting that Phoenix ult online and can really help the snowball.
I feel like Zipto's comp has to be so hard to play on defense, though. Without a Sentinel, it means either like Harbor and Astra are both agents that want to have util in hand doing things, but they actually have to hold lines. So they're going to be super reliant on those players like actually showing up in fights when it matters, and also Inari and Alexi getting active.
And Steya and Starbound, those two players are going to, I think, really focus on this attack side, on working these lurks and finding those holes where there's no Cypher utility.
Well, we've had a 2-0-2-0 kind of day so far. I have a feeling this is not going to be the case for this particular matchup, but it's going to be a fast one. It's going to be a crazy one. Let's get the final match of today's starter. We're going to send it over to your casters. It's Pots and Pans.
Thank you so much. Yeah, this game, this head-to-head so early has certainly caught our eye, hasn't it, Christine?
Yeah.
It is a pleasure to be here with you, by the way.
Such
Happy
a
to bring
pleasure.
you out.
Pleasure's mine, Lauren.
Yeah, okay.
I'm excited. This is a
Talk to
team
me.
that it's just ingrained in my brain. I will never forget that moment that the desk touched upon when they busted out the 4 duelists and Inari, the main duelist, was on the Sentinel and top frag. So I'm excited. Both squads busting out the double dive. And as Ender mentioned, both walls on FlyQuest. Both these squads are lacking those flashes, the pop flashes that we generally see coming out from KO. So we'll see how both teams kind of compensate for that. They're going to want to get real up and close and personal up against those walls, and a lot of damage onto Inari here to start.
Yeah, good beginnings. And you're talking about pressure here for FlyQuest. Probably you'd imagine on paper to the maybe untrained eye who hasn't watched previous GC, you might be putting it heavily in their hands, but Zipto are no slouches. They're dangerous as a team and they can certainly punish, and they have punished a good few members of the team against them. Now, already first blood drawn. Camus is already out of this, but Alexi has answered back. So we do have at least a 4v4, but it's just high priority towards looking like it's just funneling straight towards A.
A lot of trades coming back and forth. This push from Terra is going to mean everything, but the stun and the slide coming out from Dodonut, that should secure the site, and Alexi was so low, gets cleaned up here by Sonder, and it just comes down to Shirazi. Not going to be enough. That was good utility and a good response coming out here from Zipto. I like that they refought towards that art, not willing to give it up here from FlyQuest, but that shot coming out here from Eve, finishing it off with 3 clean kills to boot as well. What a start here coming out for FlyQuest.
And I think it somewhat sets the tone, doesn't it, Christine? It's going to be one of those where we see this composition coming in, we see the Phoenix, we're seeing the Neon. It's good to see that confidence building early. But it is about confidence, though. You're going to pick an agent like this, like your Phoenix coming out early. You want to be brawling. You want to be feeling that you're getting the rewards for all that. Build towards those ults as well. And Sonder, not quite yet Sondering time, but soon to be a little bit of a stack to begin with. But again, you're just going to be taking the tour here if you're FlyQuest. You're taking the entire map in, pick up as many ult orbs as you can. Maybe Zipto might try and have a little fight on it, but already here, keep it a good watch.
Yeah, absolutely.
Towards the other side.
FlyQuest, they just want to do objective control. You talk about Sondering time pretty soon. I think by the bonus, they're going to have that Phoenix ultimate online. Sonder, I'm sure, is even going to get the spike to try to get an extra ultimate board orb on the board. But no, they're just going to hand it off to Ev there. Yeah, I think the vision here for FlyQuest, yeah, they could have. They definitely could have. Probably have another plan with that Hunter's Fury. Ev is closer
Really
to
close
the
by.
ultimate on the board, so surely they have a nice double dive coming through here for Dodonut.
It makes sense, wouldn't it? Now, is there any damage to be done? Let's see. You've got 3 up for Zipto. Anything they can get out of this is great, but again, if you're looking at it from FlyQuest, they just want to farm orbs, and they now have 3 new targets to do that from. Already Dodonut going to find, well, it looks like almost all of them in the final. Gonna fall. It is Sonder gonna close that down. A flawless second round. It's exactly what the doctor would have ordered. FlyQuest can be happy with that. They got the ult orb on the other side. They are building up 2 heavy impact. Well, I mean, I say 2. It's near on 3 here, Christine.
Beautiful work done on the objective control. I would have liked to see Sonder loosen up a little bit and demand to get those eco kills for herself there towards the
Farm
end.
it up.
Yeah, just 2 ult orbs away from getting that ultimate online would have meant a whole heck of a lot coming into this bonus round. But nevertheless, these weaponries, the Stinger and the Marshall on the board, you know FlyQuest, they're going to want to stick together.
That's a 4-play stack.
They want to
They're fighting.
fight and win this A main fight. The slide!
But it's so risky on a bonus. Fortunately, Camus is in the back lines and has taken away the 2 players who are almost trading that out effectively. They're doubling down. The Prowler does catch. So that's good information, and the spike being where it is keeps it under control. The flex, though, coming out from Starbound, taking the space by Art. Now they're somewhat trapped here. They're cornered themselves. Zipto, I feel, has to fight forward, potentially try and pick their poison here. This player's coming from every single avenue.
Oh, three-prong attack. Ev just has to be real patient here. She knows that the bomb is down. And all three defenders right on top. This flank coming out for Thea. If she didn't have just a Marshall, but a different weapon, things could get real interesting. This shot, it's gonna have to mean a lot. Kamiyu is fully aware.
Yep. With that clock ticking, that internal marker notes it. Kamiyu, great work on Starbound, but it's not the only player. There's still one more on that back line. That's the problem. And I think they've noted it. Yeah, Thea just gave away the game, I'm pretty sure here. Turn of attention, but Thea finds it. Good trade out from Alexi. Now down to Thea, can't make it count. But if we're talking damage, that's 3 rifles gone, but it is a round for Zipto.
Yeah, that's a W round if you're FlyQuest Red, you know, for sure.
round.
W round, Lauren, indeed. For Zipto, things got a little dicey when they had to place themselves in those close-range battles when you're up against those stingers. But either way, they're able to stabilize, walk away with a round on the board, and that's really all you need. This round, 2 Guardians coming out with a little bit of half armor. Thing that can get dangerous, but 1 ultimate round orb away here.
There's 2 options. I mean, technically they could get both here. Dodonut 1 off, and of course Sonda. So this is where it gets scary. So Alexi,
4-5 stuck together for Fly.
I mean, Alexi might be screwed here. Does actually get ignored somewhat for now. Can they get some damage? Shirazi's already gone down. Sonda's opened the site, but they didn't count on Alexi. That was 2 quick kills, and suddenly Zipto aren't out of this round. Yeah, the pace is there. Yeah, the pressure's there. But another factor that's there is Sonda's ult. Does she decide to burn this at some point? They're pausing. Ult's coming in. Wants to clear towards lane. Dealt with. Looking for the follow-up. Starbound follows in. Tara on the trade. And we're down to a 2v2. But no signs for a plant just yet. Spike back in hand. And the final rotation from Kamiyu coming over.
Tara's trying to
that's
be
a
real
risky.
patient.
Whoa.
Team is far away, but a beautiful punish to get a double kill there to equalize, and that is huge. 2 weapons once again saved to go over to the next round. And man, you know, if FlyQuest, if Sonder just waited for that trip to go off before proccing that ultimate, maybe tap the spike, play with her food a little bit, it would have encouraged Zipto to actually go past that street barrier and really place themselves in a checkmate position. But either way, decent response from Fly, but Zipto are able to close it out there. Oh, wow.
Damn.
That's the energy we need, Lauren.
She's after my job. She's more selling it. All right, I'm in. Operator is out super early, up against the Sheriffs as well. We do have Dodonut with the ult as something to keep in mind. If that opportunity beckons, it can be invested. That's a belter from Sonda. Already, this art pressure has been going FlyQuest's way. They've got this one worked out so well, but it's Kamiyu on the other side. A tricky position, easy to be overwhelmed here, and the shots aren't clean enough. It's such a big opportunity for a punish. There's the ult, and there's the follow-up from Dodonut. Already a 3v3. Shirazi, 5 HP! But what are you meant to do against that little shorty?
Yeah, that pinch was incredible coming out for Thea, but look at the spike, Lauren. It's down. Alexi's just spotted it.
That's a gift.
Yeah, it's the deja vu once again. Spike down, defenders right on top of it, but this time both attackers are grouped.
Still got the utility as well. Didn't go for it, just hoping that no one had explored that far, that maybe it hadn't been seen. They had the full Sova kit if they wanted to be extra sure. Now down to Thea in a 1v2. It's going to be clutch. And it's so difficult. Zipto are in the game now. Waking up 3 big rounds now, consecutive, looking sharp.
Great info coming out across the board for the defenders. You saw Alexi start the round towards that A main, and as soon as that information came across that a B hit was in tow, she pushed out, got all the space, got rewarded by finding the spike down towards that spawn. And that's twice now that FlyQuest Red finds themselves with the map control, able to place themselves in a post, but just unable to get that spike down.
And we do now see the tactical timeout, right? Yeah. It's an early enough warning sign. The first couple of pistols, hey, that's great. Get a pistol on your side, cool, you like that, that's a good feeling. But once you get to those gun rounds, if you start losing out, which they have been, that's 3 now pretty much back to back. I mean, there was the Sheriff round just now, but still, it's not what you want to be seeing, right? If this is your timeout as well, what have you noticed early on? Maybe if you're not looking at it from either team's perspective, but maybe some tendencies you noticed that they could be looking at adjusting going forward into the next couple of gun rounds here?
Yeah, I think they need to take a deep breath. It was just like that one round when Sonder was in the B site and that trip was down towards that street tile
Pause for
entrance.
thought, that second, yeah.
Right, you want to be able to finesse your enemies. You don't have to just run it down every time. You do need to do that sometimes to get the control that you need, create some fast trades. But once you have enough information on the board, just catch your breath, make a quick plan, and attack, right? And they had all of those tools out in front of them. The trip was there. So they just needed, somebody needs to step up, just call out, hey, off me, off the trip, flash off me. And for Zipto, they've been responding exceptionally well. This team doesn't have any flashes, but the way that it's ping-ponging off each other, the crossfires that Alexi created at B, pushing towards A, understanding the map control very well for Zipto.
So let's see what FlyQuest do. I mean, a lot of the things even you were just discussing there are kind of the intangibles, right? Very hard to pin down. It's not just do this instead, but looking like another build towards the ults. It's going to be Sonder with the priority to work. 2 away from that Phoenix ult. And actually just going to leave Dodonut posted over towards A for a second longer. Maybe look and see if anyone re-explores it, goes for a punish. And again, that art creep as well, that slow space take here. But Zipto aren't really overexerting themselves. They haven't. Okay, that was a very individual effort there, no fault. But now the burst towards A main. We're going to see Dodonut springboard forward. It's lovely. Sova coming in. Big damage towards Tara. That should be the A side open and available. 3-player pack working back in from B though. You got to look at the post plan and what they're going to do with this, because it looks like the spike is moving away.
Mid-round calling coming out here for Thea. You can see that there's a huge gap towards that B site, but they're taking a little bit longer than I would like. All 3 defenders should get an inkling here pretty soon. Things are a little bit too quiet to feel comfortable, and you can see that Shirazi, she's starting to make her way back.
Yeah.
For FlyQuest Red, this is it. Another one of those scenarios where they will be
30
in a post
seconds
plant.
left.
Once they get this spike down, need to position themselves in superior positions, create a crossfire, and it looks like they want to double push spawn.
Okay, the only factor could be Dodonut. A little bit deeper on the angle. Shirazi had no idea, but Shirazi did find Thea, so it was a trade out. Gonna smoke off the dart, and Alexi gets to keep their life. Moving closer, Iniri then gonna start clearing close. Try and find these 2 players on the other side. Still good util on Iniri. Could maybe gap close a bit with it. Gonna have the smoke going in, the wall going out. Back of the site's clear. Starting process of elimination. They're starting to read into this post plant here. Dodonut forced off the angle, 16 HP. A quick little check for the Iniri's. Quicker! Stunning work from Zipto. Lovely work coming right back around.
And it was that process of elimination that you were talking about, Lauren. As soon as that neon wall comes out, they already heard that jet smoke sound cue coming through to cover that dart. So both players from Fly knew exactly where the retake was going to be coming, but either way, Zipto, they are not missing a beat. That slide creating that crosshair displacer was just too much for Fly. Another post-plant loss for FlyQuest Red on the attack here.
And a lot of the priority in our discussions and even the analyst desk, when you're looking at obviously this composition, it makes sense. When you've got the Phoenix in here, the Neons and everything else. But you're looking at the ults right now, Zipto has almost all of them. Obviously, Alexi invested theirs just a moment ago. But this is another big round for them. It could be almost a slam dunk. They have that one snowball round now in pocket. So what do they want to do? I don't think this got checked on last time. This push up from the Neon, they absolutely had no idea. Thea walks into her death. Good trade from Starbound, but you're looking at Tara as being the follow-up. Not gonna fall for it. Tara holds the line, and again, Sonder the only one able to really do some serious damage here. But again, you're looking at this. This was Sheriffs. This was them trying to clutch in towards something, but we're gonna need some sondering time now.
You're gonna need a lot more than that. All 3 defenders are doing a fantastic job, not creating any gaps. Everyone has each other's backs, and Sonder's too nervous to even reload right now. No clue how close the defenders are. Only 2 bullets in the chamber. She's gotta make these count. That was close.
Sonder.
42 seconds left on the clock. She's got plenty of time to play with.
Oh, the discipline. What you were talking about there, the spacing. They were not giving Sonder an inch. There was no free kill, nothing that they could have really gotten away with. So Sonder made a go of it, but still they keep 4 of those ults in their pocket. Didn't have to invest 1. And it feels repetitive from FlyQuest now. We've been seeing this pressure through Arc consecutively and consistently from Starbound. That's had highs and lows, a couple of openings, but again, you're starting to see Tara now look comfortable in that with 3 players coming towards her.
Tara's so comfortable, and she's the player that joined earlier this year, and since she's joined, Victoria mentioned it on the desk. Zipto have only lost 2 maps all year long. That's not series, that's just maps. So Tara absolutely stepping it up, being an anchor, and Alexi barely missing that shot.
Come on, Sonda, that was audacious to go for that.
Away. Yeah.
I mean, if you're Zipto, you're starting to feel more confident. This team is known for their aggression, their explosive nature. Alexi's going to repeat that. That was a neon flying across. I'm going back in. Of course I am. Sonda now. Picked off. I need to see FlyQuest adjust here. I don't know what it takes, but I'm seeing that repetition being punished over and over and the confidence building more and more for Zipto, and that's scary.
Yeah, and I think FlyQuest Sonder just got baited just too hard there. Grabbing that orb at A was too easy for the past 8 rounds. Finally, Zipto have a plan to punish. They're going to have to keep that in mind moving forward. Now, Starbound has been finding a lot of success on the art lurk. You can see that they're going to be the last one to get contact towards Street. These 3 B players need to apply a lot of pressure, and the timing is perfect.
Excellent trade from Camu, though, because if you imagine Starbound was there, that pinch could have been devastating. It's kind of been mitigated to an extent now, but the plant's going to come in. We're going to have the ult coming out from at least 2 players here, Camu and Tara, both investing. So this post-plant is difficult. Alexi with the delivery, Thea's gone down, but the back of the site is Dodonut. Still trying to play the best she can, but gets traded out. And Alexi, the bottom line to this story, 3 big kills and another big round. FlyQuest get held on 2.
What a retake coming out here for Zipto. FlyQuest had everything they needed to make that round work. The pinch coming out for Starbound, the timing was perfect. She could have gotten away with the double kill, but just one seemed to be enough. Yeah, but man, Zipto, the way that they're reacting so fast in these retake floods, it's not giving FlyQuest any time to breathe in these post plants. They're just not able to get into those optimal positions to make them tap.
And we will start having the conversation of what it's being, going to be looking like staring at 6 rounds against you, against an opponent that upset you in the past. And we talked about all the psychological impact of that previous series and this being your first opponent. It starts compounding. Now, Alexi, the confidence, brewing, building, delivering. Sonda's dead again. And all the follow-up backup. There is no individual fight here. Zipto are fighting as a team.
Confidence.
They're re-pushing, they're re-peeking, they're re-clearing because they haven't been humbled. Alexi's on 12 kills and they just don't stop. They do not stop. Either can make it go. Yeah, it's done for. Wrap it up, put a bow on it, I don't care. FlyQuest look shattered by this.
Yeah, the bait and switch was just too much there from Alexi and Iniri. That 1-2 punch coming through strong. And we've seen FlyQuest have success on that high-low crossfire. Slow clearing that art. Starbound on the lurk. But whenever Zipto want to fight and they decide to have a response, it just comes out in Zipto's favor so heavily.
And they're having fun. That's the part that scares me too. You're looking at the polar opposites. I hope we get a shot of the FlyQuest side when you're seeing kind of Zipto smiles, confident, back in, and now speaking of back in, it's pacey again. Sonda Fury trying to maybe play off Hunter's Fury, take the space off the back of him, but Iniri already finds Starbound. They know where Starbound's going to be. Tara in the corner, lines him up again and again. It is just a brick wall that FlyQuest cannot break through. An attempt can be made, but it would need 4 kills here.
She does have the drone. It's 1 versus 2 now. If she's able to get the spike down here, I've seen crazier things coming out here for Ev.
Maybe not. Zipto again. This game is being ripped away from FlyQuest. Christine, I mean, we've all seen games like this, but when you're on that side, when you're on that FlyQuest side, this can't feel good. It feels like nothing's working. The plan's not working. Where the hell do we go now?
Yeah, you've got to catch your breath. I mean, even coming out of that A main, they know they're up against an Astra. They know that Suck Orb is going to be on the floor. You've got to have a protocol in place ready to bait that out and mind the spacing. I think multiple times we've seen now from FlyQuest, if they talk to each other a little bit, caught their breath before actually scaling for the fight, things could have gone differently, but Zipto are just not letting them catch their breath. Alexi with another opening.
She repeat! She went back in for seconds. The confidence is just sky high. And even looking back at that round, you had the tether coming out from Camu as well. You do have the Astra utility. They had everything so ready. It felt so perfect for them. Now, Dodonut does have the rifle. That's kind of the main thing. Does have ult as well. Could have maybe dropped that over to teammate. Sonda just trying to sell them something. Show them something lovely from Sonda. That's a rifle upgraded. But my problem, my worry, my quandary is that Alexi is on this side of the map. And Alexi has been filthy with that operator. Shirazi's got to play it cool, though. Play this patient. Looking for maybe some passive space. Doesn't want to, take too many risks here.
And we've seen this from Zipto before, as defenders just kind of giving up and regrouping all together. Camille found herself in a funky spot, solo all together, but only the pistol on Thea's back. This might be the first time that Flyer are going to have a cool, calm, collected post. They'll be able to set up in these positions.
Will divide, though. How does that change things? That might pull back in Sondra, I guess, a less comfortable post plant. Investment from Dodonut and the ult as well. A little bit of spam, but it's Tara. What? How does Tara just get 2 from there? That feels impossible. Dodonut, I thought would be the first point of contact, but no. Dodonut now, with everything on her shoulders, can't stand the weight of it all. 9 rounds for Zipto, Christine. How did that just happen?
We need to see a
replay from that perspective.
Yes, I mean, Tara has just not been missing. The multi-kill after multi-kill in this second half has been incredible from this anchor, but just that slow angling, I mean, hopefully we get to see it out, but my goodness, these retakes coming out from Zipto, they're just impossible right now for FlyQuest to have any sort of answer to.
And it would be a discredit to how good Zipto are if you only ever look at this team as, oh, they're aggressive, they're explosive. They are playing genuinely well-rounded Valorant right now. It's the retakes, it's the composure, it's the discipline. You are seeing all of it, utility, everything. Now, double operators come out. I mean, they're flush for cash, why not?
The bait and switch double push once again coming out here for B. Now you would think that this is both fighters way too far away from all the action towards A, but we've seen an incredible flank coming out here from Alexi before. And as I say that, the group of FlyQuest Red are just slowing it down. They want an opportunity to slow things down, potentially mid-round. Zipto, they have so much control in middle. The art is theirs.
And FlyQuest has to invest so much utility early because of this aggression that's been coming out. Even then, just the Al drone having to be used to clear close mid.
Far away. It's used from so far away. That's a lot of information coming out for the defenders. Cutting off great lines from FlyQuest here, though, and they are choosing correctly or trying to disrupt all the rotations from the defenders.
Oh, but this recheck. I like this, though. Spotting out Dodonut is huge, but Neri goes down for it.
Wow.
That's perfect. Camille falls, and suddenly the floodgates are open. There's pressure on the entirety of the map here. This is hard to hold for these 3 players, and Sonda starting to warm up a little bit here, maybe feeling out there could be another, and they're definitely going to hear the steps. So at this point, Spike is going down. Tara has been, I want to say noted, but it was just a spam into the smoke. Maybe an expectation that Tara's around. Cam not going to see anything just yet. How far can Tara go with this? Just going to play forward, yeah. An audacious play. Not going to get what they want from it, but a 1v5. Alexi? Show me what you got.
Let's see. Let's see.
I mean,
she's going to have to speed it up. Yeah, it is last round. Let's not play for stats here, ladies and gentlemen. But she does have a... does she have the shorty?
That would be ideal. But time
for sure is an issue. Unfortunately for Zipto in this last round, the double op setup towards that long B did not pay off. I mean, FlyQuest though, finally, hopefully not a little too late, but they had an answer. Slowing it down, allowing themselves to breathe, and that punish from Dodonut towards A main was everything.
Well, if you wanted to see what happens when FlyQuest are put under pressure, you do not want to miss the second half. It's 9-3. Zipto are in the lead.
One enemy remaining. Flawless. We did that. Go, go, go. 4.
The worries were not unfounded. A lot of people looked at this first game from the first day here at Game Changers Championship, I'm worried about FlyQuest when it came to this. The history there between these two teams and some of these players, the pressure that Zipto can put on against a team that is meant to be this man-made Goliath. Yeah, they've got 3 rounds here. It's only map 1, it's the first half. You know, I'm just lying to everyone, really hyping it up. But there is reason to be worried.
Reason indeed. I mean, that PTSD will be coming through here for Jovi and squad. They starbound from last year, so they've got to stabilize. The good news for them is coming towards this defense, I think they're going to have a better time finding the kind of duels that they want. Phoenix on the attack, it is tough to find any sort of ground or space when the defenders are playing as well as Zipto did. Now, for Fly, they should be able to set little traps, little crossfires, and things of this nature with Sonder and get her activated, get her involved to try to maintain and fight for this A main. And you can see here from the start, FlyQuest Red, 3 fighters. They want to control this orb.
All right, game on. Confidence, all-time high for Zipto. FlyQuest gotta turn up now. We are live into the game. Hopefully we'll get some game audio for you soon. I promise we're working on it. And already Donut trying to get proactive, right? We kind of expected this from the very beginning. Sonder right there with her. Nice, big space taken. It's a boisterous start, isn't it?
And a quick reaction coming out here for Zipto, but the response for FlyQuest, they foresaw that this was going to be the gap. It's going to be up to Starbound. A lot of pressure coming their way.
Yeah, Starbound, though, stands tall for the first, and here he goes down, and the follow-up. This is huge. There's great positioning as well, just cutting off that back line. The spike now deep within enemy territory, as Zipto are kind of screwed on this. Alexi and Shirazi, they're great, don't get me wrong, but to try and walk into the lion's den like this is near on impossible. That's 5 players there.
And I think Alexi, she's taking your tip. You know, the slow down here. Shirazi's got to be real patient. Alexi's hoping to find a straggler, but Fly, the response, they just want to take out Shirazi.
Okay, Starbound's got a third. Alexi. At this point, they're going, Jet's not here. Where's the Jet?
Where's she gone?
Where's she at? So I think they've put it together, really.
30 seconds left.
With 27 seconds, the options are very limited. Alexi will have to let her hand be known. Cam in play. Oh, it's such an upsetting feeling when you get hit with that little camera. 4. Yeah. Yeah, we know. Don't worry. Swing it. Swing it. Hit 4 in a row. Go on, just. Oh,
wait a minute.
I was joking. Calm it down. Okay, FlyQuest. They did, out of the 3 rounds that they had in hand at the start of that second half, 2 of them were from the pistol round. So they pick back up in a kind of similar fashion, right? They pick up the pistol round here. I want to see it convert into the gun rounds, but it's the start they needed if they want to try and make this competitive.
Absolutely, and I think the way in which they won this pistol round should give them the confidence that they need. It was dominant, they had all the control, and that ping pong, the crossfires working together. Not any of these players had to work too hard for those kills. So that's a beautiful start for FlyQuest Red, and that's exactly what they need to give each other a little bit of room to warm up into this half.
Okay.
Aggression!
Oh my god, Donut.
Anti-eco, no!
There's no way.
Oh no.
There's no way.
Okay, well, okay, Aniri is low. She's low HP.
Yep.
But man, FlyQuest, they really do not want to give up this objective control. They chose to put themselves in that mid-range, close-range battle, come out on the bottom end of it. This drone should give info, but she's pivoting it towards Art.
Oh dear.
They don't want to get pinched.
I think they're 8 seconds away from the dart being back up though, at least, so maybe. Yeah, almost back on now. There we go. That should, question mark, should give away the game. It forces them forward, but oh my god, Aniri. Aniri was the player who was on low HP. How the hell is she the one to be doing this already? Again! Get out of here! Aniri needs to stop. Aniri has plot armor somehow. I don't understand it, and Starbound's probably left scratching their head as well, coming back in with this outlaw, because this isn't how it was meant to be.
With the stinger and no flashes as well. Aniri just making her own luck on a broken buy. Starbound retaking with an outlaw. This is near impossible.
Yeah, I just heard it. It is impossible. Zipto. They just broke the backs of FlyQuest. Get out of this map. It is Zipto's choice here. So that's the one thing you can hold on to. It's their map. Don't worry about it. We got ours.
Yeah. Well, you know, I just talked about a confidence-building pistol round.
Yes,
and,
yes.
This one is a bit of a slap in the face, Lauren.
Antithesis of that.
Yeah, we're right back to where we started.
Right, we're back.
All good. All good.
screens, asshole.
It's okay. For FlyQuest, you know, it looks like they're going to go right back to this A main control. They really want to take advantage of Saunders' flashes around this corner. This time, with the broken buy, we'll see if Zipto make any mistakes and give them any opportunities, but should be a tough round, but...
Just get into the game. That's all I want from FlyQuest. Well, they're just giving them nothing, right? There's no quarter, there's no opportunities. And I kind of expected FlyQuest almost to be the one to be doing that, I guess, if I was like imagining this at the start of the day, but I mean, it makes for an exciting first map at least. As it stands, for the sake of the quality of the rest of the series, I want to see FlyQuest just warm up, right? Like start feeling a little bit better in the game. It feels, you know, some hesitation here and there, just not quite looking on the same page. But I mean, honestly, credit where it's due. Zipto just looks better so far. It stands going through the protocols here, just going for that nice little site take, clearing close. You're going to have everything there, the bells and whistles all to it, but there's no resistance. We know currently where FlyQuest reside, and it ain't that close now. They're closing the gap, though. Two players just evacuated that. Did they hear a player? They must have, because they're completely reshuffling this post-plant.
Reshuffling it for sure, and they just want to be able to do some damage, get some feel-good kills, some ultimate orbs on the board for themselves so that they can prepare for this long second half ahead of them. Gonna need to put every round on the board they can to posture for this comeback. But next round, I'd like to see a change, an adjustment coming out here for FlyQuest Red. No longer the 3 fighters towards A main. Just maybe bluff it a little bit, maybe go sniffing towards that mid, set up in a 1-3-1 so that those 3-pack can rotate freely and quickly and be mobile towards the A site and the B site here.
They keep that. Nope, okay, just opting to go down to the spike, and that's absolutely fine. 11-4.
Please stay alive.
Do they burn the other timeout? I assume they have another one. You might as well utilize it here. Maybe not.
This is the time to do it if there's any time.
I think I called it early. Even production are behind me.
You're ahead of the game, Lauren.
What can I say? What can I say? There it is. Timeout is there. As they have it, they might as well use it, right? It makes sense. And I mean, you kind of highlighted what you'd like to see. Do you think they'll have a similar thought process? I imagine you're hoping so, but I worry the impact this has over the map.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? The rest of this series, how this then feels going forward, because again, for Zipto, you couldn't ask for a better start. I think a lot of us saw the potential of an upset head-to-head between these two. It's happened in the past, and it looks a little more likely to happen again. But it's that first step on a stage where you get a negative outcome on map 1. It's very hard to mentally reset from that. So it's a little bit worrying in that regard. But I feel like you almost have to see this as just, I hate to say it, it sounds like every coach and player we interview, but round by round, right? It's that idea of like reset, let's just try and play out as best we can, right?
You have to, you have no choice. You've got to approach this as the first scrim of the day type atmosphere and give yourself a chance to warm up into this second map. This second half, round by round, as you say, Lauren, each of those rounds is a warm-up session. It is a round to give yourself a chance to realize, hey, we got this, right? And for FlyQuest, they should be okay. They're a team that we talked about all year, leaning onto their game plan, leaning onto their teamwork, and they've been a team that have come close to being a contender of beating our #1 in Shopify all year long. So I have faith that FlyQuest, especially on this defense this round, it looks like they are going to go back to their bread and butter, which is this A main contest. And all 3 members, once again, they want to perfect this, Lauren. They want to make this right, and they want to dominate A main.
Back to business. Dodo Nut. Sonda, Tara looking to be maybe one to punish on that, but doesn't get the connection she would have wanted, but a quick reaction on the other side.
Yeah, and Starbound on pistol round had 3 kills to be able to hold the fort down. Once again, a lot of pressure coming their way, but most bodies coming towards that long B. Look at the trips, look at the cage. This is going to be Starbound's round.
Gotta have impact. They have to have impact. What are you going to do with the front line of utility? But the dash towards the back of the site and reveal forced away. Can no longer hold or maybe make the most of those setups, but still, this is a very well-crafted site take from Zipto. Now we look at the kind of flip of it. How's the retake going to look from FlyQuest? They have to get this right, and I kind of like this. I like it. It's so outrageous. Take all
She's
this
not
space.
stopping.
I mean, Thea was so switched on to even just shoulder peek that, to still check, because there's a chance that someone was there. So very well done. Shirazi, though, from all the way up B-long, just eviscerating FlyQuest. They are brought to their knees. Starbound could do nothing. They started this round in the right place, but it never felt like the right time. Zipto just strength to strength.
Domination. I mean, oh man, FlyQuest Red are just getting bullied in the server right now towards that B. That we saw the dart timing coming out from Ave as well. They were all the way on the other side of the map. It was a beautiful response coming out from the defenders. There were multiple opportunities for Starbound to get some shots off across with the trips and slow down that attack. But Zipto, it was just too easy. Too easy getting into that site. Not enough of a defense for an answer. And this is it. A broken buy coming out here for FlyQuest. This was the one round that Sonder had, and she looked more comfortable than anything with the stinger on her back. Now she has the ultimate as well, so this has to be the round where Sonder comes through.
It's a lot of pressure on her shoulders, but you got to see her make it work. Straight through Art. Alexi going to fall away from this, feeling presence, pushing forward. Tara already sends them away. Tara expecting the secondary player as well. So poised to deal with it. And Zipto now starting to take their steps towards Art. Already it's going to be a Neri, leaning a little bit closer. See the wall go up, trying to dissuade that approach. But again, there's further players elsewhere. Starbound's got to be careful. Nice shot. A little fortunate to catch Shirazi through the door. But really, Zipto just keep powering forward, step by step. Dodonut falls. Sonder and Starbound, the last two alive, and make it one. Map one looking locked in here, but Starbound gonna have to go nuclear here. Already the one to find Shirazi, so it would be an ace. Does manage to at least evade the ult, could try and slip back in the space that they think is clear, but you can already see where Tara's watching. And I think this one is all but over. Starbound, a nice attempt, but 13-4, Christine. This is a reoccurring nightmare for FlyQuest and a dream come true for Zipto.
Yeah, a nightmare indeed. And man, this is terrifying going into map 2 for sure. FlyQuest, they've got to reset going into the backstage, get a nice pep talk going for themselves, and realize that this map 1, they're gonna have to set it and forget it.
Exactly right. Set it, forget it. Sunset on the horizon. You don't want to see how this one closes out. You don't want to miss it, is what I meant.
What the hell?
I feel a rushing tide guiding me through, just like a glimpse of light in the shimmering blue. If I could taste a little bit of the sunset from a heavenly wave on a Sunday, I'd be in paradise, shining like new. Chasing every thought in my head, pulling an invisible thread. Dreams that keep me out of my bed. I feel it all, take it all high. Feel my heart, save my soul. Come alive, lose control. 'Cause I belong here, I can feel the heat taking over. This is pure bliss.
The win streak, it continues for Zipto. I'm now joined by their coach, Cobalt, after map 1. Now, I'm so happy to see you guys play Pearl. I used to remember how great SMG were on that map as well. And you guys like to experiment a lot with your comms. So what was the reason to go with this particular comm? And you happy also with performance?
So for this particular comm, we tried the traditional Viper comm. We realized that due to the nerfs and some changes, we kind of didn't like the pacing. We didn't really like Killjoy either. We eventually settled on this after some trial and error. I think it suits our style. Performance-wise, I believe we can do better. Like, I believe that some rounds, there were rounds that we threw. I mean, credit to FlyQuest, they did really well. They're definitely killing my poor duelist at the start. I think starting 0-5 is traumatizing for my duelists, but my players are resilient girls, so thankfully, yeah.
All right. Thank you very much for joining me, and good luck on map 2.
Well, that was Coach Colbat. He was a little pain for his players. I don't think he should feel that bad because of Derry and Alexi.
It's not a 13-0. We're not happy with it.
Is that your mentality?
That's my mentality.
Okay.
That's the Teddy Tactics way.
Greatest coach in the world with that one.
That's some pretty tough love in there. I think they definitely outperformed themselves. I think you guys were definitely talking up FlyQuest playstyle a little bit here, but I have to say, Zipto completely stepped it up and did that pure duelist core that they had and just brought it forward and, you know, had a lot of great opening kills.
Yeah, I mean, Inari and Alexi were dominating at the beginning of these rounds. And I think a part of it is a mistake from FlyQuest. They're playing into a double duelist, no Sentinel comp on defense. And in my opinion, I think they tried to go for a lot of these rounds where they're heavy brawling, sending 3-4 players into a main and kind of fighting fire with fire. And I didn't feel like that worked out very well. If you're giving this squad from APAC those brawls, they're always going to be winning out on them. I feel like they didn't do a good enough job exploiting the lack of a Sentinel.
Yeah, I mean, there was just a combination of those duo fights that Alexi and Inari were taking together at the start, because usually it was like Alexi taking that opening fight, and then there's a stun from the Neon coming out right behind it. So you're getting one kill, and then the next two players are stunned, and you're chasing and getting more and more. And even when they weren't running into the double duelists, they were going to the opposite side of the map, and Tara had, what, like 2 or 3 3Ks just holding sights on her own. It was just like, FlyQuest couldn't do anything to stop that.
They looked so comfortable. I haven't seen them look this comfortable, even in the grand finals just a couple weeks ago back in Pacific. Now, we do have our HyperX reflex moment. It has got to be Inari and one of those visible kills with a pistol in hand.
And this is another one of those, I think, mistakes in the way that FlyQuest is playing, right? They're on an anti-eco, and they're trying to fight heavy into main. Obviously, their comp benefits from getting that orb control when they have that Astro utility, they have mollies to get into that space. But still, you're against an anti-eco, and you're facing off a team that plays with such high pace, which has such strong individuals, and they're just getting picked apart because of it.
I think there was a lot of these A-main fights that went poorly for FlyQuest on both sides of the map, whether it was on defense getting super active in that round there and falling down to the eco, or on their attacking side, Sonder was really trying to play aggressively to control the orbs to get the Phoenix ult, which is the power of going for that pick. We've seen Sonder do that in all the other maps that she's playing that agent, but all of a sudden when there's an Alexi there with an operator re-swinging into that line, you're sticking that orb, like that ended up looking pretty rough out there.
And this is the perfect map to start for Zipto. They won playing the Zipto way, just like they were back at home, right? Fighting together, individuals popping off, crazy confidence, screaming on the stage and popping off. Like, that's exactly what they could have hoped for to get going on another GCC run. And I think it's going to be really tough now for FlyQuest to bounce back after such a dominant map.
Yeah, that's exactly it. You could literally hear all of them. And we were talking about Alexi and that we could hear her through the walls. We could hear all the way from the arena screaming her, you know, doing her long
There's like 5 soundproof walls between us and her, and we still heard her coming in.
Yeah, I mean, they reached deep down into that duelist core, and I loved seeing the double duelist comps. But, you know, we have to hear what Jovi has to say ahead of map 2.
I'm now standing by with Coach Jovi from FlyQuest ahead of map 2. Now, with Pearl, you know, it just came back into the map pool. It feels like both teams were experimenting a little bit. Moving on to the next one where you guys should be more comfortable, what do you think you need to do differently to make sure we push to a map 3?
Yeah, it really came down to like the minor things of us making sure we're on the same page. So it showed that, you know, we were getting close, but we just weren't getting over that hurdle of being on the same page. So, you know, we're comfortable with Sunset. We have a few tricks up our sleeves, and it's going to be some fun. So let's go to map 3.
I love that. Can't wait to see it. Good luck.
Ender, you were remarking when we were watching the game that this wasn't the play style that you expected from FlyQuest. What are you thinking as we, you know,
yeah,
prep up for
I
map
think it was
2?
more like picking Pearl surprised me a little bit, because I think Pearl is a much harder map to like play the way they want to, where it's like 4 or 5 players always brawling it out, because there's so much wide open space, like especially taking towards A-Long, it's very hard. That said, Sunset absolutely does fit their play style. The way they have played this recently has been with a double Senti look with the deadlock coming into play, and when it's a much more tighter map, you know, smaller spaces they can fight over, they don't have to do a lot of lurking or anything like this. They can play together, and that's really where they do shine.
But Jovi said he might have a little surprise on this map. So I think there is a chance we get a change up in their composition. And they do have a team that really lends itself to that. Sonder, a former duelist player, can flex onto almost any role. You have so many players who can kind of switch around and find their comfort.
You mean rate the switch up here. Are we seeing a Sonder Phoenix classic, or are we seeing a Dodo Nut Sage on Sunset? Because those are the two like pocket
is a
picks.
Sage aficionado.
Yeah. And look, she lost the Sage map with Icebox going away. I don't know.
Can I just point a fun thing about Dodonut?
Please.
In APAC, we call her Donut, but I noticed you guys call her Dodo. It's she's actually
like the players in APAC like friends with her. Do they know?
Yeah, they are. Actually, Zipto are really good friends with her. They played together. In fact, Dodona was a coach on a Singaporean team, even though she's Thai. Played with Kohaibi. All of them have played together over in the SEA region in the early days before Game Changers. It was with Female Esports League, and then
You're bringing it all back to me, because I had forgotten all this. But when Dodo came over to the US, it wasn't to play, but then comes out here, gets an opportunity on a GC team, and has basically been on a signed roster as one of the top 3 duelists in the region ever since then.
Yeah, she's been so good. I mean, look, she's playing on a team with Sonder, and Sonder's not the duelist.
It's crazy.
That's all the endorsement you need.
Yeah, it's great because you were talking about the SEA, the Asia firepower that Zipto has. A lot of them have that duelist background. They played against each other, but now, you know what? Maybe Fly can do the same back.
Yeah, we saw the duelist background with Alexi here, walking in the jet. Like, how long has it been since we've seen that?
Yeah, it's been a while since she was with Bren Victrix, and Inari was on.
That's not a trick up your sleeve, FlyQuest. That's boring.
Yeah, they are kind of just going back to a pretty default comp and moving away from the tricks they had before.
And for my next magic trick, I will do the same thing everyone else is doing.
Is that so bad? Is this?
No, I mean,
this is a reliable comp for Sunset.
Yeah, I really like the Breach Sova. You're setting up around Dodos and Neon that we know is good. But on the other side, I mean, Zipto playing basically the variant that most EMEA teams play, with that KO in the mix instead. Gets you some great cross-map info on the defensive side on those knives.
Yeah, I just want to see FlyQuest be way more effective at these early fights. They've got way more utility now to like force an area or duelist off of those early angles, and they're going to need to sort of play that way that they have been so strong at before. This is a team that is so effective with their execs.
All right, what we want to know is if we're going to get to map 3. Let's find out. We're going to send it back to your casters, Pansy and Potter.
Yeah, I think that's a question on a lot of our minds. Is map 3 a possibility? Split would be the map, but they have to get through Sunset first. Now, a 13-4 won't instill much confidence, but it's a brand new map, and composition-wise, they kind of bigged it up like they might have some surprises, but then they've gone for what seems like a very standard approach.
Yeah, standard as opposed to the deadlock that they've definitely been running all year long, but I do like this for Fly. This is going to set up Dodo Nut for success. That stun lock coming out for Breach, that target stun in combo, in tandem with that Sova drone should give a lot of information. Great response here for Fly. All 4 members very grouped. The trades coming in strong. And they are swarmed here, Lauren. They're not slowing down.
No, if anything, they're just picking up the pace. And they've taken everything they wanted, right? They've got that site control. Shirazi's still got a bit of information. That should know almost all players there, right? That's big info, but they're going for a swing again. FlyQuest, yeah. Looking to send a message, it looks like. Not going to have a similar, well, issue maybe, but again, FlyQuest did win both of the pistols initially in the first map, so I don't want to get ahead of myself. But for now, They're trying to right their wrongs, correct the issues of the first map. And Tara with a very difficult task. Good beginnings for FlyQuest, what they needed, and maybe enough to then take that next step.
Yeah, hopefully not another bait, as you mentioned, because this is definitely the third strong pistol start coming out here for Fly. I even like the hop, skip, jump coming out in that togetherness in that 4v1 to not even give Zipto any sort of chance. And that's how Fly are going to have to close out all of their rounds coming out here. Do not leave any T uncrossed, any I undotted. They've got to be thorough, especially in this anti-eco. You can see all 5 members in Fly. They want to be grouped. They don't want to lose any weaponry. Got you. And they're picking the right site.
Yep. Good approach, much easier now. As Donut gets kind of the red carpet rolled out, clears backside, no resistance. And they're going to have to give away the game at some point, that they are going to be trying to go for this kind of flank here. Have to break the trip. Paranoia sent through. And looking to kind of take the space on the other side. So taking over towards the CT side of the map. Camille going to be cleared. This is nice from FlyQuest. Just kind of taking the tour. Just going around everything. And yeah, not going to fall for that. I think it was Theo who caught that one in the end. Yeah, really clean. Flawless round here. I like this, confident, assertive. It's exactly what they need now.
Yeah, and the map movement coming out, flipping it as that flank was coming through, was a beautiful response. A little bit early on the blind there, but I definitely get it coming out here for Zipto, wanting to do as much damage as they could. This is a huge bonus round coming out for Fly. All 3 rounds now for Fly. They've been grouped. Doesn't look like they want to change anything up. Coming back towards this B main once again. They want to explode, and as I said, they want that drone to get that tag so that Sonder has that target stun ready, and Donut doesn't have to slow down.
Love the pace though. Donut just going to try and bring the fire forward. Camus though going to find the space.
Wow.
And a beautiful back-to-back shot there. As Tara feels that maybe someone has slipped the net. Yeah, I think they've got a really good read on where Donut eventually went towards. Now, they're looking at the lurk towards top mid. Could have impact, sure, but there's still going to be a trip in the way. So Starbound going to be held back. Donut with a belting shot, though. That Bulldog put to work. And now FlyQuest can maybe hit some adjustments here. They're going to get these players out of danger. They have time. It's still a minute. They could freeze a second. Take some room.
Oh, yeah. You are satisfied if you're Fly right now. They understand that Zipto have to re-clear mid, don't know whether this is going to be a pinch or whether all the enemies are going to be coming out here from B main. Alexi does have the crossfire for Shirazi, and that's a good jump spot.
Donut checked. Donut did see it looked like, but still the crossfire, the contact on the push through, and the swing from the back of the pillar. Shirazi keeps that together. But that got deadly, Potter. There were moments in that where it could have flipped either way.
For sure, and I think just that calm, it had to have been from Alexi, maybe from a dead teammate coming through to let Shirazi be first. That jump spot to let the enemies know, hey, I'm over here, look at me, moth to a flame. Getting that aggro towards herself really opened up the round for that crossfire to just stay strong. So beautiful fundamentals coming out here, but that Guardian to start, Camus, man, that adjustment on the second kill was everything.
Yeah, that was real clean. 3-play stack over towards A here, though, so this could actually be pretty dangerous. Neri going to be held back from maybe trying to springboard off the Paranoia, but still, Donut going to try and take as much as they can, clearing through, making sure no one's still in that corner.
Really nice utility coming out here for Fly. They should be able to read briefly that they won this exchange towards this A main, but they're okay just kind of walking away, now trying to give that misdirection towards that mid. They've inserted Donut now. It's up to her to repunish any sort of re-aggress here, but Zipto regrouping towards that spawn, and they've got to guess. It's all a guessing game here. Where do we re-clear next? Do we want to go take our fight in mid, or do we think they're regrouping towards A main here?
They've pulled the 2 players at least passive, right? Like the site, I wouldn't say it's completely open, but it's far more available than it was. And indeed, Iniri is leaning away, and you can see the clear towards mid from Alexi, but the site take is now going to be coming in. They kept the player towards elbow the entire time, so they know that that's somewhat safe here. Camus getting closer though, Iniri getting closer. Spike is in though, Iniri, beautiful timing on the back of the dart coming through. Sonder and Donut both find kills. That was critical. Tara, Alexi, and Shirazi have to step in towards this. A very difficult situation, but some good trades here. A 2v3. Don't think it's done just yet. Alexi going to find Sonder, now the 2v2 in play. Time going to be ticking here. They've got to make a move. Thea does well to find Tara, and now they've got to know where Alexi is, but what a shot. Now the 1v1 Starbound, last player, and last alive, Alexi! Beautifully handled and beautifully done. Defuse is there. How do they keep pulling off these retakes?
Lauren, I was ready the entire time to start complimenting FlyQuest's post plants. Finally, coming into map 2, things have stabilized. They were in prime position to make that one work, but the reaggress, the repositioning coming out here for Terra and Eve, Alexi, both the Sovas are just popping off to start this second map.
God damn, Alexi.
What a response.
I've got to say, I do like Alexi in this role as well.
Yeah, I like that she didn't even go near the spike. Did not think about tapping it, said, you know what, I know exactly where you are. Let me get my timing.
Play.
Let me wipe you out and then go
whoa,
to the
whoa,
spike.
whoa, whoa, whoa. Speaking of confident play, and Eerie again, right off the rip. It's like a red flag to a ball. They just keep going. And Eerie.
Give it to her.
Go, just run it. Get in there. Find him. Starbound. She'll be cowering in the corner, and Eerie toying with her food. Finally gets put to bed, but Zipto picking up where they left off in map 1. If this is the pace, if this is the confidence, FlyQuest are in trouble.
Oh no, and they're starting to have fun again, Lauren. We saw this on map 1.
Instant timeout. Instant timeout. FlyQuest coaches. They're like, no, we got to get a grip on this. Look at that, though.
Utility as well, the teamwork, but it's really just Neon at that point. It's all Iniri. that was a little bit mistimed there, but it's okay.
No, my heart breaks seeing that bad. Like, I don't feel much anymore, but that one hurt a little bit, production. What the hell?
Yeah, but as you say, Lauren, this timeout couldn't come at a more perfect time.
It has to happen.
It has to. I mean, they've got to be able to breathe, and they've got to remind each other that, hey, listen, 2 rounds ago, we had that post. We were able to get into the site. We worked Zipto, got the map control that we needed, and that post shoulda, woulda, coulda been ours. So I think if they just talk to each other about tightening that up, don't peek a little bit too early, really peek off me. I need to be dying for you to pong off of my ping. So some sort of comms like this and just stabilize themselves, because that post should have gone their way. It should. And their openings are fantastic right now. You know, we even mentioned that towards that A halls when they inserted Dodo Nut, all of that utility worked beautifully. Zipto couldn't hold that ground at all. So maybe they just put the foot to the gas and go even more aggressive in their openings, or really just double down on that reset.
That's what they choose. Like, it truly is their pick, right? It's very, very difficult. Now we're gonna have a little bit of a different look as well from Zipto, though. Operators coming out, ult as well in hand for the Neon. This is gonna be a really tricky round. And do they switch something up because they know coming out this tactical timeout? Does maybe Zipto pull off something a little bit different? And it looks like this exploration through middle could be a problem. Iniri is right here.
Such a good angle with the fingers in her back pocket, ready to just control this market and punish anything. But this line, FlyQuest, they should know, Lauren. They should.
But it's very easy to get lost in the source, right? Like, get a little bit deeper into the round and suddenly that's not the forefront of your mind. But we wait and see. And there's caution being displayed here by FlyQuest, taking their time, trying to cross the T's, dot the I's, but they're walking back in. Oh my God, how the hell did they just hit that? Okay, floodgates are open. Do we then push? It looks like we do. Instantly gonna send in Dodo Nut at the front of this pack as well, trying to send them forward, but Alexi gonna play it forward. Opportunities aplenty, one found, but more bodies to be dropped. Jirazi holding the line so perfectly on the site. The paranoia comes in, and look at them struggling to close the gap. Jirazi is waiting on the teammates to come around, but it's all on Thea in a 1v1. 35 seconds. She has the ult. She's off ski. Get on out of there, get the plant.
30 seconds
Look at her utility here, Lauren. She's got the blind, smoke, and TP. She's going to be able to reposition wherever she wants. The reload down Q! No, giving away a little too much right there. Did not account for that quick rotate coming through here for Tara, but oh, that's unlucky. That was a little too easy for Tara to be able to close that one out.
Yeah, maybe, as you said, maybe the quick rotation just not quite thought about, or maybe think she had a couple more seconds. But you're right, had the paranoia, had the smoke, everything you'd love to be able to work with.
And she had plenty of bullets. Yeah. Unfortunate for her, but what a hold coming out here for Shirazi and Alexi down towards that.
Oh,
base. That
incredible.
was all started off of a pick coming out here for FlyQuest. Yep, 4 versus 5, and still Zipto are able to have a response. The anchors in Terra and Shirazi are just doing work
It's
right
so
now
impressive.
for Zipto.
Yeah, Shirazi there looking kind of composed under so much of that pressure is so impressive. It's wild to see someone look that calm when there's that many players pouring in from CT. Speaking of calm and eerie, this time gonna find the player on the other side, but a quick mid piece. I like that, but already denied by Kamyu. Hopping out the nade, forced away by the stun, and now looking to be punished. Donut let it go, flying down towards that A site, cracking it open. This, I don't want to say it, this should be the round, right? This should be the one. They got a nice post pump, but you're looking at the ults, though. I'm a bit nervous about that, and Eerie could still do some damage in this as well.
We'll see how Fly respond. Last time around, Sandra was a little too fast to the trigger. That ultimate should be the checkmate, and we've got an even reflank from Dodonut.
And Sonda trying to buy the time, though, which is pretty good. This is great. This plays in Dodonut even further. You can see Iniri trying to take those steps forward, utilizing the ult to try and gap close towards Elbow, but already Zipto not having the way in, and this is the final punch, right? This may not even get... No, actually, opting to slide on it. Hold on. I didn't think that was necessary. And now I'm getting a little bit nervous. Luckily, Sonda's on the case. Gonna keep them alive. Surely this is the one that they break back in. Tara still doing damage. Time is ticking. Evie got to run it. Wait. Oh my god. Oh my god. All good.
That was a little bit too close for comfort, Lauren. I cannot believe how bold she was to just stick the spike there and say, you know what, you're gonna miss. You're gonna miss. I dare you. I dare you to try to kill me.
FlyQuest are on the board. It's fine. They're back.
It took quite a lot.
Quite a lot.
Quite a lot for FlyQuest to be able to convert that one. But luckily, they were able to. And good news for Fly, they've broken the money.
There we go.
They've broken the money, Lauren, and they are on top of the ultimate economy game here.
And you know what? I'm down for this. If they keep exploiting that kind of like top mid, you know, pressuring through this, I like seeing this. I like seeing the map kind of like, you know, cut up in a new way. And again, it puts someone like Shirazi in a really uncomfortable spot. So now you can see this crunch. This is a really nice A take. Again, this is going to be against kind of a half buy here. After that MasterCard Thrifty in the previous round, they're going to come back in with a broken purchase. So it's not as much of a big deal, but I still like the concept that FlyQuest ran then. Just kind of like, was it 2 or 3 through top mid, the rest kind of just through A main. It's worked out well. Now, I want to see him keep it clean though. There's still threat to this. Tara does have the Vandal, there's still Sheris, there's a Bucky and a Neon. I mean, we've all been punished by it in the past, so Kamyu going to be moving forward, and now he's just down to 2. So this is looking to start to find a bit of stability here. Nice work from FlyQuest. 5 standing, flawless round. It's what they need.
Clean for sure. Now, that top mid take that you mentioned, Lauren, this is something that Zipto should be preparing for coming into this 9th round, because that is the 3rd time that they've done it. Dodonut has been having a field day up top with Saunders' utility. That fault line in that small choke point, it is deadly. So I think for Zipto, 2 different players have been caught out up there. They should be communicating to each other, hey, let's just stay off that common line and then respond. So interesting to see where Zipto are going to have their response, and their response is 2 players top mid coming into this round.
And now it's on FlyQuest to... Oh, wow! That was maybe mismanaged utility, it looked like, but just mangled in the end. Dodonut just cut to size. Starbound going to find Tara, trying to take a glimpse through middle. Maybe felt that's a little unnecessary, but still, this has opened up a chance here for the rotation. And there's a race towards the A site, essentially, at this point.
Great setup here for Shirazi, though. We've seen what kind of anchor she can be. Both trips towards her. And is completely aware of this. This shock dart should be huge.
Big info. No one did any of that for a moment there. So gonna at least note 3 towards the site itself, and it looks like they want to try and take space, pushing up towards that CT side. Bit of a trade out 1-for-1, but space is the name of the game because all the other 3 players are coming through CT. Kamyu already gonna be stunned up. This is perfect in unison. FlyQuest line them up and knock them down. Finally, looking like the concise team we know they can be.
Yeah, and I love the way that Fly said, you know what? We should have won those posts, but let's just stick together and let's find our fights. They first went towards short A, triple man swung, got their pick, then finished it off in spawn. So I love the little hunting party that they've created for themselves in this post plant, really giving themselves the rounds that they needed in these posts.
Now this is where it flips in my head, where I want to see what Zipto can do as their answer, right? Because we were kind of putting a lot on FlyQuest to come up with solutions and new ideas and deal with the issues from map 1 that started to feel like they might have come back here. The question then puts towards Zipto. This isn't the round I'm looking at it because it's Sheriffs, right? It's bits and pieces. If they can do damage, great. If they want to try something out a little bit, cool. But I want to see what their plan is once we get into the meat of things when we're back towards those buys. But it looks like mid-pressure is the name of the, well, I'd say solution for FlyQuest.
Yeah, last round was the first time in this entire series that I saw Zipto have a little bit of miscalls, right? Tara kind of walking down mid on her lonesome without the help of her team that were towards market. That was a little funky. So I think if you're Zipto, you're okay with that last round. You're going to be satisfied if you're able to make this half-buy competitive and really secure the 6th on the board.
Straight in towards B-side, get a little nervous if anyone gets pinged through. That's why Alexi, the one to find the shot, but indeed the dart, just perfect. Just giving them the outline. Dodonut trying to hold the line, but the flash is good. It's not quite good enough, though. Doesn't dissuade Dodonut, who's going to go back in for more.
Wait a minute.
No. We don't need to double, triple down. We don't need to run into them and give them kills. Sonder and Starbound now going to have to hold this down. Really keep this composed, because look, the spike's not even planted. They were doing that without the spike even being down.
30 seconds
Alexi
left.
slipped towards Pillar, you still have one towards CT. Tara's got the upgrade, and FlyQuest looking to maybe slip the net themselves.
Saunders
towards CT. Tara thinks about it, but can't get away from it. FlyQuest take the space back, but does Alexi find room to work? Because the time, they have to come to this site. Going for the safe plant on
10
CT.
seconds left.
Has a dart,
Spike
has
planted.
the shot dart, and has a chance.
Saunders' fault line is back online, and Starbound's able to slip out. That's going to be everything, but Saunder doesn't know that she's on the other side, but luckily Starbound is ready for it. That round got so dicey, Lauren. To start off with Alexi on that perfect timing with the dart, it looked like Zipto were going to be able to just stop everything coming out from FlyQuest before it even started. So great push, great timing coming out here for Saunder, and it's that double up once again. Double pushing through that Boba stairs, not even worrying about the spike really, and able to stabilize. Feeling better, feeling hyped. The energy is coming back for the NA side.
Yeah, they've been, you know, cured of their ills at this point. As already starting to feel a bit more confident, but this is the answer back in. Keep in mind that was with Sheriffs before for Zipto, so it wasn't that kind of all in. And I like this, Iniri getting curious, going for a wander, going for a walk, and taking in the scenery. Seeing very little so far and not meeting much resistance. But that's a big cue. But look what the spike is again. It's going to be a curious one where they end up. Straight through.
Spike, they're not gold. Look at the two players in tile.
Yeah,
they know it's a fake.
This is topsy-turvy. This has gone all sort of weirdness.
Look at
here.
the spike, Lord.
Yeah,
what is
the
this
hell
round?
is going on here? I don't know if it was a miscall or if they meant to leave the spike on Dodonut. I don't really know. Don't really know. As it stands, they have the B site, which is wild for starters. Alexi, though, is now wandering back in on 30 HP and has potentially the freest kill of her life. It's the impactful one as well, but now noting Sondra is going to be tricky. Right, that's the one that's going to be harder to pin down. Shirazi finding Starbound eliminates all other threats, even just Sonder, but a threat to herself, truly. She can be an impactful player through and through. This would be one of those rounds, but with 20 seconds and very few options, she has to make a play, and it ain't going to be now. Shirazi's back, and Zipto got control there, but Christine, that round was weird.
Yeah, I don't know even how they got control. I want to say that maybe a little bit of overcooking, or maybe there was a miscomm, because Dodonut,
like right?
yeah, as the duelist with the spike solo in market, as they're faking B with the breach ult, one spacing with it, that was a little funky. That was a little bit weird. But the idea was there. I could see why they wanted to set up Sonder to go through market, but she couldn't. She had the spike. She couldn't take that space and punish.
It had to have just been the wrong player had the spike, right?
Yeah,
it had to have been. Otherwise, you can kind of see the logic behind it, right?
Yeah.
That was quite a nice little fake, but really unfortunate that that's where they dropped the ball as well, because that would have been a lovely 11th round. In the bag, you're feeling confident, ran a nice little set piece. Now we can have Zipto popping the timeout as well. The in towards the final round of this half. A bit of a curious one. Maybe just because they want to try and round it out on a high note. They want to still have a timeout in the second half too, so maybe why not use it here if they feel there's something. But a couple of ults nearby as well. Maybe that's the case. You do have Iniri very close by, Alexi as well, Camus not too far off, so maybe something in mind. But on the other side, FlyQuest have plenty of ults. I'm surprised they haven't invested them a little bit sooner, maybe?
Yeah, that might be why Colbat felt the need to call this timeout. It could be that that last round was so funky that the comms and the confusion between his players, and he was like, you know what, let's just stabilize here. I really need my players to secure this 6th round, so we'll see. The ultimates that you mentioned are on the board. They definitely discussed that.
But I quite like this adjustment. If you look at the utility coming out from Shirazi as well, look at the Cypher utility that's been completely made to deal with that top mid split. That we highlighted a lot, that it's been used a couple of times now. They should have the idea of how to deal with that breach stun coming up. But I like that they're trying to tailor make it. Then you look over towards B main, taking that space, deep smoke there. This is all feeling like it maybe hit that rotate. The only issue would be Starbound, right? Starbound still lingering in middle, still holding the space, but eventually they're going to start swinging over towards A. So it's like a full retake from the Zipto side.
Yeah, and I think FlyQuest, they just heard the sound cue coming out from the cam, and so they're easily identifying right here that they are playing retake. This should be the read to just get the spike down. And we'll see once again if FlyQuest go into that little hunting pack in this post, and if Zipto have an answer.
See if they do. There's still the trip in the way, which is going to make it a little bit more tricky. Yeah, and that's actually going to cost Donut her life in this one. Now they springboard back in, and Eerie going to be leading the pack. Takes away Sunder. FlyQuest suddenly in trouble. Reveal on towards Elbow. Evie next in line, next to Fall, punished. And now Thea and Starbound, the last two alive suddenly. It's all gone wrong. It's all fallen to pieces. Diffuse is started. Starbound can try the best they can, but it's only going to be one kill. Diffuse is still there. And Zipto with a big adjustment at the end of this half.
Yeah, beautifully, just anticipating that push that we talked about, and just that punish on Dodonut, not giving her any space, and they secure the 6th.
Much closer game at 6 apiece. This is what we wanted, competitive between these two sides.
One enemy remaining.
I just want a ball, making plays. Hit a crisscross, make a fall, win the game.
6-6 here, Zipto and FlyQuest, and we saw the resurgence from FlyQuest here, finally looking like they've got a bit of life in them yet. Zipto starting to answer back, seeing them pushed a little harder. This is a much better map between these two now.
So competitive so far in this first half. I'm just excited for this pistol. Every pistol has been a different flavor. It's really been FlyQuest owning. This should be... If it's FlyQuest owning on this pistol again, I fully believe in the 3rd map.
Oh, really? You're on board
fully
from just that?
on board for the 3rd map. Make me a believer, FlyQuest Red.
Okay. That's what it takes for you. It's just like one good pistol. And you're like, I'm in. Fair play. But it has been looking like they got their pistol work sorted, right? Like FlyQuest have been absolutely spot on with them. So it would be good to see that continue here for themselves. But on the other side, Zipto have got stuck in once we got to the gun rounds. But a very close affair now at 6 apiece. Obviously, map 1 was a bit of a blur, but the mental reset has already happened. It feels like FlyQuest look brand new here, refreshed, ready to go. And we have to wait and see how this looks as we get in. Zipto now with their chance to show off on the attacking side and see how they look.
And with how fast-paced Zipto have been, this KO in this composition for Zipto, as opposed to the breach on the side of Fly, really changes those timings. The knife information that comes instantly will allow Iniri to really press the issue. So for FlyQuest, they've got to be considering when that knife is on the board, look out for it, stop it from just cutting out Starbound from the round completely. We'll see what kind of protocols they have, and this knife is going to catch her.
And I was really surprised because Starbound was playing pretty passive on CT. I thought they might stick towards it and then just kind of depend a little bit on Evie, but no, they even came closer and got pinged by that. But still, plant's going to come down. Sight is going to be on Zipto's site, so they've got that planted. They've got everything they would have wanted. So a 5v5 post plant, but the HP is looking a little bit ropey for Zipto. Alexi down on 940 for Camu, but they're playing as a pack. They're playing together. They're holding this one, but FlyQuest break back in. Dodonut with a belting shot to take down Tara, leaving Camu and Shirazi with a back to the wall sort of Valorant, and maybe they come out swinging. They're still alive. Sonda, 1 HP is all that she's got, as now Shirazi has to deal with them both, and the timing is still on her side. She's got the clock on her side, and she's still playing this out. They got off the spike, they didn't get it to half. They got a swing, hit the shot! Shirazi takes the both down with the Red Bull clutch.
The moves coming out for Shirazi. The left jiggle, the right jiggle.
Yep.
They could not land that shot. But my goodness, I can't believe none of the bullets coming out from Shirazi even hit. Both players from FlyQuest so low on their HPs, and once again, deja vu, that B post plant with the spams. It is something that we just cannot escape.
Damn, just straight away flaming that poor Riot dev who's tried to fix it.
We're asking the same question.
True.
We're asking
Very
the same
true.
question.
Very true. Okay. 7-6. I mean, it wasn't the prettiest pistol round. I think you can kind of like cut that up a little bit. You know, in the replays, we'll just kind of like cut down some of that just to the end bit. Still on the other side, we do have the Sheriff out for Dodonut. The rest, it's going to be classics. And then Bulldogs galore and a Guardian or two. So I'd like to see maybe FlyQuest do something together, try and make a play happen on these pistols. But Tara seems all too aware.
Looking to punish. Okay, that is a huge Sheriff kill. A nice punish.
Again.
But yeah, but
Do it again.
Zipto, they're
Do it
just.
again.
I'm out of here.
No. Let me believe. Let me have hope.
Don't encourage chaotic behavior, Pansy.
Damn, I just got told off. That's crazy. I'm 34. Oh,
Wait a minute.
Now you should encourage it. See what's happening. See how exciting that is. It's a 3v3. It shouldn't be. There's that classic looks like it's got a kill.
No.
It's got a kill. It's actually got a yeah. This is what we wanted. In Eerie now.
What?
Oh, that was the ult as well. Oh, we summoned too much chaos. I put it back in the box.
And that was with the Bulldog lineup as, oh my God.
That was with the Neon ult coming out.
Yes, Dodonut just got it, procced it. Okay, well, to be fair, if you're Zipto, that is how it should go down. Sure. Is you should be winning this round, but man, if you're FlyQuest, especially with how that pistol went in that 2 versus 1, the fact that you aren't able to convert this after things went your way, that is a tilter for sure.
Damn, so close.
Valiant effort on that broken buy.
Yep.
But here it is. Full gun round, great tag for Alexi. They've now identified that the Cypher is back towards that B once again. Ooh. And Ev, she's just trying to find out whether this is going to be a B split. Trying to get the information on the board.
Eerie wants to punish this.
The blind landed.
The stun hindered the approach, so an Eerie dealt with. But eventually the trade comes through, so it was a 2v1 exchange at this point. You gotta look at the space that they've been given. They are on the doorstep of this B site. Starbound has to deliver and does. Good pick up there, gonna note the player towards the cage too. Plants in play, but the space taken back by Market. FlyQuest in control there.
Beautiful crunch, and Dodonut just pressing the issue, trying to back up Ev. Beautiful hold. I mean, it looked like they were gonna be under trouble, but the fact that they were able to wipe out 2 really bought enough time for Dodonut to apply that pressure towards that Market. And for Zipto, they needed to press the issue and take that back site a lot sooner as they're coming through that Market, because they already identified that the Cypher was going to be solo back site with the drone from the beginning of the round. So making a decision, pressing the issue back site before that pinch even happens in the post is the name of the game for Zipto, but a beautiful response coming out here for Fly.
Okay. Neon Bucky. I believe in it.
Scanning ahead.
You're going to see some
Bucky time, Pansy.
I was going to say Bucky a little bit too quickly, you know what I mean?
I think so.
Yeah. No need for clarification. Let's see, Aniri. See if my worries are founded or if everything is fine. And Dandy here, not going to be overly affected by the flash. Just kind of high-low setup. Alexi.
Uh-oh.
It's all good. It's all good. Aniri's gone. You know, the Bucky didn't run rampant. And surely you don't lose a 2v3 against Sheriff. You keep it clean, right? Your fly quest, you keep this clean. Shirazi. Hello? There we go. All good. All good.
Yeah, Saunders just having a lot of fun. Saying my armor's stronger than yours. Come get me.
Yeah.
Come at me.
There you go. 8-8. We got a close game.
Yeah, and that's a lot to be said for FlyQuest, to be able to stabilize. That pistol round was devastating. That is a tilter, and that's exactly where Thea is coming in as the IGL to just stabilize these things. And it's good to see that Saunder is still moving like we love to see her do in the server. Tilter's not affecting this team, and for Zipto, they've slowed down a little bit as we've changed into the second half. And I mentioned this KO should change up the pace for them and allow Iniri to really press the issue, and this is that round. KO ultimate on the board. They know the Cypher has been leaning towards that B.
Wait, how did Saunder get that?
She got spammed.
Straight through smoke, I guess?
I think that was through the default box.
Yeah.
Spike planted.
That's pretty rough. Iniri looking to take back space and... Oh my god! I was going to say, A-kill, make it third! There's no way you get that third, but Starbound still finding a pick back has brought this into the realms of reality. Iniri, Tara, and Shirazi. Now, Iniri is low after getting those 3 kills. Fair play, take a break, you know. Relax for a second, but I don't think you can. Thea and Starbound starting to take steps back towards the site, clear out Iniri. Great little follow-up, the timing a little offset from the player up top of the box. Shirazi goes down, and Thea digs her heels in. FlyQuest starting to answer back here.
Huge round coming out here for the IGL, leading by example to make this comeback happen. And you even saw how she took a moment, took her breath, realized that her teammate was a few steps behind her, and that was what they were missing in map 1. Just recollecting themselves and sticking to their game plan. That is a beautiful clutch coming out here, and they heard the sound cues coming through for Shirazi the whole way through. She started towards that short A, and that was a beautiful post-plant clutch here for FlyQuest, and look how happy that's making Saunder. The energy is shifting in the second map here, Lauren.
It certainly is. And it starts begging the question, does Zipto have that depth now? Do they have that capability to go back to the drawing board a bit, come up with a new idea, come up with a new plan of approach? Because as it stands, FlyQuest are now starting to really take that momentum. This is, again, another Sheriff round where, I mean, maybe if Iniri gets ult, you could see something, or maybe Alexi potentially. There is potential of it being more deadly, but by all rights, FlyQuest should convert here. Saunder one away from ult as well. That'd be lovely to have into the pocket coming into the next buy. You're kind of looking at, can Zippo get any danger building? Is there any potential here for themselves?
Yeah, and I think that's exactly what they're going to show us. I mean, even last round Iniri with that spawn push and that triple kill, yeah, that is dangerous for sure. So Zipto, they should still be feeling pretty good. This drone should give them the information that no one has actually pushed through A main, so they should still feel pretty good about this B hit. They know that the defenders don't have all the information on the board to make those pre-rotates happen, but a good peek coming out here for Donut.
Yeah, and a really good read as well, because they started to feel like they're going to peel away off the back of the out drone, but no, they got that right read. Something made them second guess it for a moment, and they were right to come back towards the site. And we're good. 10 rounds.
Yeah, somebody's comms coming out through strong.
I don't know what it was. Something got them sticking on that side. They didn't want to hit that rotate, but still, this is 4 rounds. There's got to be a timeout here for Zipto, I think, because those 4 rounds are starting to feel a little bit scary. Even though the scoreline is close, it kind of feels a little bit like map 1, I guess less when it comes to scoreline, but again, you keep it in mind, the pistol this half was run by Zipto, so this scoreline wouldn't even be as close as it is if that was taken out of the equation. So you're looking at 4 on the trot. They've got some really big ults as well. You've got the Hunter's Fury there. You've got Neon's ult. You've got the Breach ult still one off. They got ults themselves, so they've got something surely in mind. Maybe a little pocket play being brought out here. Or is it just a general ethos change almost? What would you be thinking now?
I think this has to be a change of pace. Maybe going towards poking towards that top mid. Now, Zipto, they're missing the breach, so they don't have the fault line like FlyQuest had to give Iniri that sort of comfort. But they've got the dart, they still have the Sova, and they've got long pop flashes that KO can throw across the map. So I'd like to see Iniri going towards that mid, sniffing around a little bit, cutting noise, and then they just re-hit the site together once again. That 2 rounds ago for Zipto, once again, they were in that post. Iniri had a beautiful timing off the back of the KO's util in that post. Something like that would have been perfect. I think it was a little unlucky for Zipto to lose that post plant round. Yeah, so for Zipto, they should still be feeling good going into this next one.
Yeah, I don't think it feels, you know, unobtainable yet. I think Thea had a fantastic round for herself there. Those 2 kills on the way in, that made the difference. And seeing those tilt the way of FlyQuest feels like the difference from map 1 as well. A lot of those kind of very trickier scenarios were going Zipto's way constantly. Now, FlyQuest are back in. Let's see what we have here. Looking like a flash off the rip, and maybe just a real high-tempo mid-pressure. Straight towards door, trying to play Iniri in again. Looking to maybe find someone a little over-enthusiastic through market, but no one's playing into their games.
Yeah, quick flash start to open up. And you can see that FlyQuest, they've changed up their defenses here as well. They've sent Starbound over to the A site, and they are solo, completely on an island, trusting that that utility will slow it down and buy enough time for Dodonut to make that rotate come across. Both Sovas trying to get that mid info, and this is good timing for the defenders. FlyQuest know that there's not a single body towards that mid. For Starbound, they don't have to worry about any sort of pinch. They only have to worry about what's in front of them.
I'm a little bit nervous for Starbound in case they get overrun here. That is my only issue, because they are on an island, right?
Sonder has fault line though. Cross-map help with this fault line might come across, depending on what these trips show.
And the knife should be pretty spot on here. So again, already Hunter's Fury is what keeps them safe. Starbound gonna find Alexi too. And suddenly the damage is there, down to 3 players, and Iniri needs to fall back towards site, try to keep some control, invest the ult, 50 HP, hoping for the best, and, well, actually getting pretty damn good at it! Zipto fighting forward, getting the space they want, and they are evacuating the site.
They're just making it, booking it towards that B. Should be able to get this spike down, and Starbound and Dodo, they've got to book it too.
10 seconds left.
Deciding not to retrace their steps back in spawn. Dodonut wants to try to get this timing towards that B main. Not sure if Iniri's heard this or not. Oh, the reload sound cue.
When do they move from this? They've been made, obviously, a little paranoid about the market door being broken, right? But again, keep in mind, Iniri's seen nothing. At this point, seeing nothing, surely. The penny starts to drop here. Hello?
Wait!
What has just happened?
They didn't hear it at all.
None of it. No consideration. They mustn't have turned. I don't know what happened then.
Oh,
they seemed completely unaware of even the possibility of playing back in through main.
Yeah, and you know, we've seen this kind of round before where the timing with the flank was a little bit off, but sure, they did regroup in B main really quickly, but that was a little bit after that door got broken in mid, so maybe a little bit of nerves coming through here on stage, but FlyQuest, great conversion. Both players deciding to just group up, stay together, stay strong, and they are rewarded for it. Sheesh for sure, Thea. Great conversion, and that's another round where Zipto had that great push towards that short A, and Iniri with a beautiful opening to just disrupt that retake from starting from FlyQuest, but man, these 2v2s, they are getting scrappy, Lauren.
Yep, it is coming down to the wire in a lot of these. As much as it has been FlyQuest consecutively getting them, it's been close.
I'm out of here. Shortcut.
Zipto going for the right up the gut sort of approach here as well, straight up towards middle. Knife gonna go in, and away we go, but Iniri gets stunned up and slowed down. Dodonut sends it back towards spawn and into the next round, basically. They still try and carry on, but the paranoia is fantastic. Really finding that connection out. Theo wants to close. Down on the stuns as well. The back of the ult is Dodonut to collect, leaving Tara and Alexi trying to pick up the pieces, and they absolutely are. It's a 2v3, and it's certainly not done yet, but the spike is in such a bad position, and even Dodonut just mop up what remains.
That almost got dicey for a second. You saw Thea pulling out her smoke, wanted to place it behind her, and that timing that I believe it was Shirazi that got it towards that short could have made things real dicey, but man, that aggression coming out for Fly. I gotta say, it seemed like a little bit of a desperate move for Zipto to just press the issue towards that top mid. Iniri doesn't have enough util to just send it up their top mid. They've got to sniff a little bit, draw out a little bit of util, but unfortunately did not hit their shots either.
Trying to keep them focused. You could hear it just at the end of that replay there. Not out of the woods yet. You want to close out this map if FlyQuest.
Job's not done.
Correct. Alexi, though, the first one to step up here. Got Dodonut on the other side. That's a big amount of presence felt here. Paranoia is so good. Hold on. Does Thea go on this one? Dodonut certainly did. Yeah, Thea fancies a go at it as well. Some potential victims, but it's Iniri who took the damage, down to 51 HP, but the counter paranoia, nice. That should at least get them up towards the top side of A, you know, allow them at least towards elbow, but a lot of utility just to get this space. Looks like a high flash and a dart and a smoke and away you go, but there's a lot of players on here. This is going to be hard to get in towards. The owl drone dealt with early. Shirazi trying to slip the net, and FlyQuest having absolutely none of it. Alexi coming alive, but only for so long, surely. Is it going to come down to an ace to keep themselves alive in this map? Alexi would have to go above and beyond for the side now. And Starbound on the other side. Alexi, is this map done? Or are you going to take us for another round here? Starbound, you're taking us to map 3. 55 HP. And they wait. And it's Starbound to strike. We are going to map 3. FlyQuest finally waking up here, Potter. That's a different looking team now.
Different indeed, and I love the way Starbound even clutched it out in this last round, just biding their time, knew they got the timing on that second ping with the Sova Dart, knew that they were gonna get the space and get in Alexi's face. So beautiful stuff to see FlyQuest staying strong and staying confident until they got to 13 in map 2.
Yeah, speaking of map 2, it means we're going to map 3. We get to go the distance here. Big game, big players, and one that you don't want to miss.
Welcome back. I think we all want a teammate like Thea on their team.
I wish.
That was the most wholesome comms I've ever heard in the history of Valorant, not just
I just
VCT.
wish you like follow me around like in my everyday life and just support. Like that's crazy. Like, oh, you made yourself breakfast. Nice. Let's
Do you
go.
need that support for making
Yes, because
breakfast?
otherwise I'm not making breakfast.
Okay. I wish she was there for you there. But I mean, I think it really speaks to the growth of this player. When she was the IGL of EG and made it here last year, it was like the first time ever coming to a LAN like this for Valorant. Her first time ever as an IGL. She had just slotted into the role. And now I think she's really found herself as a leader. And not just making the calls in the game, but as you saw in all those clips, as an emotional leader, as the one keeping the team together in a tough match like this.
Yeah, and this was an incredibly tough match. A lot of back and forth there. And we saw some early rounds, especially from Ev in the first half, where I think this is what really kept them in the game to keep going forward.
Totally. No, I think there are quite a few big ones, honestly, for Ev. There was this one round where it comes down to like this clutch situation, jumping into the smoke, the last second, 0.08 seconds.
Crazy.
To win out in that round. And then the 3K in this next one, I believe, was just absolutely sick. And this is after the start of the game looked like a carbon copy almost of the first map.
And this is Ev too, who is a brand new player to this roster, just joined in for Series 3, and I think kind of came out of nowhere and has already proven themselves with this team, made it to GCC, and I think at least in this second map, played better here than in a lot of the domestic competition.
Yeah, I think this is a really good testament, and you know, we kind of knew that this was going to be an interesting matchup between the two teams. Now, there were moments, though. There were moments where Zipto was doing Zipto things and just clutching the heck out of everything except that last round.
There were so many clutches. Like,
Yeah,
it was
no, seriously.
outrageous what this team was doing. I mean, this round winning out the 1v2, and going back to what we were talking about with Thea, that's where it's so tough to be that voice of positivity when you're losing out clutches, where you're losing rounds you shouldn't. You just lost your Neon ult on an eco, and they stayed in it and stayed composed, despite how much they were getting pushed.
I don't know if they
and,
stayed composed.
FlyQuest did.
And they weren't staying in their chair.
No, definitely not that one.
Unreal, like just the complete polar opposite of like comms between the teams. It's like the supportive, like, nice, you guys are doing
good
great,
job.
and then just blasting out your teammates' eardrums.
And you see Thea here as well, fist bumping all her teammates, building them up into this next one. When we had Sapphire on the desk for GCC 2 years ago, she was talking a lot about how when she played with Thea back in the day in CS, how she was like this new kind of like mousy rookie player who wasn't super comfortable in that way. And I think over these years, we've seen her grow into such a leader and such a player that is more than just who she is in game, which I think is part of the reason why this FlyQuest team has been so good, why they were testing Shopify back home.
Yeah, you can just feel a lot of that empathetic sort of leadership coming from Thea there. And like you guys said, it's such a polar opposite kind of comms happening there. That's not to say Zipto's comms are the opposite of wholesome in terms of niceness. It's just got a totally
They're
different
just aggressively
energy.
wholesome.
Yeah, it's just a whole different, like, just scream till you feel better. And you know what? This was a really close map too, and probably the third map they've ever dropped in their whole year so far. I don't know about map 3 if that's going to continue the trend as we go into split.
I mean, it's a big question mark. Neither of these teams have played this map in a very long time. So this to me is all about like adapting on the fly. How good is the baseline synergy between these players? And this does feel to me like a pretty good place for Zipto to bounce back when they can be unpredictable, when you can't prep for them.
It's interesting because I actually think that I really like Fly's chances going into a map like this. I think when Split used to be in the pool, they were a team that was playing stuff like Gecko, like Astro, like a lot of these mid-range fighting pieces. And I also just think like the playstyle of their team overall really suits itself to a map like Split, where there's just very constantly like a lot of early engagements, especially over towards the A side.
Did you guys ever play them back when Split was in the pool?
I don't think so. We usually just got smoked by them on Icebox.
Okay.
And that's gone, so that's a good news for Zipto.
It is.
For Zipto, though, I wouldn't be surprised if a double duelist sort of situation comes back out, very much like the
That was
first
really
map.
popular like a long time ago. I'm not so sure that like double duelist
Is it time to be a hipster about double duelist split?
Well, no, that's the thing is like, is hipster double duelist split now like some like neon Yoru stuff, like Yoru ice, like is that the vibe? Because I'm not sure if like post like Raze nerfs and stuff, like if like Jet Raze is still my vibe.
I mean, even what we saw from Falcons with the deadlock today, I thought was really cool as well. Like, there's a lot of options here.
Yeah, tons of options. Like, again, on Pearl alone, we just seeing those double duelist comps that we've never seen before with those two particular agents. I think we'll be a little surprised in Split, or I think I will be a little surprised by the comps as we go into Split.
It seems like already FlyQuest have like put in some work to like make big compositional pivots, because on Sunset they'd been playing that double Senti identity for the entirety of stage 3. So.
And here we go, and both raises.
A deadlock on FlyQuest too. That's what has my eye here. Going into that double sentinel, it's Sonder actually locking in the deadlock there as well.
Yeah, that's Sonder had played the deadlock before on like a map like Sunset, for example, so not so out of left field on that one. But I do actually really like the idea of ignoring the Jet Neon is so strong right now. Like Jet or Neon plus Raves gives you such an ability to just overwhelm and swarm a site, especially when you're going for split hits.
I have two questions for Zipto's comp. The first is, how are they going to deal with this double sentinel? Normally this double dive is so good to just fast hit into sites, but Deadlock Cypher really great at splitting that up. And also, with the solo Sky as their only initiator, how are they going to ration that utility to find the right times to use it and set themselves up for success?
Well, this is set up to be a very exciting way to end the day. We're going to head into the third and final map. We're going to find out which team dodges the lower bracket. Let's find out and send it back to Pansy and Potter for the call.
Thank you very much. And yeah, this series has delivered, but it comes down to map 3. Right? We're looking at Split, and we're looking at two very different approaches to how they wanted to play this. Agent composition, what we've seen so far, all of these kind of factors being put in front of us. Christine, how has this changed your mind? Has it changed your mind? Do you see a front runner now appearing?
I do, Lauren. I'm loving this double Sentinel comp coming out here for FlyQuest. Not only do they get to start on the defense side of Split, but the fact that what we've been seeing from map 1 and 2, the aggression coming out for Zipto, especially in those posts, Aniri getting activated by the utility coming out here for Camu. I mean, the double Sentinel for Fly, this sit nade coming out for Sonder on Deadlock, that is something that you have to get reps on. You have to be prepared for if you're on Zipto. So something maybe they're not going to be as used to. So I expect it's going to take them a few rounds to kind of get a footing in this half.
We might get the example of it pretty early too, right? Held in hand here. Waiting for the contact top middle. Smoke still in play, but Sonder getting a little ahead of this. I mean, there's 3 players here, so does she get the connect? She at least catches a Neri on this, and you can see the combo they wanted to go for.
Yeah, and that's a good trade. If you're Zipto, you're satisfied with that. You traded a dog for the sit nade. Now, the unfortunate thing is that single initiator that Mimi was talking about, as Camu, you've got to be a little shicey. You've got to be a little stingy with the birds and with the dogs. But they are regrouping here, Zipto, and they're choosing the right side. Look at the rotation coming out here for Fly. No defenders on the site.
This is fine. This is it. They love this. This is a tick in the box. If you're Zipto, but Alexi gonna fall short there. Thea, nice little shot controlling. Hello. Can we get admin?
Check PC, please.
Thea, you're looking.
Wait a minute.
No, that's wild. That's wild. Okay, Shirazi gonna go 1v5. That's pretty rough. Starbound is there. FlyQuest get it started right for themselves now. After disastrous map 1, they are finding stability now.
Yeah, and they're having a little fun. Ev just holding on to that defuse, and that round was a little too easy if you're FlyQuest, right? I mean, there was a little bit of exchange in mid, and sure, I did say that Zipto will be okay with that without the sit nade on the board, but now they've got to take care of the Cypher util. Now they've got to figure out where that second Sentinel is set up. So I think Zipto is going to have to play a different kind of pace than what they're used to on this attack side. They may have to reset and cut noise 2 times in 1 round, and I just don't think that's something that they're used to doing in their scrims.
And obviously, contractually speaking, I have to get 1 tech force in.
Day 1, Lauren?
Look.
Is that how it works? Okay.
I got a yap, you know what I mean? My yapping quota wasn't quite filled. With 3 maps.
Oh,
Obviously.
wow.
It's... I can't get enough of myself. What can I say? Love my boy. I'm kidding. Hopefully whatever the issue is does get resolved quickly. I'm actually not sure. I'm seeing admins on the FlyQuest side. They're playing rock, paper, scissors.
Gonna call them out like that?
Yeah, of course. That's why I have this lovely viewing area to look upon my kingdom and judge players. Yeah, because the admin from the Zipto side hasn't moved. They're just kind of like chilling. Right? They're just taking the stroll. Whereas already the admin on the other side closer. You know, hand toward hip on the microphone.
Should we shoutcast this rock, paper, scissors
If we
game
could
going
get
down?
a camera guy to have a little look to it. I think they're done already. They wrapped it up. We're too slow.
I think I saw Sandra winning that one out.
Sandra was kind of pumped up from it too, you know what I mean?
She looks like a natural rock, paper, scissors star.
Do you have like a technique? Like a go-to?
I do. It doesn't work every time, Lauren, but I actually do.
Wait, they're playing again. Wait, they're doing... who is it? Thea won that one, I think? Okay, nice. Oh. Like, Sandra's like, please, I want to go again. Pause the game. Oh.
Sandra's challenging everyone out here.
Okay. Yeah, no, I think Sandra's reigning champ, maybe. I don't know. Just like gave a freebie out to like Thea just to like get her, like, you know, she's IGL, got to keep her in the right place, mindset up, you know, you got to sandbag a little bit to keep
Give
that
her a
confidence
freebie.
high.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd love to know what the tech pause is though. Because like I'm looking this side. Because like Ali looks annoyed mostly. But we'll see. Any guesses in chat? What do we have? Gear. See, gear is so like, you don't know what it is. That could be a keyboard.
Yeah,
that could be a mouse.
As a coach, I mean, it is the best when your player tells you that they forgot to charge the mouse.
Oh, you've had some of that?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, nice. That's good.
Yeah, the admins love you when that happens.
Oh, yeah, that's solid. Because like, what are you meant to do?
I mean,
Gotta plug it in.
it's user error. You know,
Yeah, true. My favorite, water spillage. Because they always need 4 different kinds of beverages, obviously.
Of course.
There's, you know, the standard hydration in water. There's a Red Bull, and then maybe a hot beverage. And then the cups just get collected. And at some point, the lid will give way. At some point,
well, if you're not gaming with that sort of risk factor
you think that
on
helps?
your table, of course, yeah. It
That's
keeps you
an
on your
EG
toes.
mentality, huh?
Keeps you on your toes. Am I gonna swift too hard and break the cup?
So that's the sort of technique you brought in with like Demon 1. You're like, okay, we need to get this kid ready. He needs to be on edge constantly.
I don't want to give away all my secrets.
No, of course, but that's just a little tip. That was just a little tip.
Yeah.
Still no idea what's going on. We are in Yap City. I was thinking, you know, the worst thing is I was preparing for having to film, which is probably my job. It's crazy that I was worried about that. But I was having a conversation with my friends recently. Crazy I have those too. And we had this discussion of like, which horror movie do you think you'd survive in? Like specifically, is there one that comes to mind that you'd be like, light work?
I think I would
have a think on it.
I'm not gonna lie to you,
You're the
Lauren.
first
I'm
one.
not in denial. I'm the first one to go. I'm the first one to die in this horror movie.
So you just accept it? Like, would you willingly just walk out and be like, yeah,
I
it's
would be
done.
like,
It's
you know what?
over.
I'm gonna save us all the trouble. I will be the first to go.
But as like a sacrifice, or just because you don't want to be bothered?
As a sacrifice, maybe that noble move will
That
could
something.
be the key.
Yeah.
I don't know, but I already know that I'm not surviving. I'm not surviving, Lauren. In a horror film?
Okay, my bad. You know what? I thought you'd have a little bit of like, I don't know, like.
Yeah, put me on an island. Put me on an island.
Okay.
Give me some fishing line.
Oh no, I do need to talk to you about this. They are doing ready checks, by the way, so hopefully they'll be like making sure everything's good to go. Just to keep you guys updated. If you care about the game and not us talking nonsense. There was a talk of doing the Hunger Games, but among the casters, like an unbranded version, of course. We're not willing to pay for the rights for that, but you know what I mean. Like if it was like NA against EU, I'm like, but we need to steal Potter. You're like, Christina's like the #1 pick, and if they don't know about that, we'll explore that on the next tech pause.
Okay,
right?
I love
Because
that.
I have been told we're ready to go, so thank you for your patience and tuning into our impromptu podcast about nothing. And focusing back on the game, we were seeing FlyQuest Red kind of starting to look, I don't want to say as expected, but living up to reputation.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They are very towards the top end here. If you're looking at the players, the caliber, you put a lot of credit towards them. They're starting to look a bit more confident. Let's see if Zipto can get a grip back into this game now.
Definitely warmed up coming into this anti-eco. This second round is gonna say a lot, right? We've seen some funky things, and it's starting already, Lauren. Sonder gets taken out while trying to set up this wall. And I mentioned these second rounds because if you're FlyQuest, every single round counts so much on this defense with this double senti comp. So this anti-eco, it cannot get dicey if you're Fly.
It can't, but
Look
it might.
at
Like,
they
look at
are
this.
so ready. The jumping classics, it's coming.
Oh, the flash. Oh, no, no. It's still not, it's not like, and here comes the neon fire in the corner. All good, all good, all good. I'm scared, I'm so scared, I'm so scared. It is like trying to survive a horror movie when there's just like neon sliding at you, like everything's going wrong. But 3 are alive. That's an acceptable loss, Sonder and Donut. You kind of like navigate past that. They still have the Bulldog there, so the prized possession is kept. And for Zipto, they got a little, you know, they've drawn blood, right? And it may be only Alexi doing that, but still, it gets you feeling out the game a little bit more. So, as it stands, we go into the bonus now.
Yeah, and it's gonna be a true bonus because you're right, it's okay, they got the round on the board, but too many have died, so Bucky out for Dodo Nut. And the great thing about Split on the defense side with this raise is you can set up so many fun traps, and with double Sentinel, with all these trips that Dodo Nut can have a sound cue to play off of, so many different interesting setups that Fly can do. Zipto, they want to stick all together though. Take care of this Cypher util and the dunk onto Sonder.
There was no escaping that, but I like the reaction just to try and fly down ramp. But Shirazi, all too prepared for it, just holds the line perfectly, going to slip back a little bit deeper, let the rest of the team take the attention, really, as Starbound and Dodo Nut wanted to try and springboard into it. But at this point, they should be able to find some stability here by getting that plant in play. It's going to be hard to try and gap close these final couple of kills. Shirazi's got to be careful though, 32 HP isn't that though. Oh, Shirazi, that is so slick. Just dipping away, that's buying time, and she can eventually creep back up, but can depend on the likes of Neri to sweep it up, and you got 4 still alive. Tara was lost there, but that's again, acceptable losses. Good little start here, they make it through the bonus.
Yeah, and I like that awareness coming out here for Shirazi, not being too greedy, making sure that the weapons and the money is strong as heck going into round 4. Beautiful response for Shirazi. There was a moment when things could have gotten dicey, but yeah, good to see the stabilizing on the anti-eco. And I'm curious to see how much Zipto are going to have to slow it down. You can see that they're all grouped up once again, all 5 members, and we talked about this double Senti setup. If Zipto are stopped on this first wave, they're not going to be able to get past. They're so committed, and Starbound finds the one.
Okay, and Neri's answered back though. So taking steps, oh, that's not ideal. Oh, hold on, and Sonder, you talked about it, that sit nade is so difficult to deal with. But plant in, but they are locked to that site. Is there still a TP on Tara, maybe? Maybe could get off site here, but still counter paranoia going in, not really as effective as they'd like here, but they're stuck on the site and they're sticking to it too. They're already, they just swing out as 3. Tara makes light work of Sonder and Thea there. And that's a big round for Zipto too. Just kind of makes them feel like, okay, we can deal with this double Sentinel sort of approach.
Especially because it worked with such a simple approach, right? All 5 members just going head first into all the utility towards A. I gotta say though, I think if Dodo Nut didn't miss that paint shell coming up that rope, she would have met up with Dodo Nut a lot sooner in the round, and that pinch on the execute would have come through, and I think that flood would have looked differently. But great response, great aggro coming out here for Zipto. And for FlyQuest, that synergy between Sonder and Dodo Nut with that sit nade, it's got to be cleaner if they're going to be able to sustain these gun rounds.
It's just going to be a bit of a gamble from FlyQuest in this one. Opted to go for a bit of an A stack, didn't work out here. Nicely enough for Zipto, they get to walk in scot-free towards that B site, plant in play, and they've got a nice amount of util as well for the post plant if they need it. They're not overly stressed just yet. So, by all accounts, a good start to things. Might get a little bit tricky because, you know, Sheriffs can do some work towards this side of that, but again, to look at what they can achieve.
There should be a combo here, Lauren. Some sort of combo. This is the first time we're seeing Paint Shell on the board in tandem with that sit nade, but Tara,
okay, hold on,
does take out one of the key pieces of that util. They will be able to pick up that rifle, and this should be just a contained game. Starbound's got to stay alive.
Nice attempt, but Alexi overwhelms. And at this point, it's starting to get really tough to find any of those opportunities. They've already somewhat evacuated the site. Alexi going to go back in just to be certain, be sure, but at this point, time to back away. That's going to be a rifle lost, but still, they managed to make it through clean enough. 3 standing, 3 rifles. Ult's starting to come in here as well, which is what you're going to be looking at now, is that first real cycle of them. one away for Alexi now. You've got Iniri very close by. You've almost got the Seekers as well coming out on the other side. Seekers already in. And again, you're starting to see a lot of those start to hit here, but it's 3 on the trot for Zipto. They've got to be happy with this.
They've got to be happy for sure, especially with how the last 2 rounds have gone in complete full control. Zipto are calling so well, even sliding into that spawn before that retake was ever in tow. This round, FlyQuest with that Sky ultimate on the board, this should be a decent response on that first initial look where Zipto have been coming out on top. This time they're going to go towards poking towards B. Alexi's got that showstopper in hand, and we've seen these A hits just go in Zipto's favor so far on this attacking side, and usually that's where they want to regroup. Shirazi's getting all the space. That is an early Sky ult. The defender's really feeling the pressure so early in this round.
And I'm quite surprised. And now off the back of that, they're going for a 3-play walk towards B main. Okay, they've cleared it. But then no one's in mid. I don't know if I like this. I like the idea of taking the space, but they put themselves in a really tricky spot. Bought enough time that maybe they can stabilize here. Blind showstopper as well, pretty much there. Hoping we were to find maybe Thea, and it looks like he did a little bit of chip damage, but it's actually Iniri to fall down. Camu and Alexi going to find their way forward. Camu on the follow-up as well. Sight now looking under scrutiny, and I feel like there's a bit of mismanagement on the approach from what FlyQuest wanted out of that round. The Seekers felt desperate. The play towards B main felt a little bit out of sorts, but maybe they can fix the issues with this. A 2v4 is a lot to ask, and Alexi's hearing none of it. 4-2. I didn't like what I saw there.
I didn't either. There must have been some breakdown in the communication. The tell that they were looking for that to execute that fight came too early. I'm not sure if somebody saw something that they shouldn't have, but that sound cue came too early. The Omen blind even to boot. So all that information just allowed Zipto to say, okay, you guys want to push B main? We'll just take your B heaven then. So all of a sudden the defenders got flipped on and the pinch was on. So Zipto, again, calling very well, keeping things very simple and then being decisive on their calls.
Now, when you look at this composition, because you were quite excited by the kind of double sentinel look here, what are some of the key factors that you wanted to see them kind of approach this game with? Because it changes how you look at Split almost.
Yeah, for sure, and it's got to be those trap plays. I mean, we already talked about it, but that early fight in B main, you saw that sit nade coming through. And there was just no bodies there, no enemies to be punished with this util. So they've got to have a better system or queue to fight off of. Let the enemies come closer into our territory so that we can create better checkmates for each other instead of just pulling the trigger too early.
It felt like a bit of a needless round there. Again, even the Seekers, and you're right, the Sitney then over towards B main, it all felt a little bit mismanaged. Maybe think of the ducks in a row, we could start actually seeing some of that utility brought in a really nice way, because it can be so oppressive to play up against that deadlock in a well-used manner. And again, especially if you've got those duelists coming out like we have Iniri and Alexi who want to take that space aggressively, take as much as they can. If they're not being checked on this, they're going to keep pressing the issue further and further. So a little bit of a switch up, it looks like. Already going to have the Starbound over towards B, and then the switch being that they popped Sonda kind of, I guess, utility-wise towards Fence and over towards the A site. And now, straight up the guts, straight up middle. Alexi, though, going to be handled here. This is going to be much harder. Nice little counter, nice little slowdown, but Iniri then going to invest the ult. This is dangerous to do, I feel like, against maybe a Sheriff or a four-sport round, but as it stands, Zipto managed to stay unscathed. They're okay. They've drawn a lot of utility, and they can just kind of, I don't want to say simmer, because you're going to use a lot of your own util here. I don't know if that was worth it yet.
We'll see. Definitely an exchange of a bunch of utility. That was an expensive opening towards mid, but Zipto are doing a fantastic job at canceling. That's something that, you know, newer teams, especially with the stage jitters, have an issue with, but what a shot coming out for Dodo. And she's got the ultimate.
Yeah, ready to go if needed, if required, if wanted. Has it. Could have shut the round down now, but instead, hey, there's the deadlock wall coming in, and it's so frustrating to spend half of your ammo shooting that damn thing. But still, I mean, for Alexi and Tara, this is now a nightmare. I didn't like that kind of feign up middle then to no real effect, and then they go back towards A and they have to kind of come in a little bit dry on that now. Quick TP, Cam is there, cancel as well, and there's the second reveal. They can sit in this, they can have these 4 players here. the deadlock utility still in place, but it doesn't stop you creeping up like that. So already going to be put on notice here. There's the ult we were waiting for. Thea's the one to do it with a stinger, but it's Sonder as well. FlyQuest with a massive MasterCard Thrifty coming through. And a big reminder to Zipto to calm it down a little bit here. There's a reason the FlyQuest are very much respected in this.
Yeah, and it comes right after I gave kudos for that cancel call in middle. Turns out, Lauren, it wasn't worth it. Turns out it was just too much information given towards that mid, and because Zipto wasn't able to actually get any space or ground for that exchange in util, FlyQuest were feeling pretty comfortable. That rotate going from mid back up to that top A ramp is just only a couple seconds. So in position and ready with the response. Ooh, Alexi once again going very aggro towards this mid. Okay. The troll!
No! Just got whiplash! She just got whiplash from it. That is wild. Oh,
I don't know if I've ever seen that mechanic happen before.
Me neither.
The dog
takes it and then...
Wow.
I want to see that on slow-mo in case it was something else hitting at the same time, but I'm pretty sure it was. Yeah, the trip's still there.
Poor Alexi. Oh my goodness, that stun catching her at the last minute.
Mid shut down. Let's go elsewhere. Mid's not for us. We don't even like mid. She doesn't even go here. Like, let's leave. Yeah, time to talk really and maybe make some options up here because 1v5 is a lot to ask for anyone, but Zipto now, that's twice so they've tried to go for this kind of mid pressure and twice it's gone wrong. This time in a little bit of a different fashion, but to a similar effect, right?
Yeah, this time Fly getting actually rewarded with kills and not just an exchange in util. I think Zipto going into the next round, maybe they have another one of those pocket strats where they really want to press the issue and have a quick opening, but I would say pretty soon in the next 2 rounds, Zipto really have to slow it down. They've got to work with their spread and they've got to draw out this util. They've got to waste time of Starbound in the Cypher, break the camera, and they've got to waste time in Sonder.
It's a long old protocol list, isn't it, if you're Zipto?
10 seconds left.
It's just like there's so much util to have to keep in mind that trying to, you know, just break it through every single round if you want to at least keep your options open, right?
Yeah.
You don't want it to feel just like super telegraphed.
And hey, you don't have to play that boring game either. Lexi has been feeling very comfortable in mid, and she has been getting the ground, so she doesn't have to be playing not to lose in mid. She just has to be a little more finessey in mid, not just head against the wall, try to win every duel in front of her, but let her teammates get a little bit of pressure on the extremities.
I'm still not sure if it was actually the trip. I'm waiting.
It had to have been.
I think
it
so.
was a trip. It was a trip.
Can we just believe it for the sake of it?
I want to.
Okay, I like that. We do have a timeout for Zipto though, because again, if you've met that resistance a couple of times, come up with someone you want to deal with it, how you want to deal with it, what you want to approach it with. I think there's plenty of options, but again, when you're starting to see that strength of the composition for FlyQuest show to you, when you're starting to see that strength of, again, the double sentinel in effect, let's keep that mental in the right place of how we want to approach it. So take the time out, slow it down for a sec, have that conversation.
Yeah, for sure. Because I mean, if you're Zipto, really, you're just telling each other, if we get one more round, we're pretty happy.
Yeah,
even with 4, it feels like enough. Going into the second,
doable.
5 or 6, and that's just a luxury.
Yeah, you're laughing at that.
Yeah, for sure. So, I mean, listen, the double sentinel on the attack side is going to be tough. Sentini? Is that the new thing?
It's cute. It's cute. I don't know.
So for Zipto, they should feel very confident. They've had 4 rounds in a row, and it was all with those fast openings. FlyQuest have stabilized. Now Zipto, they've got to have a second plan in motion here.
And that's what we look to see is, what is the plan? How do they want to divide this
spread
up?
out.
It can't
They're
be
not
middle
going
again.
towards mid. Yeah, they're not going towards mid.
That. We can't avoid that one. Swerve that. And I'm just going to pay attention to how they want to really open this. They've got as much of a buy as they'd want. They've got everything they need.
Yeah, and Alexi is starting towards B, and usually where the raise is where they really want to sniff pretty deep. So it looks like Alexi is going to go looking for the Cypher trips. That smoke is a good response from Thea. Okay, this is the round where Zipto is getting a lot of value, actually. Already taking care of the deadlock wall. They've got the B main pressure. But look at Fly, they're so strong. They're maintaining their mid crossfire.
And going back to this just makes me so nervous. I don't mind it now just being like 2 players while they're still trying to test the extremities. Okay, they cleared the util, right? It's starting to feel...
Oh, no!
Oh, no, the re-aggress. Fortunately enough, though, the ult finds no one, but that could have been much worse But even though it feels pretty damn devastating, Alexi punished. I thought she'd make it through that without being at least discovered. But Tara and Shirazi, I mean, you're hearing a marching band get through there, but
this is a lot of sound cues.
Do we need
Wait a minute.
I mean, they've got the cam there, but still.
Shirazi has an ult. If Tara is actually able to get this post down and Shirazi's a little patient, things can get real funky here in this round, 2v5.
This is weird.
Where's the bodies? There's a couple bodies. It does look like Shirazi wants to go find one.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Hold on. Shirazi just over-delivered. It's a 1v2 and Tara suddenly can be played into this. Starbound, Evie, neither of them have any big util, no flash to try and clear the path. Maybe a cage for Starbound, but that's it. Trying to mask the steps of the drop here, but Tara's gonna hear it. Gonna know that they're getting close towards the side, but can Tara deal with the pressure? Spots one on the cross, doesn't get it clean enough. FlyQuest go unpunished here, but that was damn close.
That was close, and I wonder what kind of info came through across the board to just get Fly all to Thunderfoot across like that. But what a trap play. What a response coming out here on the defense. I love how Zipto adjusted, and I love how they slowed it down, but Fly in that mid, that crossfire, just punishing. And these trips coming out for Starbound, 2 kills coming off the back of that in 2 different rounds. It's been a nightmare for Zipto to deal with here.
Player standing.
Nice! Good job. Good comms.
Thank you, Thea.
That was not... I always like when the coach almost says something interesting that's like, nah, cut that. Pacey up, ramp is the... Oh, the nade was there as well in case they needed it, but Sonda quick enough with the gun out as well. Takes away an Neri, and they're starting to struggle against these double senties, as Christine calls them. Starbound, though, again, still in such a good position here, making it such hard work for Alexi.
Yeah, and look at where Thea was looking just now with that blind, just towards behind her. If her teammates in FlyQuest had gotten a little bit pressured or lost that duel, that blind would have come down that whole lane. So FlyQuest have a bunch of secondary traps already in motion. They've already gotten rewarded by taking out Aniri. No trade in sight, and look at how uncomfortable Zipto feel. They've got no control, no information, and they've got to start their execute all the way back here.
They do. But it is pretty, I don't want to say scot-free, but it is open towards the side because most of the util is focused towards that middle choke, right? So as it stands, Zipto are going to be out here. Tara gets past the first issue, but there are still more. Good information, but at this point, it's those Seekers coming down. Speaking of information, Alexi feels uncomfortable. Lucky to be alive there, didn't get punished because a blind had managed to make their way through towards him, but it's Thea to find Alexi. Next step and next stop towards the side. Thea with another stride in the right direction. And Sonda clears up Shirazi. Already we are seeing FlyQuest just looking in charge here.
In charge for sure. Thea once again leading by example, so steady towards that spawn area. And you saw FlyQuest, they didn't even move. As soon as they identified that Raze and Zipto were going to execute out of A main, they were cool, calm, and collected. Sonder knew all the time that Ev was going to show up with that Seekers to get that retake going. So very disciplined stuff coming out here for FlyQuest. And those secondary traps I talked about, the layers coming through on the defense, it is not easy to handle if you're Zipto.
No, they've stalled out here, Zipto. They've now felt what it's like to be under this very oppressive composition. We didn't see it too early on. It was quite surprising. We're like, wow, they're getting away with a lot here. This is kind of wild. But now we're seeing it. Now, it looks like there's a switch up, but suddenly mid's open.
If I'm Zipto going into this 11th round here, I'm looking straight at Alexi and I'm looking at Camu's orbs. We just need to make sure these 2 ultimates are online for the last round of the half. Maybe get some kills, some feel-good frags, but Ev is ready.
Yeah. More. Still got a flash to play with as well.
Blind
and
was so high.
That's a little risky. That's
Wait a minute.
Really risky. And Neri's going to at least get a punishment. One Cameo is there as well.
Oh,
this
no.
was badly handled from FlyQuest. That felt way too overzealous, way too out there. That was a mistake. And I don't think you need to be opening the door here for Zipto. 5 rounds is a lot to be playing with. Opportunity to even get 6 now.
You don't, and I feel like I've just jinxed them twice now.
Crazy.
Just complimenting the discipline, complimenting the setups, but yeah, things got dicey there, but great response coming out here for Zipto. I mean, and that was off the back of an unfortunate opening towards A as well, so Zipto this time around on that low buy coming out on top, and look at the ultimate economy as well. Coming to the last round of the half, if Zipto is able to walk away with the 6th, oof.
That's that.
Oh, no.
Okay, Dodonut's in danger. Does she get to stay alive? For now, it looks like she does. Out with her life. Oh, and this is all sorts of topsy-turvy. I can't even keep track of what's going on here. But now they're trying to make their way across towards the site. And here we're going to take away Dodonut. Looks for another victim. Can't quite find it. Yes, she does. Zipto back in this. And that door was open. They left the window open for just a moment. And Zipto crashed on in. 6 apiece is a dangerous scoreline here. That's going to put FlyQuest on red alert. So I'm a little bit worried going into that second half now.
I know something I couldn't do. Something I couldn't
Six to 6 gives me pause to question here. It makes me bring up those last 2 rounds where the discipline slipped a little away, because it felt like FlyQuest had the solution. They had the right reads, great control, very oppressive with that double sentinel, but then that discipline slipped for just a moment.
Yeah, and it's by the smallest of margins as well, I gotta say. Dodo not buying that operator in the last round. She knew that the Rays had the ultimate online. I love that sort of risk. I love the playmaking that it takes to go forward and say, you know what, I'm gonna hit this shot and end the round right here by myself. But unfortunately for Fly, things just slipped out of their fingertips for the last 2 rounds. This is the most important pistol of the whole series. Obviously, we're going into map 3, but it's because FlyQuest pistols have looked so damn good all series long. This is the time to just double down on that and have one of those beautiful set pieces once again.
Fingers crossed for both sides, really. This has been an excellent series, kind of the highs and lows from both. You know, the 13-4 to begin with was a real rude wake-up call, but the answer back on Sunset. And now, of course, here, tied up at the half in map 3.
Over there.
And it looks like, speaking of set pieces, Christine, I think we got a little sweaty lineup. Whoop.
It should be coming. I mean, this should allow Dodonut to have a lot of fun up top A ramp, really secure this fight. Great stun.
Does it catch?
So much utility traded back and forth. She's still sat.
That's so good. That's such a nice approach to this beautifully crafted, lovely little set piece just to take over that ramp control. And even the step in towards heaven, that lands in the doorway pretty deep.
I can't believe how deep that actually landed, Lauren. That is quite an arm on Saunders' back. But look at this lurk. They've inserted Starbound and they're making a lot of noise, acting like they've left.
Oh, that's value above expectation. I thought there could have been a follow-up there, but again, at this point, you're looking at the HP as well. That becomes a factor. Alexi is down to 10 HP. Tara's still there, and Shirazi. These two are the biggest factors for Zipto now.
Tara's got a blind. There's a camera still on the site. This should give plenty of information for Tara to rip that blind and maybe send a flood, but they've lost their time. And this deadlock utility is such a nuisance.
Yeah, that's just stalled out all that time. The paranoia really not going to find anyone. It's 3 play shell. Hold on. Hold on. Juicy. Hold on. Yeah, a little too far. A little too strong on the arms here. We've been seeing some real throws. And Tara going to get 1 in the end. But I gotta say it, I'm so impressed with that little approach.
Yeah.
Just what a start.
Beautiful opening. Beautiful, clever
Show
opening.
me that again. Give me that
For
replay.
Zipto, they've got to be talking to each other right now. On this second round, on this save. Hey, listen, guys. Look in the sky. When those barriers go down, warn each other about this sit nade coming across, because that's the tell. That's going to tell us where they want to open. And as long as we can sustain that small opening, they're going to have a great old time on the defense. But they've got to warn each other about it right now.
And going forward, that is what we're going to be looking out for. How much of that can they depend upon? I feel like a lot. Sonda is the safe pair of hands when it comes to everything she does, pretty much. And here for Zipto, we have seen a lot of danger in these rounds, and I love what they're trying. I love it. The flash almost throwing, you know, a bit of a curveball, but they've seen that there's players here. This should be a good pass. They're ahead. They're absolutely ahead, but the flash coming in off the back of the sky will do the job. And FlyQuest this time not falling for any of Zipto's naughtiness that they've been trying. They keep this clean, 5-standing, flawless round.
It's exactly what you need. Exactly what you need if you're FlyQuest. But for Zip, they should be feeling okay. I hope that they've talked about that pistol and said, you know what? It's okay. We're going to be ready for these trap plays to start. Kind of give themselves some room here. Shirazi on that Cypher should allow the defenders in Zipto to set up for those 4-1s a lot more often. Leave Shirazi on an island and find themselves those fights that we saw in the first half.
Special for the bonus.
Same trip.
Yeah. Played very, you look at the difference of how quickly that gets cleared. FlyQuest straight up middle, getting rid of that. Zipto then on the other side of things, looking to get aggressive, looking for information, and they just find themselves beheaded. Starbound with a beautiful beginning over towards A, completely rolls out the red carpet, takes all the space that's available. Yeah, they're down low, but they've done their work. 10 HP.
Left.
They can do any more. Oh, the off angle. It's gorgeous from Starbound. And a dreamy bonus round here. Their job's done. Gets a quick heal as well. Oh, it's everything you could ask for. Tara and Shirazi, I'm saving. I'm out of there.
They've got to survive, and I think FlyQuest have so much information at this point that pretty soon they should be starting the hunt, starting to chase just a little bit. And this is such a huge bonus round for Fly to convert. If they're able to actually take out both weapons as well, this is going to be devastating for the defenders. Tara's got a blind still. Oh, no. Get out of there.
Run. Run.
Player standing.
No, our teammates sabotaging.
It's crazy you're doing that, Sonda. That's crazy. 9 rounds, though. And we got to talk about converting a bonus like this. That is scary stuff.
It's scary. It's scary because all 5 members were Fly were alive and healthy as hell. Full HPs across the board, and even some utility left in the post plant to secure that one. So Zipto, they got caught off guard from the opening. It started on this pistol, and once again in this bonus. They've got to stay grouped up together and not allow this sit nade to affect them this much.
Okay, down to the Sheriffs. And this is when the scoreline starts to feel like it's being ripped away from you. 10 rounds would be next for FlyQuest. Zipto held on the 6, potentially. But they've been dangerous here before.
My ult's ready.
Ult's there now. Seekers are online. Starbound one away, I mean, after that previous round, no surprise there. And Sonda, not a million miles off either. On the other side, Alexi still got a way to go, same with Aniri. I mean, they haven't quite had the beginning they would have wanted here, but speaking of Seekers, straight in.
It's done.
Dodonut slowed down a little, can't quite fully capitalize off everything that she probably would have wanted here, but won't get punished either. The paranoia sent in as well, but still no punish. Shirazi pretty frustrated by this because there were so many chances maybe to get a shot, but the timing not there. So Tara trying to catch a cross, belting shot on Dodonut, but couldn't quite get any more. Fair try.
That deadlock utility is so oppressive. Shirazi once again trying to find that timing, but gets stunned to boot. The retake is on. Just a dog, no flashes.
Oh wow. Shirazi
Wait,
just
she
a
killed her.
planting gift. No, wait, what are we watching? What are we watching? What the hell is going on? I don't understand what just happened. I need it in half speed. I'm too old to be seeing that happen that quickly.
It all started with Sonder wanting to force the deadlock ult on an anti-eco,
which is so unnecessary.
Right, it just felt so forced, but man, I would never have guessed that that would create this domino effect.
Yeah, like look at this. Great, yeah,
These shots were incredible.
But this,
that one right there, Razi.
Sonder just got absolutely rinsed.
Cameo as well. Oh no. That, I mean, okay, if you're Zipto though, with how things have gone in this second half, you take those. You absolutely take those. For FlyQuest, this should be an easy shake-off. The fact that they've been in control, and all series long, these half-buys have been wonky.
True,
you know what? We're just gonna shake that one off. We're moving right past that one.
If anything, it should be a warning signal, right? It's that like, hey, let's not give them space here. Zipto have been able so often to prove how dangerous they are. Hence a 6-6 at the half. Let's stop giving them any level to work with. So, Zipto now going to start feeling the pressure up through middle. Donut already going to take away Cameo, so it's going to be an Eerie to try and over-deliver, and Sonder isolates the kill so comfortably. This time playing very clinical. Look at this. This 1-3-1, pressure up mid, holding the extremities. They've got everything just lined up here.
Beautiful punishes, and you saw that Zipto was trying to punish off of their util, but FlyQuest one step ahead. And you know, Lauren, I gotta go back to that 2 rounds ago when you mentioned how well FlyQuest was handling that mid-trip. In that first half, when we saw that mid-trip, Fly was a little bit, their setups on the defense, that 3-man pack in the middle, just defending that trip, they were able to punish. Now, on the flip side of things, Zipto, they had 3 members in mid, but they didn't have that trip in mid. So again, that tell that they're looking for their Neon to just slide and take that fight, they need that sort of sound cue to go off of. So I'd like to see a little bit of a different setup, or just call that 3-2-1 and take the fight earlier with your 3. You don't need a tell always. As soon as a utility comes out from the attackers, just call it 3-2-1. But something like this would have looked better for Zipto, but FlyQuest, they are being very thorough at the moment.
I think it feels like a correction. You know, you get told off by your parents at one time, and then suddenly, you know, you're always going to be doing the dishes right. It's just like that last round where we like, you got a little too overconfident, peaked a little too much, got punished. We're like, okay, no, I got to get this right now. So I feel like they locked in a little bit here, getting that 10th on the board. And we were worried. Seeing 6-6, I think, is normally a worrying scoreline. You're like, oh, okay, that's pretty close. But at this point, FlyQuest instantly right back into gear. This is where we kind of need to see the resilience from Zipto. We need to see around, but their money's still all over the shop. A huge investment here into this operator. That is a heavy investment to go for.
This is definitely the time to pull out all the curveballs, all the answers if you have them. And Alexi is 2 off the orb. If she's able to catch one and hold the attackers at bay, collect the orb for herself later, we've got the showstopper online for a retake. So this should allow all the rest of our teammates not to over-rotate. Everyone should feel very confident in their positions. Starbound's gonna take this opportunity though. Ops on the other side, so she takes space.
Now they've been kind of shown this different look, right? They know that operator's around. You got to start kind of changing how you want to be. Thinking there's an Eerie. Gonna spot the cross. Gonna see it. Gonna see 2. That's big info here. Seeker's gonna come down, but Dodo not gonna turn attention. Turn back around, and Tara with a huge double. An Eerie on the follow-up. This is big from Zipto, getting brawly. Getting the round as well. Heavy investment and a heavy reward.
The Buckies coming through strong there. And this time, FlyQuest weren't quite as committed once they come up towards that mid. That blind coming through from Tara towards that B site really put a spanner in the works for Fly's spacing there. But a response nonetheless, Bucky coming through strong. And finally, that 3-fighter pack in mid, that crossfire, it was able to sustain.
Okay, a couple of ults here now for Zipto. 1 away from showstopper for Alexi too.
Looks like it's a full 5A hit.
He's on the other side.
Look
here.
at that trip.
Okay, Shirazi. Oh.
They hear the sound cue.
Donut on the hunt. The trip! It's so good! It's so good! Layers upon layers here of thought in place. Plant's in though, so it's a 5v4 post plant. It's not incredibly out of the realms of reality to still lock this one down. It's already util broken towards CT.
Oh,
Flash
the
towards
flash.
Tramp. The flood comes in. It's a trade out. So far, Thea's still alive. He's trying to sit back, find a little bit of safety. Sonda trying to close the gap to that nice little off angle towards CT, but gets spotted. And Neri removes even just there in a 1v4. Zipto are back in the game now. Gap getting closed.
What a round. I mean, that was one of FlyQuest's sequences that have been working so well from them. From the pistol round to the bonus to another set piece to start. But man, that trip, that counter, the awareness coming out here for Shirazi, they've been having incredible trips all game long, but that just caught and stopped the entire hit coming out here for Dodonut. There's no way she expected that trip up there.
One enemy remaining.
That was so good.
Reloading.
And I like the change coming out for Zipto. Of course, it helps that they're coming out on top of these little skirmishes, but they're being decisive.
Yeah.
They're not just waiting for an enemy to come into their crosshair and jiggle and sniff. They're being decisive, and as soon as they're scaled into the site, they're hard flooding and taking the fight to fly.
And I think that's enough, that they've seen enough red flags, right? They're like, okay, this the last 4 rounds, 3 of them have gone to Zipto. Let's slow this down a little bit now. What's changed? What's going on? Because they had a really good grip initially, but it's been slipping, right? It has started to slip away a little bit. And now the economy's looking much healthier for Zipto. They've got some good ults still in the pocket. That's great to have. Can rebuild back with a Neri and Camu. On the other side, getting close to a couple of theirs, though. So they might have that snowball round close enough by. So that's something they've got to keep in mind. But their money's still a bit shaky. Going to see Sheriffs maybe a half purchase here to round out the money. But I don't know what the game plan is coming back in now, because they've been posed a question at the scariest time, right? You got yourself to 10 real close by, and they're like, wait, hold on, the gap's getting closer.
Scariest time for sure. I mean, Jovi is in such a tough position. This kind of pause is the toughest. The money is shot. No ultimates coming on board online to create some sort of plan to get around on the board and just stabilize for your team. So this is a tough one. Not sure what Jovi called here, but it looks like it's going to be a half buy with a hero rifle in the back pocket of Dodonut. They want to find an entry on one of their openings here.
Here.
Yeah, with the 2 Bulldogs, then Sheriff and a Ghost, and that's kind of it. They've got util, but again, can they identify where Alexi would be? Because that's got to be part of the list now. You got to start adding to that list of things we've got to do.
If you're FlyQuest here and you're able to just waste Alexi's showstopper
like this,
try to get it off the board.
Big info. Yeah, this is huge.
Oh my, she actually ripped it.
Oh my god, wait, but Aniri just checked. Aniri's going to see that there was at least 2-3 players there.
Oh no.
Goes the ult, but Tara is, oh my god, Tara with an outrageous 3 just holds the cross so well. Zipto are large and in charge. That looked like the least threatening FlyQuest round I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it was successful. Job done. They did bait out the ultimate in Alexi towards mid.
Great.
But Tara's back. Tara's back. Map 1 and 2. She was such an anchor, such a pivotal anchor on the extremities. A little bit quiet in this 3rd map, but showing up right when her team needs her most. Able to just make this round look too easy. FlyQuest wasn't even able to get an inch of space outside of that A main.
I feel like if they offset it by maybe a second or 2, because they were trying to fake out that mid presence, which they did so well, but regardless, refocus here. The flash hits, so they know someone's in attendance, but they don't know how many. Alexi, a little bit of an adjustment here, and that's they did catch the tag. Dodonut is down a little lower, so he'll going to be brought in. Already, Sonda's taking the space up middle, has the ult as well. No opportunity really to use it here. 3-play stack over towards A. Looking to be just Starbound's timing is unreal.
Got the neural theft online as well, and you saw Sonder placing that trip down for a refight, expecting a reaggress coming out. So much space Thea has. This B-split is on the no wait! Again!
Sonda, it's the poison chalice. Every time she wants to use that ult, she just gets evaporated. But now Starbound left in a 1v2. This would be pretty much for all the marbles. 5 HP is so difficult, and Tara's having none of it. Zipto taking the lead. And Sonda, please don't use that ult ever again.
Was that Shirazi for the 2nd time taking out Sonder in this 2nd half? Oh my goodness, that should have been FlyQuest's round. The way the mini-map looked, the way the defenders were under pressure the whole time, but the timing, I cannot believe the one-taps that are coming out in these high-pressure moments.
Clean.
Right when they matter most.
Clean. Scares the life out of me. And now the money's absolutely in the bin again.
Satchel out.
Okay, they have 4 ultimates, though. They do.
Oh, that trip! But look at it. It felt desperate, then it felt like desperate approaches and measures being made as the game's starting to slip away from them now. This could be 12 on board for Zipto. As one by one, FlyQuest just trying to make a play, trying to make something happen, and right now all they are being is punished. 3 players holding them back in middle, an opportunity and a little bit of damage done, but it's not much. So Sonder and Thea.
Down here.
This is so tricky. Again, that Bucky, it seems cursed to try and even go for it. It's not worth it. Sonder doing everything she can. Can she stand tall in these moments? 50 seconds. Would have to go nuclear, and a tag was not going to be enough. 12 rounds for Zipto, as these chances are just slipping between FlyQuest's fingers, and you got that horrible sinking feeling. This is 5 in a row now.
Zipto are not skipping a beat. At first, FlyQuest Red were having the control towards that
Absolutely.
mid. But these last few rounds, the way Zipto have been so decisive in this mid fight, and with that trip to just be that secondary layer in that middle to boot, has been tough for FlyQuest to answer on. But look at these ultimates coming up online. So many on the board. Dodonut has been waiting to use this showstopper to get back in the game, and that's not going to be good enough.
Nothing. We talk about desperation plays, and it's happening again. None of these are finding what they want.
Dodonut, she really thought that Tara was going to be up close and personal, just like last time. Several rounds now, Zipto have been up close in that A ramp, but unfortunately, no one there. This Seekers should allow FlyQuest to know that the B site is weak.
And Neary's got to be careful, though. Doesn't want to overextend here. You're going to be caught in the trip. You're trying to get down towards the side, but Tara now filling the space, and Neary on the trade out. Zipto still in control with 4 alive. Donut there. Starbound trying to hold on. It's Donut's take away Neary, but look at the spike still up there. They've got to go and get this one back in hand. Camu creeping a bit closer here. It's going to be Starbound on the fight, and they're going to get it. Camu goes down. Gonna get the North left in there. Information going. Thea is going to get at least a TP there, maybe trying to add a little bit of doubt amongst their minds. But Shirazi never left. Alexi's still near enough by. If Shirazi gets 1, but you're going to look at the positioning coming out from Starbound. That should be where the buck stops, really. And the other 2 players focusing on CT. Nice approach. Starbound's done their job, taking away Shirazi. It's Alexi in a 1v3. And the Opera, Thea, we can't be just falling asleep at the wheel here. Alexi, 1 away from getting that paint shell back as well, but can't get half. Looking to try and isolate Starbound, try and find them, but now spots him. Oh, shot! And now, with the paint shell back on, Dodonut keeps them safe, keeps them alive, and with a chance of OT.
That slowed down for me right there, Lauren. That nade, if Dodonut doesn't hit that shot, that is a clutch round converted for Alexi. What an incredible round. And thank you, Colbot, for this timeout. We needed it. We needed it for sure.
I think, oh my god.
Incredible.
Christ, that was risky.
My gosh.
Let's keep it up, guys. Heck yeah.
Deep breaths.
Deep breaths.
Okay, so Zipto, let's kind of look at their case here. Their timeout, they've got 2 ults in hand currently. They have the Neon's ult and they have the Cypher's ult. Cypher's a little less that they can use proactively, but still good. The Neon's a whole different kettle of fish. However, Alexi 2 away from the Showstopper, 1 away from the Seekers. Other side of things, they burnt most of it. Sonders is the closest on FlyQuest Red. Don't touch it. It's like, you know, Pandora's box, don't go near it. Bad things are gonna happen. We don't do that for Sonder. So I'm a little nervous here, because that's a big ult. They've still got the nice buy there. And this is 1 out of, what, 5 rounds now?
Yeah,
This is
1
just
out of 5.
one little break.
And the key point is, Lauren, this is 1 out of 5, but they had to use 3 ultimates to barely scrape by and get that round on the board. So going into this last round of the half, they got nothing. They finally do have the weaponry and the armor to be able to slow things down and maybe poke and prod their way into this last round, but definitely it looks like they're going to stay away from middle because they don't have the ultimates to push and pull Zipto away, but they want to have this opening towards A again. Sandra and Dodonut sticking together, trying to see if their combo and utility can find them any sort of opening. And Alexi still got that operator on this long line. FlyQuest want to approach this round real slow, Lauren. They've got the spread out. Even though the spike is towards this A, they don't want to end here.
So they've added doubt. Cage goes in and the boombot's there, right? So Alexi's not had the information she'd want. She's not going to be able to confirm or deny. They do have the trip up towards heaven. So maybe they've got an idea that no one's made it past. There is a chance that maybe an Omen TP'd, you'd hope you'd hear it. So there's a couple of things they can go through. Now they're flexing back towards middle. But slowly but surely, they are running out of the utility to do this constantly, right? You're not going to have the same flashes. You're not going to have the boombot there. You're going to have to do it a little bit harder. I'm worried about this setup here, Christine. I'm worried about this
pinch timing from Starbound. You can see that they're right on top of a trip. As soon as they get contact in middle, you can expect Starbound to pick up the speed here. Oh, they didn't like what they saw in mid.
Something didn't feel right. Something did not feel right. Starbound's taking space, though. Could be big.
FlyQuest don't care about the noise that they're creating either. They're okay with just running it down, but that's their mistake.
Alexi was waiting the whole time. They've already lost out on Sonda, but it's Tara now creeping up closer, trying to get back through, but Starbound's been holding this one, and Starbound was ready. Maybe OT is beckoning. Maybe we're not done just yet. Dodonut gonna dip down, sit a little lower here. Iniri and Shirazi trying to work back in, but it's Thea holding on to it, and Dodonut to close out 12 apiece. It's OT.
Oh, wow. The call came through for Starbound. You know, I thought for a second maybe the call would come through for the pinch, but instead Starbound brought their whole team all the way back towards A. And again, things got dicey, but I'm glad to see that FlyQuest split. Their pinch with Dodonut going through heaven and meeting back up with Starbound finally worked out for them. There was no cheeky trip there to just put a spanner in the works. FlyQuest are able to convert and get rewarded for their control.
A big call. Whoever made that, if it was Starbound themselves making that call, hey, I've got this space, let's have faith in the call behind it. It did get scary when you had Alexi with an op towards CT. That could have been super deadly, but as it stands, all good. We go back in. Remind yourself how this felt, FlyQuest here on the defending side.
They were very good about this trip and how they chose to fight off of it. 4 versus 4, really it's 4 versus 5 in mid here. Look at how many defenders are wanting to fight off of this sit nade coming off of Sonder. Oh, that was early.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they just went off a timing.
It was just a 3-2-1, yeah.
Just like a let's go for it. And now they dismantle where they were in middle, leaving up to the trips that are still in play. That hasn't been broken. So if they go back to this, I mean, Alexi with his op.
Look at Deadlock's trip up top at A ramp. If Alexi goes a little too deep here, oh, they're gonna do it.
There's pressure on two fronts now. We've got the mid pressure and the flash came in. Dodonut had the angle better than Alexi in the end. They re-clear, they've learned their lessons this time. Iniri though, quick to adjust straight through towards B. Lots of space, a lot of safety. They can get this plant. There is an absolute limited amount of pressure. Quick smoke up towards heaven as well. That's huge. Going to stop any sort of presence. They've already cleared middle quite well, so they're comfortable that no one's been going for that backstab. But Iniri breaking through on CT is a problem. That's an issue the FlyQuest can't answer. And now a 3v2. Advantage to Zipto. So Thea going to try and make a play towards this. Dip on in. Outdoes Tara. Dipping the Omen. Cammy with a reply. Half achieved. Thea tries to make a play. But Iniri is there, safe pair of hands, and advantage is to Zipto.
And Zipto are so decisive in the mid-round. You saw them pivot and go straight up that B halls as soon as their teammates got contact at A. But this push in spawn from Iniri, as soon as that retake starts in action in that B heaven, that's the timing that Iniri is pushing through that spawn, completely punishing Starbound. And that gives you so much room to wiggle around with if you're in the site. If you know that spawn is covered, there's not going to be any enemies retaking from that angle. You can just look forward, keep your crosshair completely adjusted. So a beautiful post coming through here for Zipto.
Go get him.
This was a similar setup to what we saw, and I think FlyQuest they didn't like it, right? It was when Starbound found the space over towards ramp. This time Alexi has been locking it. We haven't got to see what this mid kind of crunch was going to be. It looked like Tara was waiting in the off angle maybe, but...
Oh
Oh no! Oh my god, oh my good god, Tara, run for your life. Tara can't get away in time. This is getting messy. You can see the pressure mounting on these teams. A quick paranoia comes in, doesn't quite do as much as they want, but now into 4v3, it's FlyQuest now with the pressure on them. Donut, Thea, and Evie gonna have to bring this together. Try and work out something. 50 seconds. That's all they get.
You can see that Thea's just put down the smoke towards this A main to try to cut off that line, send a little bit of misdirection, but Shirazi has so much cover. Trip down, Cage to slow it down even, but no flashes.
Camus can't work off it, and they've already pathed to try and deal with Heaven. This is really good from FlyQuest until then. Shirazi still playing their life so well, but now down to a one player remaining in the form of Alexi, and you're gonna have that Seeker coming on in as well. That's perfect. Couldn't ask for a better timing on this. So now what do they do here? Alexi weighing up their options. Both of them were prepared for that drop from Heaven. You can see it on the minimap. Now just trying to shift back in towards B main a little further.
And that smoke landed right in the nick of time. Alexi wasn't even able to fully reload their gun.
Are they going to go for a 3-2-1 swing? Are they going to try and... They're just trying to play this together. The timing could be right. I don't think Alexi knows this. No way to count about it. And Alexi's just going to have to try and make a play. And I think we know how this goes. FlyQuest are not out yet. They're not down and they're not done. We go again.
What a fumble coming out here for Zipto in OT as well. They had everything that they needed, and it started the moment that Terra kind of got caught out in that position. We call it Boaster on my team, but that far right side of Vent. Unfortunate for Zipto, but a great start and an even better response here for Fly. And it's that same post-fighting pack, right? Both players sticking together, walking through, isolating each angle and just not allowing the retakers to get their protocols in motion.
And now we get into the realms of OT where it goes outside of the norm. I feel this is when the pressure feels the highest, when it feels like you can't repeat any of what you've done before. And it all becomes down to like the coaching in my mind as well. Because this timeout is accessible to both of these coaches. Have a chat, get, you know, touch back in with the players, see what they want to approach this with. It's a micro game within itself. So at this point, where do you put your stock though? Because these two teams have delivered in both their unique ways. I feel like you preferred FlyQuest Red's composition.
Yeah. But
you've been enjoying what Zipto's been doing about theirs anyway. So where would you put this now in OT?
You know, I think for Fly, they've got to be able to convert this defense. In the first OT, they got surprised by Zipto's opening. I think if Fly's able to convert this defense, this should be a 15-13. If I was a betting person.
Yeah.
If I was a betting person.
Okay. We'll see. We wait and see. As it stands, 13-13. First to 15 here. Or we go again.
No glass cannon off this time.
Let's have a little watch here as to what they want to do.
Aniri is so far away from the pack.
That's the plan. I mean, it's a little bit scary. Just listening out for the audio and then backing away, but seems really, really high risk.
Definitely a slower start.
Oh, Sonder besting that over towards this side here. It feels demoralizing at that point.
It's pretty early though. If you're Zipto, you're happy about this. You can take care of this wall pretty early while you are on this side of the map. And look how patient Aniri is being. Just waiting to see if the defenders come a little too far past this line of scrimmage, ready to punish.
Camus.
Oh boy.
Camus, you gotta be careful. You got the spike, Camus. They're trying to get a quick punish on this one, but it felt like they just walked into a trap there. FlyQuest were looking for that brawl in middle. They wanted that. They had 4 players swinging for it. Now Zipto in a little bit of trouble, but they're just gonna tail it over towards that A site. Just fly on in. It was completely open for them now. But the retake the FlyQuest will go for is going to be the scary factor. They've got to take some space here.
They really
Priority
do.
on CT.
The fact that Fly have full control over top A ramp as well just allows them only to go and spawn. That's where most of the Fly members are, but Zipto, they're coming out on top of the trades.
Okay, but Sonder can creep towards the side, but it's Camus waiting in the back by screens. Eevee's going to try to do what they can, but I mean, you can't turn around that much. Zipto, the priority on taking over CT was the blessing they were after. Take that space, take that fight. The paranoid just not reaching far enough, and it worked out perfectly.
Yeah, and that should, I mean, Zipto once again with these spawn pushes once they're in the site, whether it's at A or whether it's at B, it's been a constant nuisance coming through. Sure, it's because FlyQuest, the deadlock utility towards that upper A ramp or towards that B heaven doesn't allow them to get that control, but in Neri, that timing that they're finding, it's really making these posts so hard for the defenders.
A late round switch there, Sonda.
Glass cannon.
Yeah, went for that quite late too, so that'll be interesting to see how that affects the outcome. Yeah, I mean, noting players in Vent, not all that surprising at this point. Trips in play, feels like rinse and repeat.
Round 2 again for Terra.
This is tough. Or not. One's in.
They don't want to break the trip yet.
Nope. But look at the timing. Look at the timing. Look at the timing on A.
Does Starbound bring the team back towards A main again, or do they go for the timing on the pitch?
But now Alexi, right? This.
Oh, Starbound's timing!
Oh my God, Starbound could be game-changing in this moment. That's one player. That's two. That's what dreams are made of. Starbound again. This lurk timing, and your heart breaks for Alexi because the timing that they crossed each other was just down to the wire. It ain't over yet, but it's not looking good. Starbound. I mean, a little lackadaisical there, but still. Now they try to trip the cross. Hold on, Camiu still gonna find Sonda. This is certainly not done yet. Alexi, Camiu, Shirazi still very much alive. Dodonut wants space though, and not alone.
30 seconds left.
Evie joining them on this mission to go through.
Shirazi's so aware.
Shirazi, this is heads up work. How long do you hold it though? Patience is a virtue, and it doesn't pay off this time. Dodonut joined with the support, leaving Alexi and Camiu still closing the gap here. Both players on CT. Zipto have done it. You could say that it was an upset the first time, but Zipto have FlyQuest Red's number.
They absolutely do. You even saw how excited Alexi looked in that last moment. As soon as the comms came through, she put her paint shell away, pulled out the knife, and W-keyed it through spawn. Those comms coming through, both are there, and they're able to convert. But that's been the strength of Zipto, those decisive movements. As soon as they open on one part of the map, they were quickly making those adjustment calls come through.
And we gotta then have a conversation about FlyQuest here, because the highs that this team show, those little set pieces, the individual, there are so many key things about FlyQuest that are incredible.
Yes.
But today, Zipto were the better side.
Yeah, I mean, the prep certainly coming through here. I wish we could have said that, that Fly looked confident from the start, but it did take them a little bit longer to warm up. But Zipto never let off the pressure. From map 1 till the end here in OT, they were constantly pressing the issue.
Yeah, they were. They were fired up. They were dangerous, they were deadly. Hard to not enjoy watching them play, right? A very exciting side to watch play. Alexi having a belting series. Shirazi, some incredibly impactful rounds. Camiu, I mean, you could list off the entire team, right?
Yeah.
Like every single player had those rounds, had that impact. So very impressive. I've got to say, this is, I'd say, the dark horse for me when I look at Zipto, right? They're a team that doesn't necessarily get brought into that initial conversation, but they should be now.
They absolutely should be. And it's going to flip for me because FlyQuest Red were my dark horse coming into this tournament. So we'll see what and how Zipto respond with this momentum going into their second series. And for FlyQuest, they've got to be able to stabilize. They've got to be able to self-reflect and go fix their issues going into their second series as well.
Yeah, and that's what these teams now get, right? They get the time to look back, fix it up, and move forward. That's the hope, at least, going to the next couple of games. That was a very loud replay, really quite deafening, so I couldn't speak. But fortunately, yeah, no one's out yet. There is that lower side of things, but no one wants to go down to the lower side, right? It's not something you want to be going after that first initial game. So that's it. FlyQuest, keep the chin up, keep themselves working in the right direction. It feels like they've got their kryptonite out of the way early. Maybe they can bounce back. But it feels like the sky's the limit for Zipto, a team that's been deadly, and a lot of people were looking at them being the dark horse, the team to potentially upset. And if people don't take them seriously, they will be punished on it. They played a, I mean, that.
Oh, that shot right there.
Come on. That's even worse.
It really is. It really is. And not only the second time we saw that, but we saw that exact play 2 times in the same half. So these shots coming out in this series, this was an very enjoyable series to watch.
And this was day 1, right? This is the first time we get to see them on stage. So this has been such a good welcome back the game changers. I'm damn happy. And so was the player on stage there, Alexi. So we're going to head down for the Verizon post-match interview with Yinzu and Alexi.
Just witnessed an absolute masterclass on this stage. I'm now joined by Alexi from Zipto. First of all, congratulations on your opening win here. You good?
Yeah, I'm so tired.
I was going to say, it felt just so tense watching you guys kind of go back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. What do you think was the reason that you guys were the team that ended up actually winning this match?
We just identified their setups at first in their attacking. But we know we're supposed to win already, but we just kept throwing, picking 1v1. We're not playing together. So this match, we learned a lot in terms of individual skills.
Your coach was having a heart attack. We were looking at him on the coach cam. Now, you guys have been cooking, you know? We weren't quite sure which teams were going to actually play Pearl and Split, especially on day one this early on. You guys were not scared to lean into this. So talk me through, I'll start with Pearl. Maybe some of the theories behind the comp that you ran?
Actually, we just trying comps, and then with the two duelists, me and Eneri, that's the comp that worked on us. So we just go on it.
Is it as simple as like Alexi and Eneri go kill? Is it like that? Really?
Yeah.
Okay, but what about the other maps then? Is that the same theory?
I'm on the Split also, I think. Yeah.
The go kill strat.
Because we don't have a lot of time to prepare, so we just go easy, go kill, you know.
And how do you kind of divide up the duelist agents specifically that you and Eneri play? Is there like a fight for it? Do you guys have a particular one that you always want to go for?
There's nothing, I think. It's always like Odell is the hard entry. I'm just gonna support all the way.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna support her behind.
You had some really good entries today as well. I think some really, really important ones on Split as well. For the people that didn't get to see you play last time you were at Game Changers Champs, I think they are now catching on to your energy on the stage. I've seen some people even call your screams a war cry on social media. Does this come natural to you? You just love kind of screaming and make sure you get your energy out?
Because I only want to release my adrenaline. So that's my coping mechanism for my adrenaline. So yeah, it's coming out naturally, I guess.
What do you, they love that. What do your teammates think about that? Do they have to maybe dial you down a little bit?
Sometimes they are annoyed. I don't know why. But yeah, I lessened a bit because I know it's quite annoying because I'm always shouting and they cannot hear anything. So yeah.
It's not annoying. I'm going to tell you, we love it. We absolutely love it. In fact, there is a player here in EMEA and VCT that usually plays on this stage. His name is Yutaje. He plays for Foot. And on social media, he wanted to challenge you to a 1v1 screaming match. Are you willing to accept his challenge?
Sure.
Yes, that's the attitude I love. And I feel like I back you. I think you would win this challenge. And lastly, before I let you go, speaking of winning, that is your 21st winning game streak. So you're on a 21 win streak. You guys in the this roster, the SMG, the core, you just don't lose at all, really. You've only ever lost twice, and it was against a G2, I believe, champs as well. How do you keep this up? How do you just keep winning?
Last year we learned a lot on how to maintain our resilience. Because last year we just we kept losing rounds. We just go sad and go on, you know. But this year we are more disciplined and more resilient. So we're not gonna give up. Even if we're gonna lose one map, we're gonna make sure we can still win the game.
Are you gonna win this tournament flawlessly?
Yeah.
Yes, that is what I like to hear, guys. Come on, give it up, Alexi. They're gonna do it flawlessly. Thank you very much for joining me, and best of luck in your next game.
Thank you.
Oh boy, all right, we are back and we've got Camille with us. Is it true? Does the Alexi Banshee cry annoy you?
To be honest, yes. Legit, you cannot really hear anything unless you're on that game.
Oh, really?
Is it like between rounds? Like you're trying to make a comp for the next one, she's just yelling?
Yeah, and it's so fun because it will sometimes cut off because of the high voice, you know?
Oh, like she's too loud for the mic to even pick her up.
Yep.
That's awesome.
All right, that was such an intense last map. Actually, they all, the last two were. And it started so differently. It started from Pearl, where you guys just looked really comfortable. You looked very much yourselves. Can you talk me through just like how you felt going from Pearl and then sort of getting that fight back from Fly as you went on?
Okay, on Pearl, to be honest, I'm very much confident because I have two duelists, which is the two duo.
Yeah.
So we can actually, I think, it's easier for us to enter this and enter that. Then I just need to recon this, and they will just shoot and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, there was a couple moments where we thought things were going to turn around on Split. We're like, ooh, this is where Zipto turns it around. Ooh, this is where Zipto turns around. But there's one particular round we wanted to talk about where it looked like things just clicked for you guys around round 16 here.
Yeah, talk to this retake. You have Sheriffs, you just lost the bonus round, and you come out and do this.
Oh my god. I'm also shocked, to be honest.
Yeah?
It's like, oh my god, that's me. I'm the GOAT.
Add that to your highlight reel. That's going up.
Do you ever watch your own clips?
To be honest, yeah, to boost my confidence. And actually, my adrenaline on that, after that run was legit so high.
In a good way?
In a good way.
That's great. Yeah, because I've never seen you guys look so focused and intense. Maybe besides Abyss during the grand final.
And maybe beside Alexi screaming.
Yeah, it was a very different phase. In fact, during your timeouts, what are you guys using those timeouts for? Is that for a mental reset, or are you guys talking about like game strat?
Guys, to be honest, we're always getting scolded by Colbat. Yeah, his favorite line is like, guys, just stick together.
Do you listen?
Well, as we can see, how many times I died like picking one by one. So, okay. I guess I'm getting scolded later.
Sometimes yes, sometimes no. But you won the game here. I wanted to talk more about that Split game. You guys lock in. It's a new map that just got added back to the pool, and you're playing against this deadlock Cypher comp. Is that something you guys expected, or was that kind of a curveball coming in?
Oh, to be honest, like based on our experience, like we're from APAC, right? A lot of teams are not really doing that comp because we're like
it's
APAC
very
is
popular in like
full
North
W
America
and
and stuff. Yeah.
So it's like we legit had trouble onto like adapting on their game style and what do they do because to be honest, we're so impatient.
Do you think that's a strength for Zipto, like adapting on the fly to what the other team is doing, or are you better at like the ahead of time prepping, knowing what's coming?
I think both.
Okay.
Since like our coach is like on the more prepared side, then we are like on the okay, adapt this and that. Yeah.
Who's like the player in game that's like calling out like, oh, this is what we change. Here's how we switch up how we want to play against this.
There's actually like, I can actually like hear three players like Alexi, Eneri, and Tara. They like communicate each other like, oh, this one will do this and this one will do that. So we can do this. Yeah, something like that.
Alexia was saying just now there were a lot of learning lessons from this particular match, and including what you're saying just now, you'd never really face off like a double sentinel sort of comp. It's just not the APAC style. How are you guys going to be spending the next few days now that you're safely still in the upper bracket? How will you be? Will you be resting, or what do you think we'll be doing here in Berlin over the next few days?
Thank you for that wonderful question, but but for real, we're not gonna get rest after this because after this we're gonna get scolded. We're gonna have a lot of TDM because of that scold. Oh, you did pick 5 times. You're gonna have 10 TDMs, and then we're gonna like VOD review and stuff like that.
Is that like the training punishment, the TDM?
That's legit the punishment, and you will
like
have,
all 5 of you will go and queue
then,
TDM.
And then Colbat will say, okay, you should have this assist, and then the opponent should have only this skill, and if not, you need to go again.
That's gotta be devilish if you're playing like TDM and APAC. You're trying to queue up with your friends, and then they run into you guys.
And then you're gonna queue up with, oh my god, that's a Ascension player. They're so tryhard also, you know.
It's crazy because it's not just about kills, right? Because you guys are all amazing players, but it's like you need to get a certain number of assists and help each other out.
Wait, assists in the team?
Yes, legit assists. Like then we're gonna come up with a strat. Okay, guys, I'm gonna play Sky so I can kill you. Then you just kill the guy and stuff like that. So you get more assists. Like we're gonna come up with the.
Do you think it helps?
To be honest, yeah, that's synchronization and the team thinking together and stuff like that. How do you say this? I forgot the term, but
like your
synergy.
Together.
Yeah, stuff like that.
Yeah, and I think it definitely shows that it's devilish. It's horrible little exercise, but I think it's for the benefit of the team. I think you guys have grown a lot since last year. Now, With this day one coming to an end, let's pull up the bracket and talk about what's going to be happening next, what's going to be happening tomorrow, and in the very near future. We are going to see more teams that we haven't seen yet. Mimi, are you excited about any of these in particular?
I'm excited to see SR come back, returning champion, getting to play. G2 coming back to Berlin as well, and then some new players coming up. You're on the same side of the bracket as Shopify Rebellion. Is that a team you want to play if they beat Falcons? Or is that like scary?
It's actually scary for me, but I know like my teammates like Alexi and Odell will be very much excited because they're friends with Floor. So
Okay.
like they actually wants to play with them like last year. Last year.
If you could play any team in the rest of this bracket, is there like a team you want to play that you're excited about?
Can it be a player actually?
It can be a player for sure.
Actually, I wanna play against Mel because I idolize her ever since the start.
Yeah?
So I wanna try like competing against her before I wasn't like competing Valorant. I always watch her on YouTube.
Was she like an inspiration
Yeah,
for you
yeah,
to
yeah.
start competing?
Yeah, when she was on C9 also.
That's so cool that you then get the chance, because what, 2 years ago she was C9 here, now you're right there with her and have a chance to play against her maybe.
Yeah, the adrenaline also, I can feel it, you know.
Hey, you made it. That's awesome.
Cool. Yeah, you know, Mel said it herself actually in the press conference. One of the teams that she is excited to play against are you guys, because she never had that opportunity last year.
I think she said she wanted to play against like the APAC aim and see if it's all that's it's cracked up to be. I think you could show her it is.
Thank you.
Are there any matches that you actually, as a spectator, you know, Mel is someone you looked up to, that you actually are looking forward to tomorrow? Like you just want to like a VOD that you're excited to look how they match up against each other?
Possibly like SR.
SR?
Yeah.
And versus who? Or just SR?
SR versus like what's their?
They're playing Falcons tomorrow.
Oh yeah, with Falcons. Oh yeah, I legit like. I find Mary cute, so I always watch her also like ever since she was in G2. Because she was like 16 years old back then. So
well, you'll either get to play Mary or Mel for your next
oh my
game.
God, it's so sad. Okay.
Well, congratulations again today. You guys really fought hard for that well-deserved win, and you're going to continue on that upper bracket here. We got Camille, Mimi, thanks for sticking it around, and the rest of you, thanks for watching that really exciting last match. Thanks for watching Game Changers. We'll see you tomorrow from Berlin. We have never had a Game Changers champ before without Crew, but just how are they going to fare against a team that's never even set foot on this stage? It is the opening game of the day, which means this best of three is going to be absolutely crucial.
Suzu knows what's happening in here. Dod's able to go for the 1-for-1. Dod's very heavily extended. She goes for the ultimate. Suzu reveals herself eventually. Dod's finds yet another one. That is filthy. Oh, she's got to come through it. Okay, we're going to be forced out by the flash. Still able to fight two with this judge, jury, executioner, you name it. Moko has lived that life. Trying to clear that close corner with the molly. Here's Serena, one down. Dodds fights the second, and it's up to Moko to salvage things for Zeta Division. The time is short, and the triple face gets it done for Visa Crew Blaze. Dodds with that operator. She's headed over to Cat, though, at least to keep an eye on that. Oh, she's found Serena. Okay, that was over towards Tiles. Player at Speedway. Robbie trying to play the dangerous game between staying out of sight and getting involved, interrupting a potential plant. There's no time left for it, though. And Moko stood out here with nothing to do. Crew take that round there from Moko now to capitalize on it. But Crew are waiting. High-low setup. And the Sheriffs go to work. Aku, the last one standing. Romy, man. She don't miss on that A-hole. Gonna have to be here, but Dodds already active.
Look at this positioning. Look at the map control from Crew. I have to deal with
Oh,
Dodds,
man.
and the peak is just perfect.
Kinnear waiting for contact to swing off this, and there they go. 3 out of 3 Game Changers Championships appearances for Crew. And they made their way into the quarterfinals.
And we've got Falcons, Vega, and ALG gearing up and ready to go. ALG, some of them are calling them a super team that's formed, even though this team is only formed maybe like 4 or 5 months ago. And the same for Falcons, Vega. We've seen some ups and downs, but when they're up, they look phenomenal.
That's huge from the sole anchor from ALG. Now support has arrived, but Toki has dealt with all 3 of them. Picks off the entirety of ALG. 2v2, and again, this crossfire is Toki with the ace.
Just
them all
perfection.
down.
Easy BC.
And Muffin has found the opener. Evan Madvi, though, coming online in this round. And Eva towards short still never got shut down.
Now pushing out through the smokes, takes her timing. Lion shuts her down. 3 kills on the round, and ALG up to 5.
Dash in for Muffin. Up above again, she'll dive into Madvi. And
that's the spike.
Might not. Madvi ahead of it. That's one. The second as well. No trouble for Madvi. Falcons debut at GCC with a 13-6 map number 1.
Except B main. That's absolutely it. And they're not finding the tripwires.
Yeah, I mean, using the breach aftershock, the paint shells as well, neither.
Now 10 seconds on the clock. I don't know if they can actually plant this spike with Mary sitting back, and they can't.
Madvi.
Okay, Madvi.
For ALG, especially when you contrast that to how well Falcons have played off one another. Flashback into the site. Falcons is already back in, and Toki's teleported behind.
Houston might be able to get a kill, but the blind comes through, and she better start running because Mary is close on her tail.
Falcons 13-2 win their debut match at Game Changers Championship.
Match 3 up today. We got FlyQuest Red facing off against Zipto Gaming. Zipto Gaming often compared to the Paper Rex of Game Changers, and FlyQuest Red, like we're talking about, they pushed Shopify Rebellion.
Trying to maybe play off Hunter's Fury, take the space off the back of him, but Aniri already finds Starbound. They know where Starbound's going to be. Tara in the corner, lines him up again and again!
What the hell?
Because there's a chance that someone was there. So very well done. Shirazi, though,
wow.
from all the way up B-Long, just eviscerating FlyQuest. They started this round in the right place, but it never felt like the right time. Zipto just strength to strength. Now Shirazi has to deal with them both, and the timing is still on her side. She's got the clock on her side, and she's still playing this out. They got off the spike, they didn't get it to half. They got a swing, hit the shot! Shirazi takes them both down. Straight up towards middle, knife. Gonna go in, and away we go, but Aniri gets stunned up and slowed down. The ult to close, down on the stuns as well. The back of the ult is Dodo Nut to collect. Certainly not done yet, but the spike is in such a bad position, and even Dodo Nut just mop up what remains. We are going to map 3. On just a dog, no flashes. Oh wow. Shirazi
Wait,
just
she
a
killed her.
planting gift. No, wait, what are we watching? What are we watching? What the hell is going on? I don't understand what just happened there. They've got to go and get this one back in hand. Camu creeping a bit closer here. It's going to be Starbound on the fight. The other 2 players focusing on CT. Nice approach. Starbound's done their job. Starbound try and find them, but now spots him. Oh, what a shot! And now with a paint shot back on Dodo Nut. Keeps her alive and with a chance. See, and Camu still closing the gap here. Both players on CT. Zipto done it! You could say that it was an upset the first time, but Zipto have FlyQuest Red's number.